Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming to my talk. I'm Carter Pfaff. I'm a rising senior at Brooklyn Technical. I'm here to tell to everyone about autonomous exploitation at scale and what local AI agents have to offer to enable people to more better infect other devices, like have improved sort of worms. So this is about. So the overarching goal here is essentially to show how these AI agents can better hack and how they sort of compare to earlier, more deterministic modes. How could they threaten ways they're currently defended? How could they sort of improve the infectiousness? What are some limits to conventional ones? So to talk about the new benefits, you have to know the old trade-offs and how the local elements can address these old limitations. So the main ways that it's going to be addressed is through better hypotheses, so figuring out what different devices are vulnerable to and searching for new vulnerabilities and better weaponizing them, alongside being less deterministic. So each infection is different, and so you can't just statically check the signature as well each time. And then, of course, like everything has got its own limits, which I'm going to be going to sort of at the end. So earlier we were sort of blind to reasoning, right? They're sort of just pattern matching, stuff like the Morrison and WannaCry should focus on specific exploits that have hard-coded exploits when they start, and they were all sort of the same. They may change their code just up a bit. For the most part, they were the same. They weren't really adaptive. They were just constant. And to patch them, to fix them, there's just a static signature. You'd add it to your antivirus and then be able to nerf it each time. And they're sort of similar to patch. You'd patch this one exploit and the entire thing would go away. And they're sort of deterministic, which once again makes it easier to sort of focus in on them and be able to eliminate them and prevent them from functioning. So what does reasoning add? Why do models help stuff? Well, they have a lot of new capabilities. So you can adapt better to novel environments. So the person developing the worm may not have thought of originally. You can exploit different vulnerabilities and chain arbitrary vulnerabilities. And they can also phish much better than original worms. So you send Nigerian emails to 10,000 people. Now you can send with the person's name, and you can look at their LinkedIn online to see where they work. And so much more sort of infectious that way, more convincing. And this then leads to a new attack surface, so more heterogeneous environments. You can infect many different types of devices. Social engineering on the fly, you can look at their stuff. You can chain a bunch of different exploits as well, one by one better. And there's new methods for the polymorphic modification. So it completely changes signature each time it has an infection. And in non-deterministic methods, the LLMs are sort of random in a way. They output the top most likely things. You can look at those. You can choose different ones each time, so the worm functions differently, looks differently each time. And they can also sort of communicate better to delegate tasks to different worms, essentially in a network. So the thing is, you can't just trust the worms for everything. So you have to have a set of determinist components and a set of more AI components, more language models. Kind of like Nmap, or searching the National Vulnerability Database, that is deterministic. Nmap is a tool. It uses the tool, but the tool itself doesn't really get changed too much. The tool is always going to have this input, it's going to result in this output given, this device. It can't be random at that part. And throughout the infection cycle, it goes back to these different deterministic components. We also have, the new part, the language model components. So that's like strategy routing, which sort of get more to later. Is going to be how it determines what tool to use at what time, what sort of mode and what way to go about properly doing an infection. Exploit patching, so there's a lot of information about exploits online, has to sort of collate those all and use them to attack a device. And reflection, so to think about what it did in the past, what worked, what didn't, what needs to change, and get those done, then of course modifying itself. And the main thing is LLMs, they can't memorize a CVE ID, they can't memorize a vulnerability. They don't know this service is always going to be vulnerable to this exploit, so they have to have some sort of determinism and let them search it. So how does this mode actually work? So for each infection, attacking each device, it starts sort of pre-discovery phase, which is mainly deterministic. So it's going to sort of enumerate services, figure out just sort of a broad overview. What does this host have to offer? What should I do? It's going to go in a stage of light reconnaissance where it looks in and sees, all right, I know that it has these services. What more do I need to know? And it's possible that just looking at it at the start, I'll be able to already exploit it. there's an open thing here. I don't even need a login page. I might as well attack it now. But most devices, a lot of devices are insecure. Most of them are going to be more secure than just that. So you have to go into deep recon. So you're going to do stuff like check banners, think like what default credentials might be here. Is this using the default credentials? And once it has all this reconnaissance information, it's going to analyze it all. And it's going to generate a set of hypotheses for, here's what I think this could be vulnerable to. Here's how I think I should go about infecting it. And here are a set of hypotheses, which are going to be ranked by how sort of confident it is this hypothesis is accurate. And then it's going to go through each hypothesis, and it's going to try validating them. If the hypothesis gets validated, it can exploit it. Once it gets exploited, it's going to go into this post-exploit phase, which tries to establish a foothold, maybe start copying itself over. Of course, the exploit might fail. Post-exploit is what also catches the failures and goes back to the validation for the next hypothesis. Now, if you run out of hypotheses, there's two sort of options. You could either just say you're exhausted, or you could go back earlier and try looking up new services, try more hypotheses. But from sort of my experimentation, if you would go back, it sort of gets stuck in a loop and waste time, waste resources. So might as well say it's exhausted. This computer's safe. We can't really get to it. Now, once you've proven you have a foothold, you're able to go into propagation. So this is where the worm would sort of change its own code and where it would then copy itself on over to a new device. Once it's propagated, it can, the first machine that was infected, it can go onto another machine, and the machine that was just infected can go onto a third machine, or a fourth machine. So they can each sort of spread further. So within each of these nodes, the light recon, the deep recon, each had sort of a agentic loop. An agentic loop was built on these constant set of tools and prompts, which are sort of scoped to the specific portion of the loop. And they also all sort of read from these host graphs and facts. So you can't just give the model all the information at once and sort of, here's what already happened, because it's going to lose track of where it is, going to forget information. It isn't going to function too well, except to have a separate sort of data store. It's another portion of the worm that sort of keeps all the information scoped to different hosts and different services. So within each of these different portions, it's going to have a planner. So it says, I want to do a deep reconnaissance here. What should I do here? How do I do this deep reconnaissance? It's going to read what it already has, what it already knows. It's going to look at the set of tools it has, so what can I use to actually do this reconnaissance? And it's going to get a specific prompt for this planner. So you're the planner in a light reconnaissance stage. Here are the tools you have. And that's what the AI model is going to get put in. Here's the information you have. And it's going to output a plan, a set of actions to do. Now, each action that is going to go to an executor. And the executor is going to go, all right, maybe I have this overarching plan. I have this one step. How do I do this one specific step, given the limited information I know, given the set of tools I have in the light reconnaissance phase, how to do this step? And sometimes I might not already know what to do. I might know how to use the correct tool. I might need more information to make an educated decision. In that case, it'll ask a researcher sort of version 2, which will search the web. It'll search different databases. There's several different types of researchers for different phases. Each phase has its own special sort of researcher, its own research tools available. Now it'll go and it'll build a set of context, a set of information for the executor to then use later on when it is actually executing its action. Now, once it's executed its action, most of the results can be in plain text. That's to be normalized. And so the normalizer is going to take in its tools that are used, a specific prompt based on what type of tool is executed, and it's going to normalize it. It's going to convert it into like JSON, machine readable information, and it's going to use that to both update the host graph and facts, and then it's going to pass that on to a reflector. Now the reflector looks at everything that happened above, and a mistake could have been made at any of these levels. So the reflector goes, were there any mistakes made? How should they be rectified? Do we learn any new information that sort of changes how we should proceed? Should we even proceed at this point? Now, it can decide to just continue and go on to the next step, or it can choose to modify the next step and then continue on from that next step with the rest of the plans being the same. Or it can say, something big just happened. We just found an open shell already open. We might as well just use that. We're going to abandon the rest of the steps and go on to the next stage. Or it can say, I think the plan is sort of off its rails. It's not really thinking right. We're going to go and replan it all from scratch, essentially. and sort of maybe even get rid of the past information if we think it's not usable, not viable. And then after that, the reflector is going to go down, and it's going to go to the next step based on the information from the normalizer, and the reflector then that'll be fed in as context to the next planner as well, so you can think better about what's happening. Now that big memory graph earlier, how is it actually contained? What does it actually have in it? So it has a big campaign. And this campaign contains a list of hosts, so a big set of all the hosts, and it has a graph with each host and its services and how they all sort of relate. So it's essentially a network graph with this extra information about each host. Each host is all the information you need to actually sort of attack and do stuff to the host. It's got like a host ID. That's just for like internal sort of routing purposes. The IP of the host, the different services found, some facts about it. So it's running Linux. That'll be a fact. The state. So is it being currently attacked by a machine? If so, which machine? And has that machine have a foothold yet? And it can have a source host. So this machine attacked that machine. So log what machine did the attacking. Within each host is a set of hypotheses. So hypotheses have the evidence why it thinks that and the confidence. And initially it's going to be blank until the hypothesizer, of course, goes in and says, here are my hypotheses. And each host has the ability to generate this working memory. So the LLM can't really reason on JSON too well. It wants more like human readable text. It's trained on common English. So the working memory goes from that host data to a dictionary scope to the current phase. So the planner needs this information for this portion. We're going to give it this stuff formatted instead of like JSON and bullet points so it can actually sort of read it. As mentioned earlier, we have these set of tools the LLM can run because it can't reliably run shell commands or install its own tools. It sort of just isn't that smart. So we have to give it a structured set of tools, and you can't give it all at the same time. You can't give all the tools or all the nodes, all the portions, the same set of tools, because then it might use the wrong tool at the wrong time as opposed to the right tool at the right time. Or it can use the right tool in one case at the wrong time, in which case it's not doing anything correct. And there's a unified tool registry. That's sort of that's a deterministic portion and defines a schema for each tool and provides examples how to use them. So language models, they can't reliably follow a schema without being given, here's an example of the schema, please sort of change up this example a bit for whatever output you want to see. And then different tools are specifically to different stages. So not all thinking is the same. Executing a tool is not as hard as it is to plan. So we have different tiers of models essentially that allow the execution, for example, to be done by a small model and the plan to be done by a larger model so that you can have the speed versus like reliability trade-off that's sort of properly calibrated. So it's like a level 1 model, that'd be like a small model that you can run on your phone, whereas level 2 is like a larger model that can run like a desktop. And it can also you can run a level 2 model actually on some phones because they have special like on-device acceleration. That's sort of you need to probe the device, and not all devices are going to have that. So one of the main portions is like autonomous weaponization. This is specifically what language models add to previous worms. So there are a lot of different CVs, a lot of vulnerabilities, a lot of stuff that could go about hacking online. And they all have varying amount of online information, logs, proofs of concepts. There's a lot of different ways you could go about it. A lot of different information has to be sort of collated in one and then properly used. And there's new stuff coming out. So the developer of the worm can't do it all at once. It can't write it all sort of at build time. And so this enables the element to constantly find stuff related to different services, parse it, and then use it itself and actually sort of exploit it. It allows us to search the web or exploit databases, the National Vulnerability Database, stuff like that for different vulnerabilities. And that prevents the need for hard-coded vulnerabilities. So that's hard-coded sort of general tools to allow it to do this stuff. But a lot of the main thinking, the weaponizationing, that is all done by itself on its own device. It can chain together different vulnerabilities for a more complex attack. So in the earlier graph where I showed all the different nodes, this would be the exploit one. And it's going to start with a validated hypothesis and then goes to execute it. But you don't know sort of when you're creating this, like what type of attack should this be. So the first part is going to go to a router. And the router says, all right, Is this something that I can find an exploit for online? And so I'm going to have to write the code for it myself. Is this going to be something where I can use default credentials? Or is there sort of like an open web server I want to connect to? Now, the reason it's going to use an exploit database exploit over custom code is that custom code is sort of finicky in a way, and it's very difficult, it's complex, easier to mess up. Whereas something that's already proven to work, it's already proven to work. So you might use that, so it gives you a step up already. It's going to search the database, it's going to find an exploit, and it's going to analyze the exploit. So it's going to see, are there any hard-coded IPs? What sort of shell does this drop? And then how can I change this to allow it to actually infect this device? Should I change this IP address to this IP address, which is my host, and which is the target I'm attacking? And do I want to use this type of shell if it makes like a bind shell? That's not too useful in the way I've architectured this. You would prefer to drop like an SSH key instead. And once it's modified that successfully, it's going to execute it. Now for the custom code, it's going to do a lot of research. It's going to find all the documentation it can online, and it's going to collate that all into one place. And it's going to write a Python script for now based on that research it just did, sort of thinking about how it can go about properly infecting this. And of course, it's going to execute that script. The credential attack is much simpler. It's just going to check the default credentials. It's going to see, can I run these against them? And if it works, it works. And then for the web exploit, once again, it's going to generate an HTTP like payload or just a request to a certain like web shell that's already there. And it's going to connect to that. And if it works once again. So the exploit database and the custom code are like the main stuff that can work sort of against anything with the vulnerability, and the credentials sort of default creds, already exposed services that sort of make it even easier to do it. Now, once we have done an exploit, how do you know what we can do? How do you know that we've properly connected to it? So you can't trust the language model to say we have a foothold reliably. You can't trust it in either direction. Sometimes it says we don't when we do. Sometimes it might say we do when in reality we don't. And this is the case where you'd use deterministic stuff. So you have the deterministic code generate a key. I put agent verify SSX on there. It doesn't really matter, just be 1, 2, 3, or just test, and it connects to the shell and tries to echo that key back. And it monitors the shell's output. If the shell's output is the key, then you have it successful. If it's anything but it, then that means you weren't successful and you got to go back to an earlier stage and try maybe fixing that error or just going back and abandoning that hypothesis. Now, once we've successfully exploited something, you have to modify ourselves. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to spread each infection differently? Well, each infection spreads in two ways. It has a dropper and the actual payload. So the dropper is written differently each time. So you something like base64 encoding, SSH, telnet, HTTP, whatever. It can use Perl or Python. You can use Go, whatever it needs to do to spread itself, it can do. And so it's just random each time. So it has no sort of deterministic method to the dropping. Each one is unique. And then after it's already written that dropper, it'll then rewrite its own code and modify itself so that it is different with each new infection. Now, the code is long. So how does it sort of not get ahead of itself? How does it not forget stuff? It's going to generate diffs. So it's going to essentially generate find and replace scripts or small sort of chunks of JSON. It's going to use those and send those to a writer, and that writer is going to rewrite itself in a separate directory, which the dropper will then read from and copy. So this is different from the traditional route where you use something in XOR loop or just insert a bunch of junk code, which still sort of has a somewhat static sort of behavioral signature. And it's different because it has a changed control structure and entirely different logic. So it's completely sort of different in a way that wasn't really possible before, and completely rewrite its code non-deterministically. And then, as I mentioned earlier, one of the main things is it has sort of this communications like protocols. The different models can talk to each other. Because due to the different levels of models there are, not all devices are created equally. So a smartwatch could, I guess a smartwatch could be infected, or a thermometer could be, but it's not powerful enough to run a model at all. So that'd be like a tier 0, your printer. It can't run any model. It's weak, but it can network. So we can ask the higher models, the other, like an infected server, infected desktop, can you run this for me? And they'll sort of gossip with each other. They have a peer exchange protocol, and they'll all talk to each other, and they'll spread hey, can you run this? Can you run this? Can you run this? And sort of try passing it off until someone's willing to run it. They'll run the prompt, and they'll give back the result following the same chain they used. Now this is somewhat, everything has its limitations. So the first one, which is sort of what the different levels of models were designed to solve, is a speed versus cost problem. Now, the cost, because it's a worm, you're not running it on your own machine, but it's sort of like the time, the resources on another machine. How do you handle a machine, reliability versus speed? So the bigger the model, the slower it is, the more reliable it is. So you gotta sort of start making trade-offs. Will this, of course, be resolved? And it hasn't resolved increasingly with like better, smaller models. So per sort of byte of size, the intelligence per byte was sort of lower. In previous years of the models last year, they were like 4 billion parameters per week. Nowadays, they're really strong, and I only really see them getting stronger in the future. So these better, smaller models can be more able to do better stuff, and it makes the problem just sort of diminished in a way. And of course, we have hallucinations. So the big problem everyone always points to with language models is how do we get rid of all these hallucinations? You put in deterministic code. So you have that echo of the key back, have it use a deterministic tool where you already know the inputs and outputs. And by using all of these, you should be able to decrease at least the damage hallucination can do. You have sanity checks. So that's what that sort of foothold verification thing was doing. It's sort of sanity checks to make sure, are you sure this is what's happening? You have well-defined tools with examples that makes that the AI actually knows what's being done, what can be done. It's less likely to hallucinate. And then reflection. So that's sort of that reflector node, sort of like the Swiss cheese approach. It can make a mistake at any level, but you put in more levels that just decrease the amount of mistakes that will end up being made, or at the very least propagated to the end. And the limitation for this presentation, of course, is my lab capability. So that lab capability, I'm like my laptop. So I wasn't really able to test everything at once. If I could, I would have done like an empirical analysis, seeing this model is best in this way. And I think that's a really good future potential it could have, but as it stands, that wasn't really possible. So how could these sort of be improved in their virality? Well, the better and smaller models just decrease the limitation that cost revenues. Better models in general, it's going to be more reliable. It's going to be more capable. Self-healing and improving harnesses, especially over this past summer, actually been a lot of good research into self-healing and self-improving harnesses. And especially, the reason that I worked in this worm actually was I was like, could you use this as a way to make these self-healing harnesses even better? Because by infecting a bunch of different machines, you can try out more things. You get a larger sort of exploration space. You try out different things. You can see this modification makes it more viral and sort of spread it, kind of like DNA in a way. You have the different models sort of harnesses all move together. More and tools and just improving the ones that are currently there. And I'm not going to say my version is like the best it is. And so it could always, of course, be improved. And a self-healing harness could actually improve the tools even further. And there's overall improvements, especially for searching and running exploit code. It's like, as it stands, the weakest portion was it's very poor at searching. That's always going to be the sort of hardest part. So as it stands, that's all I've really done so far. Thank you all for watching. And I'll be posting the slides later.
So, question.
Yes.
So first off, thanks. That was a fascinating talk, and now I have nightmare fuel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So one thing that with the recent OpenAI Hugging Face incident, it seems like one of the things that the models did was they coordinated, and they were really insistent on getting a message board, basically, to be able to communicate. Have you thought about that, and how does that play into your thinking, if at all?
I did experiment with that for a while. That's sort of what that self-healing harnessing was supposed to get at. And I experimented with sort of a message board earlier, but it would just get very finicky very quickly, and they sort of hallucinate messages. They think this might be better, but it wasn't, and they sort of fudge how I was checking it to push their own modification further, and that just sort of propagate errors to all the machines instead. Must I also was kind of bummed out when those things came out because I feel like the OpenAI beat me to the gun here.
Oh well. It sounds like automating the attack position pretty well. But from a defense position, it sounds like a lot of traditional trends and still be effective? In other words, if you deployed an agent to say like Prince or it started interrogating.
Use a mic, please. Yeah, we
Come up and use the mic.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all.
Of course, it's not wireless. So I was saying, it sounds like you've automated the attack surface pretty good, but traditional defenses seem that they'd still be effective. In other words, if you deployed something that got on my printer and the printer started doing ARP requests or basically other things on the network, you're going to be flagged immediately. Even a switch, you'd be known. So it seems like the inter-agent communication would be a kind of giveaway just because you're talking to things on the network that wouldn't normally be communicating.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the main limitations as well. Could be like, it's just, I've been thinking about ways to sort of get around that. Trying to think I couldn't really fully crack that at least yet. Yes.
Hey, great talk. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A couple of things. You mentioned one of your limitations for your experiment was like, laptop size and whatever. I'm wondering if you've ever used OpenRouter.
I had, but some of my main goals is seeing what you can do is just running stuff locally, because OpenRouter, you're like running in the cloud, you have an API key. And if you're like an attacker, you don't want to have an API key that's linked back to who you are.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thanks for the clarification. And two more things. The harness summer that we've had, I definitely hear that. Do you have any recommendations for like something that comes to mind of like, oh, this is a really cool talk or video of harness engineering?
Yes, but I'll have to check my bookmarks. I don't have it at the top of my head.
That's all right. My last thing was just a comment of like, I do think that you are very cleverly using the stochastic nature of like allowing the LLMs to write their own every time new different ways to execute what you ask it to, what you prompt it to. I think, do you ever go through it to like sort of analyze what's there? I think there's a lot to be mined from like the descent with modification, just to borrow something from natural selection. Like,
So
Yeah.
I was sort of experimenting with that, seeing how that's a self-improving part is like it's modifying itself so much. If you go through a lot of infections and just see which ones function the best and select those. But I sort of, one of the main limitations, I just didn't have the resource sort of to do that properly.
yeah, it's a lot to handle. I can understand
Yeah.
that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say great work, very fascinating. What's your position on making the harness agnostic to models? And additionally, whether you have plans on perhaps opening up the weights if the agent learns about different techniques?
Well, I mean, this is all using like locally hosted open weights models, and at least for opening up like to different models, if I understand your question correctly, the way my thing works is there's a unified sort of interface to interface different models. So I actually experimented with a bunch of different models when I was working on it, and so you can just it's really easy to sort of swap in different ones, whichever depending on what you want.
Hi. Sort of new and also came in late, so maybe I missed some of this. But in terms of worms, I tend to think of, all the data is stored on the infected machine. How large are your models? And like when you're talking about 3 different versions, like on a printer, a PC or whatever, get the whole, like a piece of the model, the whole model, how does it decide? And if not, like how much communication back to like a host server is there? And like, would you be worried about that information being tracked, that kind of thing?
Yeah. So in terms of how much is on each machine, I sort of did some checking. I decided to not sort of shard the different balls across different machines, just because that gets very time consuming. It requires a lot of networking. So each machine, I sort of see how much resources it has available. If it has enough, it gets a big enough model. For the models, they tend to get to around 8 gigabytes in size, so it can be pretty hefty. The smaller models tend to be around 2 to 3 gigabytes. And then it does result in a lot of networking. So were you here for when I showed you the architecture slide? So in that part, there is all these different parts all have all these different nodes within them. And so that results in a lot of networking because each of these is its own prompt, its own request to the language model. Yes.
Did you any observations or recommendations about which models you found most effective for this?
So I mainly experimented using like the Quen models. I haven't had a chance to try 3.8, which came out yesterday, but from what I've seen, it looks pretty much better. I think the Bonsai models, which are really small, very well quantized, at their 2-bit level, they work good. At their 1-bit level, they can't do anything really effectively. They're also kind of a pain to just get working and to start. If I had to suggest it'd be like Quen 3, 27 billion parameters, and if you use an ablated model as well, so without the safeguards on it. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. I was hoping I would, but as it stands, not really, because it was very hard, very constrained. There's like small models like aren't creative enough to think.
Hi. Hello. Hey. Hello. Yeah, good. I mean, the room is not that big, right? So it's all right. uh, hmm. Hello. Good morning. Let's see. So, yes, right there in the cream shirt. Can you actually see the screen? No, right. Hey, can you read the screen from there? Yeah. I don't know. Like I feel like this room is very like long and cavernous or something. But anyways, it's nice to meet you. I'm Laura. I'm going to be doing the 11 o'clock presentation on a pretty challenging subject matter. So the web of scam compounds. So I'll start a little bit lighter and then it gets darker and darker as we go along. Just so you know, as like a warning. But yeah, so a little bit about me. So I think we'll just jump into it. The really important stuff is actually at the bottom line here, but I'm a director and lecturer at Columbia University, where I'm in the tech policy and innovation concentration. Altogether, I also co-direct in an analytics program. So altogether, I've been at the program at Columbia for 7 years. I've been teaching there for about 10 years. And at the start of every semester, I have podium anxiety because I'm small, and I'm like, I wonder if this semester if I'm going to be able to see over the podium or not. And then like I think about it the night before, but as the semester goes on, it doesn't really matter anymore. So let's see a little bit about me. I published a book not long ago called Future of Hacking, which will be available after this talk. The audiobook came out 3 weeks ago, so I've continued to promote. I research quite a few subjects, but digital transformation is where it really all started, cybersecurity awareness, and then additional information about me. I'm a geriatric millennial, so yeah. Who else here is a geriatric millennial? Yeah, woo, geriatric millennials. So, and then, and let's see, I like running, I've done some marathons, and very important, I also, when I'm not thinking about these really difficult subject matters, I run the largest ramen club in New York City, which has 1,800 members. So, which is a problem, actually, because ramen shops are really small. I'm the founder of a project called CyberCare. So we bring free cybersecurity awareness education to different parts of New York City. And actually, I'm the 2026 co-recipient of an innovation prize with the World Economic Forum, who I hear also runs a event called Davos, which I haven't been to, but I hear it's really interesting. And yeah, we work with different partner organizations around New York City. This is my book. So yes, a lot of self-promoting here, I'm sorry. Be in the vendor area today, right by the check-in desk. So this came out hardcover 2025, audiobook 3 weeks ago. If I had done the audiobook, it would have been terrible. I'm like a tech nerd, policy nerd, and I'm like a tiny bit nervous. The lady who reads the book is really cool. She does like BBC4. She has like some supporting roles in things like Black Mirror, including an episode, if you've seen it, called Joan is Awful. Do any of you remember Joan is Awful? Yes. So she's therapist number one, but but she's really great. So I appreciate that she did that. The book itself had a lot of study participants, which I don't think you guys back there in the back can read this, but it's okay. And then I also have a new limited edition piece too called The ABCs of Privacy Preserving Tech that is also with some of my colleagues who have done some research projects with at the Tor Project. This is both a graphic book about privacy preserving tech, but also is a fundraising project. So I also have some of these books available today. So today we're going to talk about the tough subject matter of scam compounds. So this is something I've been researching for the last 3 years and have been actively working with a number of organizations. And so as a warning, there are depictions of violence, human trafficking, and this can be distressing for viewers. So just please be aware of that. Research limitations of my own. I've been mainly researching areas in Thailand and Myanmar, where I've also been working with some organizations. This is one area of my research. I am within an academic department, tech policy and innovation, and something I do intensively research and write about. And I meet with a lot of like the frontline workers and organizations and even survivors. But that said, like I am a researcher, so I just want to state that limitation. You can read a whole 3-part series on what I've researched on scam compounds so far if you want to. So that is cited throughout, but I have a piece on regulatory environments and scam compounds, about victim identification. That's a separate article. A recent article too on that the slowdown is not happening with scam compounds. And I've presented on this both at South by Southwest and also B-Sides Atlanta. Did any of you go to B-Sides Atlanta? No, okay. They've moved from Kennesaw, which is like 2 hours north of actual Atlanta, to like Midtown. I'm from here in New York City, but to like Midtown Atlanta. So if you can go on October 3rd, the organizers are really great. Some of my data sources include UN adjacent offices, so that would be offices like IOM, government offices, some who like to be named and some who don't. Counter-traffic organizations, one you'll see prominently here is called Global Alms. And then NEO, who was a New York Times report interviewee, has been working with me for about 9 months now or something along those lines pretty intensively, where I was introduced to him by an NGO and I take down a lot of his testimony. So these are the articles. So if you want to spend like, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour, you could read the whole series I did on scam compounds. This is with Tech Policy Press, this particular series. And this is the article that I also recommend that Neo, who many images that you'll see today are featured in this presentation, appear. And so he was in the 2023 article for New York Times called 7 Months Inside an Online Scam Labor Compound. And this is me and Neo speaking for just 2 minutes together. So hopefully the audio is working.
What did you find yourself doing within this scam compound?
Initially, I was put on the job as a very entry-level scammer, if you will. But later, I finally managed to gain the trust of that specific Chinese cartel, which was specializing in scamming Chinese nationals on China's soil. So I managed to gain their trust. I made myself their bookkeeper, which allows me to access to their financial documents and manage and monitoring the income and the cost, the expenditure of the operation, calculating the, let's say, the salary, or if you will, the commission of the regular scammers, and of course, the cut of the dividend of the senior and the middle members of the cartel. So after all that, I managed to smuggle those financial documents and other documents I deemed valuable, and alongside with the photos I had taken inside the camp, to the New York Times journalist when I was still in the camp.
Yeah, and so you sent lots of information to this journalist, and they wrote a long article about your time there as a scam compound worker.
Okay, and so he didn't really, I mean, from a lot of my meetings with him, like I think it's really up to somebody to decide, like, you know, whether or not like it was up to him to, you know, gain their trust. But in the end, what he did is he betrayed the scam compound he was in. He took all this information, he sent it to the New York Times and other journalists, and then they spent a long time verifying this information and published on him. So, and this is a compound too that a lot of one of the frontline organizations that I do some work with, that they also do some they get a lot of survivors from. So today Southeast Asia is definitely a ground zero for scam compounds. This has been the case since the COVID pandemic, and as we know, this is like the industrialization of a type of scam center, right? And they're organized by different organized crime groups, cartels, but the complicity goes pretty high up the food chain. And that's not a secret. I mean, this is in a lot of UN reports, a lot of reporting about the level of collusion that occurs between government officials all the way up the chain in terms of like from different cartels to shareholders who live in developed countries that are higher income. So, and it's an ideal place to do this because, of course, anywhere where there's a border area or other sorts of like areas that are not like regulated or run by like a particular just anywhere where there's is not under any sort of like nation state or state control are fairly easy to run these. But there is evidence too that scam compounds are spreading to places like Africa, Middle East, and even to some specific Pacific islands over time. And so the pandemic essentially creates this storm, this perfect storm, where suddenly people who are also adept in things like sex trafficking, drug trafficking, human trafficking. Human trafficking plays a big role in scam compounds. They realize that the shells of casinos, warehouses, other sorts of projects, these other sorts of real estate projects that have failed could also be used to run scams out of. So, and then these groups realize that this is, fairly lucrative over time, but also, it's also in some ways easier to set up a fake office and to terrorize the people working in it than it is to have to deal with some of the day-to-day consequences of drug and sex trafficking. So I have spoken to many organizations who have said, well, for cartels, this is pretty white-collar work. And so features of a scam compound, and I highly recommend this particular GTAC report or some other reports. Typically, as I mentioned, they'll be like in geographical clusters, border areas that are not regulated, traditionally repurposed hotels, casinos, moving more towards the model of moving into like apartment buildings, can vary in size, are fairly easy to relocate the scam center office after a life cycle of operations, and workers are trafficked and forced to conduct scams really long hours. It's pretty common, including where NEO was located, for there to be high walls, barbed wire, a room or a blackout room where workers who are not obedient are tortured and disciplined, for there to be common areas, a dormitory where people live in, which, and then often I get the question about like conditions. Well, conditions really vary depending on who's running it and, which cartel, which militia is involved. So, of course, they don't all follow this exact model, but and so for those scam compounds that are now looking to move into smaller accommodations to be less easy to track, such as like an apartment, they might still follow some of this playbook, but it might look a little bit different over time. And so this is here in in the Dongmei scam compound. I think it's important to realize that Neo did take these photos, and then the images that I'm sharing as courtesy of him are things that these were things that he sent to the New York Times and then were verified. But these workers the workers are often pretty legitimately skilled, and so there have been some rumors circulating that like as AI becomes more powerful or as the crackdown continues, maybe these will start to shut down, but a lot of data says otherwise. Predominantly, these are men between 20 and 35 years old. They're targeted for being multilingual. In a recent crackdown by some U.S. departments too, some of the ads that are used to lure in trafficked workers will look for things like an American accent or a British accent. So, having nationals from other countries can be really useful. And IOM alone, International Organization on Migration, which is a UN adjacent office, have tracked more than 45 different nationalities. That's a low estimate. Michelle Moore, CEO of Global Alms, who I do work with, has tracked, upwards of 70 going through her safe houses. So And this is on December 31st, 2022. Pretty typical looking office. This was after the compound bosses remodeled too. They were very like proud of remodeling, and this was the result. Here's some other interior shots. A hallway, some of the phones that they farm, some desks, all pretty typical. Clocks will typically be set depending on their target. So if you're in a Chinese and Burmese run scam compound and you're targeting Chinese people, then they might change to Chinese time zones. If you're in one targeting US, they might change to the US time zone. Some other features include the dormitories, offices, cafeteria of some kind for some of the larger ones, several restaurants sometimes, depending on who's running it, a convenience store, a brothel, sometimes like a karaoke room, which is really for like drug use. And the images are, these are fourth floor offices, and then also to the top left is a hallway near the office where a different cartel was operating next to Neo's that was targeting victims in the U.S. So this is an overhead view that Neo compiled. And if you just enter to, Neo is the interviewee in the New York Times article who turned over all his data about his time in his scam compound. The New York Times covered it, and then the NGO introduced him to me, and I've been taking down his testimony for about 9 months. And more detail. He drew an overhead view using Google Earth afterwards of the compound itself. So this was the area that he was allowed to function within, including his dormitories, and some very overpriced restaurants and grocery stores. And this is what we might call like some of the enablers within the local economy. So, when they had a town hall meeting over the border, not too far from this Myawaddy area in Burma, Myanmar, on the other side in Mae Sot, Thailand. In fact, some people in the Mae Sot town hall on the Thailand side were very worried about some of these compounds being shut down because of what it does to stimulate the local economy. And so, whether it's through providing these scam compounds with computers, chips, other sorts of equipment, satellite equipment, food, everything they need to run. This does stimulate local economies in some of these pretty downtrodden areas. So this is an overhead view. And so to develop some control over the workers, you do need the workers to be somewhat fit to carry out a scam. And the cruelty of a cartel is going to really vary. I can't speak to like every single cartel and how they treat each worker, but quotas are set by compound bosses, for example. So that's like a daily quota. Workers are rewarded with access to things like food, drugs, alcohol. In Neo's case, promise of being released, right? And a promise of a percentage of scam profits, which are paid out on maybe a biweekly or monthly basis. And workers who are not compliant are routinely abused, beaten, and killed. In Neo's particular compound too, there were different levels of consequences. One very small one, small not being small at all, but what was considered to be a smaller consequence within his own compound was if you didn't make your quota, they would send people out to walk around in circles in the beating sun until they were burnt. So that would be considered something lighter, but it's not unusual for those who do manage to escape from these compounds to come back maimed. That might be like losing an arm or a leg, or being really physically harmed. So and some workers are rescued or released on ransom, and there are actual fixers who specialize in this, and sometimes parents are able to successfully pay to free their children from these circumstances, but it really varies. This is a menu from inside Neo's compound. And for some of you who've traveled to more rural areas of Southeast Asia, you know that charging $11.70 US dollars for some chicken wings is absolutely insane. So this is another tactic to really take back that same money that people are like supposedly earning on the books and then charge them for things that they desperately need, whether that's like food that they can tolerate or, you know, things like shampoo. I think I'd have to re-verify them, but a haircut, for example, in US dollars costs something like $30 to $50. So nature of scams and harvests, they're going to really vary depending on compound too, whether it's things like DST, dedicated small talk scams, romance scams, cryptocurrency investment scams. And scammers are often given a pretty organized introduction to scamming, a beginner's guide to get them settled in, an orientation, meeting people who work in the human resources department. So it's set up with the same names often as a regular corporation, and some of these people justify the work as really being like a normal company running a scam compound. Farmers assist scammers, and they use character packages to make really realistic accounts. And junior scammers often start by working on the victims that they're targeting, and then, you know, when they're close to, you know, making the money, they'll turn it over to a more senior scammer when it's time to do the harvest. So it is pretty organized. And in fact, in his compound, when we've gone through some of the financial data, I actually find that there's too many people working there. And so I think that also speaks to how many people within a very depressed region are looking for work. And it's interesting because you end up having a fair share of people who've been trafficked there, but also some people who are not trafficked there working willingly, and they might have some in and out privileges. And we were just talking about like some of those like enabling tech, that exists. This has been tough. I mean, different companies have tried to track the use of their own Starlink devices. And, you know, there are a couple of consortiums that take place in Southeast Asia and other places to kind of discuss, you know, how do we shut down enabling tech that is used within these compounds. And compounds are pretty mobile, so that can be hard. But bad actors really are it's a pretty large roster of people. Recruiters who post the fake jobs that might work out of places, you know, Dubai or other places in the world and are geographically scattered. Corrupt officials, right, who are aware of the scam operations and, you know, take payoffs. IT personnel, or actual IT personnel who come to assist, and role shifters who might play many different roles, anything from being the security guide to implementing torture. And so the fight goes on, and nevertheless, there aren't a lot of signs that this is slowing down. The 2023 UN estimate says there are about 200,000 victims in Southeast Asia, and another 2026 UN estimate places about 300,000 people within the scam workforce within the region. So now among those 300,000, I have to go back to check the recent report about how many were trafficked versus how many were willing, or maybe like in between, but it's a large workforce. So, and of course we know that, you know, the crackdown is taking place, but, you know, reports are saying these are built, you know, that this industry continues to build exponentially. So there have been coordinated crackdowns which have taken place between China, Myanmar, the US, and occasionally they'll go in, free survivors, and then repatriating those survivors is very difficult because it depends on a country by country set of rules about how to get that person home. Not all countries can just easily, quickly identify someone who doesn't have a passport, and then verify that, get them on a plane, and get them home. People, of course, are also scared when they rescue people that they're rescuing the wrong person. So, is this person actually a human trafficking victim, or are they themselves a scammer who's then going to go try to replicate the scam itself? We have seen some death sentences or other sorts of harsh punishment placed. So this was in September 2025, where the Chinese court sentenced 11 people, a mafia who ran scam centers, to death. we've seen efforts to shut down equipment. This is Lauren Dreyer speaking from SpaceX. And so, it's a bit of a cat and mouse race. And I do think that in general, the coordination that occurs between tech companies and, people on the ground could definitely be a lot stronger. OFAC and UK Treasury Office seizures that have occurred. Some of you have probably read quite a bit about targets toward Cambodian-based Prince Group, indictments that have taken place. And then recently in 2026, an expanded target to Prince Group's second in command. So things are definitely happening, right? I mean, there are seizures. They've moved in on different compounds, but that said, it doesn't stop the growth, and it doesn't stop their strategies. And this is an image from the U.S. Department of Justice of phones seized at the Shunda compound. And yeah, so challenges and considerations, right? So Jason Towers, who's been working in the region for a long time, explained that, these actions probably don't put a dent in the profits of an industry that is as much as $64 billion each year. And so he told that to the New York Times. And then in a 2026 report, or in a 2025 and 2026 report, he kind of calls this next phase that we're moving into with scam compounds as 2.0, which is that it makes sense for compounds not to be functioning in an industrial sized compound, right? Why work out of a casino where people can see you overhead and you're a hotspot? Why not just move further away from the border? That means, though, when a trafficking victim if they figure out how to get out of the compound, it's very hard then to navigate, back to the Thailand border. It gets more and more complicated to figure that out. So, as I was saying, scam compounds are becoming more mobile. After operations, they can relocate. Relocations are known to happen in the middle of the night. And some just shut down if they're under investigation. They're like, all right, well, we'll just take a time out. And a former worker of some of these larger KK Park, for example, some of the KK Park workers, they noted that their supervisors had already rented out the next compound as they were shutting down a compound. So, some of these are public relations stunts, supposedly, allegedly, and a lot of NGOs in the area agree, right? I mean, you are shutting down one, you let out a number of workers, let those people repatriate, that will take a while, and then meanwhile, you kind of set up the situation so that they're already ready to move to the next location that they've rented. So, and so the newer compounds, as I said, they might look like a regular apartment. They're harder to detect. So 2025 and earlier, we see that mustard green. There's no way you can see that in the back. Mustard green at the top, and then you'll see 2026, these smaller geographic locations that, may scatter. So, and I think, I think there's, I haven't looked too much into this aspect yet. I have to ask some of the NGOs that I work with and do research with, but, in these larger compounds, there are all these amenities. And so I do wonder what happens when, you break people into these smaller spokes, what sort of basic amenities for surviving, what that looks like. There's also detection of use of AI. Had one survivor report to the AP News that he was using AI models. And so this, of course, charges the speed and scale in which you can conduct these attacks. And so Kuramani, the survivor, says that within 1 month he was able to target 50,000 victims. So that was the report. Repatriation is very difficult. So you're freed. In Neo's case, they just took his passport and then they took back the money he had earned and it's okay. And they'd been paid money, the ransom. But then they took everything just to make it really difficult and said, okay, well, now you're free. Good luck. Don't say anything about us. And, he's like, well, give me back my passport. And they're like, no, we're not going to give you back your passport. And so actually for people who don't have the, right to be in Thailand without a visa, then that means sometimes you actually overstayed your visa. So if they can't verify who you are, you could end up in actually in prison waiting while this gets sorted out. Meanwhile, it can take a lot of time for somebody's home country to figure out. Also, not all home countries have, human-centered views of human trafficking. So there aren't that many people like from here who end up over there in this particular case, although I could see this replicating in other places like that. But, if we were going to repatriate someone to the US, the identification process or the recognition of the person as a victim of human trafficking while they figure out the rest of their criminal record would be pretty automatic. A lot of countries don't have that recognition. So challenges of corruption. So this greatly slows things down. Some Thailand newspapers and other people have basically just said, they're not getting any of the kingpins in this situation. They're not going after, shareholders at the top, people at the cartel at the top, and that workers do detect people doing payoffs. So, and that question that I just brought up about who is considered a human trafficking victim is also dependent on a country's legislation, right? So if we go back to the UN protocol to prevent and punish trafficking in persons and a human-centered approach, then we understand that we recognize that people are forced to do things under duress. We see some of the same legislation here too, and in terms of women, men, women, and children, not only in terms of fraud and cyber enabled, but also in terms of sex and drug trafficking too. So, for example, in China and other places too, they might have some exceptions for women and children, but might not recognize a man. And so this will vary depending on what country you're in. One of the human rights defenders that I've been working with has been Global Alms. Michelle Moore, she can actually see over the border where a lot of the new scam compounds are being built, even as these move more inland. And Michelle arrived one day and agreed to be the CEO of this small NGO that was there to help trafficking victims who were getting out of Myanmar. Said, yeah, I'll do this for a few months. Well, she's been there for 12 years. So, she is there on the front line. Most recently, she was waiting, for example, just a regular day, waiting in the mountains with the police for 19 hours to save two men who got out of a scam compound after 2 years. And they do get in contact with victims while they're still there and will, help them try to navigate back if they can. Of course, it's a dangerous journey. And as the compounds move more inland, that journey becomes even more dangerous. But I really valued getting to know Michelle and the work that she does. And so some of my next steps, and I actually have a little video. I'm at the end, I'll show you, but I continue to conduct research. I continue to take testimony from NEO and a couple other survivors and some organizations. And then also this fall, on October 15th and through the month of September and October too, we're doing a small fundraiser for Global Alms to help raise some money that they lost through funding cuts. So we'll be doing a little bit of fundraising, and I'm doing that through my project on cybersecurity awareness called CyberCare, where I mentioned I had gotten the funds through the World Economic Forum. So we're doing that as a partnership to help support them, and we're also funding some additional cybersecurity workshops at her organization as well. So we'll be paying for those. But I do want to show you the video. I don't have a link to the page. I don't want to double promote. I already said come see me about the book and everything. So I'm not going to double bother you all. But I do want to show you the video that we created so you can just hear them speak for a second. And oh no.
My name's Michelle Moore. I'm the CEO of Global Arms Incorporated. We're a small NGO that's based in Meshtastic on the Thai-Myanmar border. We are an anti-human trafficking NGO. There is the myth that, only poor people get trafficked or people in vulnerable situations, but we've had many clients who have had university degrees, masters. There's been a few that have had doctorates. Everyone has the ability to be scammed. It's just a matter of the perfect script. So when people think that this would never happen to me, it's not because you're more aware or less aware than somebody else. It's because they haven't found the right connection into your life. That's all it is.
As an expat who had worked in more than 5 countries, the fake job in Thailand in 2022 was just another job or gig I took. Well, from my perspective, nothing stood out. But I understand nowadays resource, money, stretched thing. I still wish to stress that therapies would help those victims of human trafficking. Even the most basic therapies would help. The material help, like a safe house for, let's say, shelters, and support with food and assistance to apply for the travel documents.
A good portion of those funds will go towards providing clothing, toiletries, any medical care that they need if they come out and they have wounds from being tortured or from being beaten. Times when potential victims will come out and they're formally identified as victims and choose to go through the judicial process, the funding will also support them while they're going through that process.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, thanks for listening. I'll be in the vendor area from 12:30 to 2:30 today. So please stop by and say hi. I do have some time for questions if you're interested, and I really appreciate you all listening today. So thank you very much.
One slide slightly confused me. You said that they were trying to look like, trying to blend in with the area by looking like apartment buildings, but also move away from population centers. And an apartment building in the middle of the jungle seems to me like the sort of thing that would look a little conspicuous. So could you say how those two go together?
Yeah, I mean, there are some very small towns throughout parts of Myanmar, Thailand. So if you won't get like a lot of great data overhead when you look at the map, but you will see that there are some smaller towns inland. So, for example, the compound where Neo was located was not in the main township of Mewati. It actually existed a bit south of there. So it wouldn't really be like in the population center, but it's large, right? It's pretty detectable because it's made up of 5 different warehouses. So what data now suggests, though, is that, maybe instead of filling like an entire casino, it might just feel like a smaller, inconspicuous looking building. So, yes.
There's a microphone over here.
Use the microphone.
So I've got a question. I get a lot of these text messages that fit the format that's coming from these compounds. So I have like a text that I respond with to recognize their situation. But what do you have a suggestion for if you're contacted by these people in this forced labor situation, how can they get in
contact with global alms or?
Yeah, if you're in the Northwest region where we're talking about, they can actually, I can give you, you can use their WhatsApp number and give it to them. But if you don't know that they're in their area and they're, say, in Cambodia or the Philippines, and my specialty just happens to be, I mean, not even specialty, but my research, right, that I've been doing has been in this region. So I can say with confidence, though, if you know it's in this exact area, 100% you can give them their WhatsApp number and they can be in touch with them. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of frontline organizations in these different countries. We really need more. I can't do it, guys. Maybe one of you wants to do it. But for those who are able to do it. But I actually, if I can just quickly add to that, I've known some really amazing cybersecurity professionals who have spent some time out in the region, and they have even tried to think about, like, what are some basic things we could do to reroute some of these cries for help? Because currently a lot of the NGOs, including UN Kids, are basically just abandoned offices in parts of Thailand that a lot of the trafficking victims think are open offices, and they're not. But yeah, if you're in that region, you can reroute them to global alms. Oh, did you want to ask a question? I appreciate that you're all still here.
I'm always down on Canal Street. I take a lot of pictures down there. I'm a photographer, always in Chinatown. And of course, I see all the fake merchandise. Is there an overlap with that? I know these are different kinds of scams. I'm just saying, I know some of that comes from China, so I wasn't sure.
Well, in terms of supply chain, I would say that a lot of manufacturing supply chain workers, like within actual factories, are a little bit different than cartel specialty, which is drug, sex, and human trafficking along with scams. And that, I don't know, manufacturing of inexpensive goods is also, of course, problematic, but might be more of a traditional industrial factory situation. So at least from what I've gathered. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody who worked in one of those situations, was a shareholder in the other situation. No, you had kind of an inquisitive hand. So yeah.
What's the typical allocation of profits between, like, the actual people who are scamming versus the kind of mafia bosses, and how far up the chain does it go?
It goes pretty far up the chain. There's been evidence that, shareholders are people who live in our world here, right? So someone might be approached to make an investment in a compound, and then the people who are running these are pretty middle level scammers. Now, that said, within the actual scam centers itself, you start on a junior pay scale, you can move up to a senior pay scale, and then if you do well enough, you can move on to become like a manager or a director, but you're not necessarily going to become a shareholder, which belongs to the cartel. And then above the cartel, you might have the actual shareholders themselves. And that goes all the way up into politicians and everyday people who are investing in these. So, and that is 100% true. I mean, this is something that the UN's been tracking very carefully about who's who in this situation. And the fear is that if you don't go to the shareholders, right, and the very top of the food chain, then how do you actually shut these down?
Thank you. You mentioned that these scam compounds are now spreading into different countries, into Africa, into the Middle East. Is this the same cartels establishing footholds in these regions, or would you know if it's local criminal groups who are copying the methods?
It's mixed. From what evidence suggests, it's mixed. And then actually, even worse, some people who are getting out of these scam compounds in Southeast Asia and maybe being like repatriated to Africa or other places, some of them, if they don't receive the mental health and psychosocial services that they need, have told others that their plan is to open a scam compound themselves because now they know how to run it and operate it. So in fact, they're getting crucial training within some of these other scam compounds. And then in some cases, at least early evidence, this we'll know more by next year, right? But some evidence suggests then that they bring this home.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me see. I think we're just about at time. Oh no, you have like 7 minutes. So if you have any other questions, otherwise, yes.
So my question is that one type of scam that has been really rampant, I got a call the other day, is the utility scam. And I was wondering if there's any links between these types of scams that are operating, I'm guessing in the US, but maybe not, between this and these other organizations overseas.
Well, I mean, this is just one type of scammer, right? I mean, we do also have scammers who are, running at a smaller scale. We have more traditional call center models. And so where that actual particular scam is coming from, I can't tell you like which cartel and which one, but I will tell you one thing that's interesting I've learned from interviewing some of the survivors, which is that some of these compounds don't really change their script that much. Once they figure out it's working and they have like their like standard operating procedures going, they really stick, like it's a bit, I don't want to say lazy, but they stick with the same scams because they know it works. So, but in terms of origin, I can't give you the origin of that scam.
Okay, but I was kind of wondering about, because in the early days of this Con Ed utility scam, they actually used to spoof Con Ed's number. Now they're just kind of getting lazy. I don't know. And so I was just, because it seems to me that spoofing technology is pretty advanced.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the origins of that particular scam. So yeah. So
Hi, thank you. I don't know a ton about this subject, but I was just curious, like, receiving like a scam text message, is it like, should one assume that it is a like compound like this, or are there other kinds of scam compounds that exist that aren't run by cartels? I guess I'm just curious.
they all vary in size and shape and who runs them, but for sure, like if it's coming from, and this is where tracking becomes pretty difficult. So people in this room might have a little more of an ability to do that than most people ever would. But for example, if you know it's coming from Myanmar, actually, they have a tendency to recruit more educated people. They're a little bit more haphazard. It's, no one's really like controlling what's happening there, and all of the militias there, for the most part, endorse these activities, right? So we're in comparison, and I'm not an expert on the Cambodian scam compounds. There's a lot of evidence that lower income workers are targeted. So it really depends on like the country, who's involved. The most complicated part is who is the shareholder of that particular set of compounds. So that's essentially just like a corporation who owns that particular set of compounds, and so they really do vary. It will also really vary in how each one treats their workers. Generally, it's going to be really bad how they treat their workers, of course, but some will offer maybe slightly more leniency than others, or it might be more willing to let their workers be ransomed. It really varies, and I think that sort of complexity makes it also very hard to control.
Thank you.
I'm just curious if you're aware of any U.S. federal law enforcement programs to combat this, given the number of victims of the scams in the United States. And if there were such programs, have any of them been discontinued in recent years with change of administration priorities?
Well, yes and yes. There's sort of the irony. So I wrote a whole article about the defunding of operations abroad to fight some of these operations. So one, we defunded a lot of programs overseas that were working to stop human trafficking and things related to cyber-enabled human trafficking that then link back to scam compounds. So a lot of that U.S. aid is gone, right? But then on the other hand, you have our U.S. departments who have opened specific targeted units, such as like the Scam Task Force for the purpose of Southeast Asia, which opened last December, September under Janine Pirro. So we have offices that are targeting this. We have people on the ground who are working with Thai Roy National, military members. So the United States is simultaneously pulling back funding while providing assistance. So, I think calculating that is its own task in itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So you mentioned you focus on a very specific like area for the compounds. Is there anything like a fingerprint of the scans that come from that area? And I'm curious, like it's like what would the scam look like that these people would be forced to do? And is there anything like a fingerprinting program, like if there is a lot of variance between regions, like where anyone's cataloging the different types of scam?
I think we're at time because people are running away. But yes, that would be very useful. Yes, I think yeah, we're at time. I want to make sure the next person can set up and use the 10 minutes. Can I answer that after putting down the microphone? Just come walk over and say something. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I want to start this talk by talking about a system that I hope no one in here ever ships. You build an emergency app for people at risk of arrest, and it works. Someone presses a button, and within seconds, the 8 people who need to know. Their partner, their kid's school, their neighbor with the spare key, a lawyer. It all works perfectly. And because it worked, the agency that just made that arrest is now holding something it didn't have 90 seconds ago. A confirmed list of the 8 people closest to this person. Not an inference, a list. Timestamped by the arrest and geolocated to the spot where it happened. We started calling that failure mode the arrest bingo card, a system that quietly fills in the squares. And the worst part, that's not a bug. That's the feature working exactly as designed. I'm Jason Long, Chief Technology Officer of Human Rights First, and for the past year and change, my team has been building Ready Now, while trying very hard not to build the thing that I just described. 3 questions. Who's the adversary, really, and what do they get? How do you send a message you can't read to a person that you don't know? And why did our most secure decisions almost fail with the very people we built them for? Every question that we found came with a bill attached, and I'm going to show you the invoices. So some quick context because the constraints come out of it. Immigration enforcement actions are fast and disorienting by design. Someone leaves for work and doesn't come back. In the first few hours, the hours that matter, they typically cannot do 3 things. Tell the people who love them where they are, make sure their kids get picked up, or reach a lawyer. And that third one has a clock on it. Access to counsel changes case outcomes more than any other single factor. And the existing answer was paper emergency plans, genuinely valuable for guardianship and static by construction. But a PDF in a drawer does nothing in the 90 seconds while your phone is being taken out of your hand. So the person best positioned to solve these problems has the least ability to act on them. That's the gap. And there was prior art in software too. An app called Notifica, which roughly did this. Pre-written messages and pre-chosen contexts. Functionally, we're in the same family. What we set out to add was a much harder security posture and a direct line into pro bono legal representation. And I want to be clear, we didn't invent this idea. We inherited it and tried to make it survive contact in a more hostile environment. So we have Ready Now. It's free, no ads, no upsells, we make no money from it. It was available in English, Spanish, and Korean at launch, available on iOS and Android. It does 2 things. When you're calm, it walks you through building an emergency plan, a set of specific messages to specific people. When you're not calm, it fires that plan with 1 press. That's the whole product. Everything else in this talk is what we took to make those 2 things safe. So here's the spec that we started from, not the feature lists, the constraints. It has to work on a phone that is locked and has been taken away from its owner. It has to work with limited signal. In a detention setting, no signal is not the edge case. Basement, transport vans, rural facilities, that's the normal condition. It has to work for someone in acute panic, frequently in their second language, quite possibly not having opened the app since the day they installed it. It has to be free forever, with no account tied to a real identity. And this last one is the requirement that generated everything else. The organization has to be unable to betray the user, not unwilling, unable. Under subpoena, under an insider, under a future board with different politics, under a version of me that has been compelled by a court. Most products never write that requirement down. Once you do, an enormous amount of ordinary architecture becomes unavailable to you. This is the system. The user builds a plan, the messages and contexts, something triggers it, the messages go out. 4 boxes, really simple. Now let's break it. When we say threat model, there's a temptation to write down attacker and move on. Attacker is not a threat model, so we made a list. Number 1 is the officer physically holding the phone. Capability, asking you to unlock it in a situation where no is expensive with plain view inspection. Second is forensic extraction after seizure. Celebrate class tooling, full file system access, deleted artifacts, things that the user believed were gone. Third is legal process against us. Subpoena, warrant, national security letter, everything in our database, all in one request. Fourth, the one that no one wants to acknowledge, but I think we need to, is us, me, an insider, a disgruntled employee, a future acquisition, a compromised admin account. Fifth is our vendors, our SMS provider, auth provider, cloud hosts, app stores. And sixth, network observers, all based on timing, volume, correlation. Most mobile threat models take 1 and 2 seriously, but treat 3 through 6 as somebody else's problem. On this project, 3, 4, and 5 are dominant threats, and those are the ones you cannot engineer around once you've shipped. Here's what a conventional design hands each of those adversaries. Conventional meaning plans in our cloud, our service and notifications. This is how you'd build it if nobody were trying to hurt your users. Adversaries 1 and 2 get whatever's cached on the device. That's manageable. But look at row 3. Legal process gets every user, every contact, every message, nationwide, from a single request. No breach, no exploit, no attacker in any traditional sense at all. Just a piece of paper and a compliance officer on our end doing their job correctly. And row 4 is that same data, just without the paperwork. That's the arrest bingo card, not for one person, but for everyone who's ever installed the app. Now, the insight that reorganized the entire project. We spent our early meetings talking about protecting message content, and then someone pointed out that the content isn't really the sensitive part. Here's a message. I've been detained. Please pick up the kids and call Maria. That's not incriminating. That's nothing that a person needs to hide. You could publish it in a newspaper. But the list of 8 people who received it, that's a relationship graph. That's who this person trusts, who has their children, who has a key to their house, which neighbor, which coworker, which cousin. And because the send is triggered by the arrest, the graph derives timestamped, also with the location. For most products, metadata is the stuff that leaks around the edges of the payload. But here, the metadata is the payload. And this generalizes well beyond immigration. If you ever shipped an emergency contact list, a trust circle, a break glass escalation, a next of kin field, you built a relationship graph. Worth asking what yours reveals at the moment it fires. Which leads to the rule that everything else follows from. If we can produce the graph, we will eventually be asked to produce the graph. Not might be, will be. Assume the request arrives. Assume that it's lawful. Assume the person on our end receiving it wants to comply because refusing it itself would be a crime. So the requirement stops being protect the data, it becomes don't be the one in possession of the data. We started calling this security by non-possession, and it's worth naming as a distinct idea because encryption protects the data you hold from people who shouldn't have it. It does very little against the lawful order served on the person holding the key. The only control that reliably survives legal process is an empty table. So here's the problem. I'm going to state it as precisely as I can. Send a message on someone's behalf at a moment we can't predict to recipients we must never learn, containing content we must never read, and know that it worked. 4 requirements, 3 of them tractable. But it's kind of that last one that kills you. Delivery confirmation is the requirement that quietly drags you back into possession because the natural way to know a message arrived is to be the one who sent it. So we think that there were 3 ways that we could build this. Option A would be a server-side dispatch. We hold the contacts and the templates. The device tells our server, go, and the server sends everything. It's good design. It's reliable, observable. You can test it, monitor it, retry it, alert on it. If you ask a competent engineer to build this in a vacuum, you'd get it. It's also a fully populated bingo card, sitting in one jurisdiction with our name on the door. Option B, end-to-end encrypted relay. The device encrypts everything, our server holds ciphertext and forwards it, we can't read the messages. I want to slow down here because option B is the answer most security teams land on, and it's wrong in an interesting way. We can't read the content, and that's fine, but we still hold the recipient identifiers because we have to route them, which means we still hold the graph. And I gently suggest if you have a product with end-to-end encrypted on the marketing page, ask whether the sensitive thing in your system is the content or the addressing. For a messaging app, it's the content. For an emergency that's triggered by an arrest, It's emphatically the undressing. Option C, the device does it. The plan never leaves the phone. When the button is pressed, the phone itself issues an outbound request that dispatches the messages. Our infrastructure is not in the path at all. We chose C. Our servers learn nothing about who you told or what you said because they're not involved. No key ceremony, no retention policy, no promises from me. There's just no data flowing through us. The rest of this talk is about what option C costs. Your emergency plan, messages and contacts, is encrypted at rest and stored locally. It's not in our cloud, and there's no copy of it anywhere else in the world. The encryption key is derived from the authentication flow, so the plain text isn't just sitting there for the taking. Reaching it means going through auth. Auth is phone number-based two-factor, and I'll be straight with you about the trade-off rather than pretending we didn't make one. We use Auth0, which is owned by Okta, and we deferred that piece rather than building identity ourselves because rolling your own auth is how small teams produce catastrophes. Sounds like someone's done that before. Now, the cost is that a third party sees your users' phone numbers. Auth0 belongs on that adversary list that we talked about earlier in the vendor row, and I'd say from that stage, you find it. Then the anti-feature, which I've come to be proud of, there's no cloud backup. There's no multi-device sync, and quite importantly, there's no account recovery. That's table stakes for every consumer app that any of us have ever built. We deliberately declined to build it because every one of those features is a copy of the plan somewhere that we don't control. So the trigger path, press and hold, cancel window, dispatch, wipe. There are two separate timings here, and they guard two different mistakes. The 1.5 second press stops the accidental pocket press. A phone jostling in a bag or a pocket should never be able to fire an alert into 8 people's lives, and a deliberate hold is hard to do by accident. The 5 second cancel window stops the wrong press, the one you meant to make and then realize you shouldn't have, or that someone else made on your phone. Long enough to take it back, short enough that it still fires while the phone is in your hand. Both numbers are trade-offs in the same shape. If you make the hold longer, you protect against accidents, but you cost someone precious seconds and a real arrest. Make the cancel window longer, you get more recoverability, but the window starts overlapping exactly with the period when the phone is being taken away. False alarms are a real harm, not a nuisance. You've just told 8 people their mother's been detained, and she hasn't. Do that twice, and you have the boy who called wolf situation. They stop believing the app, which means the one time it's real, they wait. Neither number is truth that we discovered. Both are judgments we made from watching people use it. I can defend them, but I can't prove them. On dispatch, the device uses outbound requests to the SMS gateway itself, not through us. They go out as ordinary text messages because the recipient is a person about to have the worst day of their life, and they should not have to install anything to get that news. No signal is kind of the expected condition. So if the alert fires without service, it queues locally, sends the service instant comes back. The instant service comes back. No expiry. We never give up on it. The cost, when stated honestly, is between the press and the send, there's a queued alert sitting on a device that may already be in someone else's hands. We shrank that window as far as we could, but we couldn't eliminate it. And I don't think it can be eliminated. You can't send a message with no network. And the alternative is losing the alert entirely, which we thought was worse. Then we delete the plan from the phone. This is the decision people push back on the hardest, so let me give you the full argument. The instant that alert fires, the threat profile of the device inverts. Before the press, it's someone's personal phone. After the press, it's evidence in the physical custody of adversaries, 1 and 2. The expected value of data on the device has just gone negative, so we destroy it. The cost is real and the user would pay it. They lose their own plan. They may need it again next week, and recovery means starting over from nothing. And here's the layered result, the property that I'm actually proud of. If someone is arrested and never gets to press the button, an adversary needs 4 independent things to reach that plan. Unlock the phone, control the user's number, receive the 2FA code, and read the resulting messages. 4 conditions, not just 1. One honest note for the forensic people in the room, deleted and unrecoverable are different claims on flash storage, and we're working on tightening that distinction. We can talk about that more in the Q&A. I don't want to get crucified. Now, the exception, because a talk with no admitted compromise is just a sales pitch, and I don't think anyone's buying. There's exactly one flow in which data deliberately leaves the device. If a user opts in separately and explicitly, key information can be shared with NILRA, which is the National Immigrant Legal Responders Alliance. They're a network of pro bono removal defense attorneys. The point of that is when detained, a lawyer can find out that you exist. This is a privacy concession, and I want to use that word. We built an architecture around non-possession and then cut a hole in it on purpose. Here's why we think it's the right call. Access to counsel is the single highest impact outcome available to a detained person. It moves case outcomes more than anything else in the app. An architecturally perfect system that produces no lawyer is far worse for the user than an imperfect one that produces one. So we scoped it hard, opt-in, separate consent at the moment when a user is calm enough to actually consider it, minimal fields, routed to the legal network rather than pooled by us. Purity was never our goal. The user's outcome was. And so here's what it actually looks like in the product. The consent screen for the no referral. Note what's on the screen. This is a separate, explicit decision made at a calm moment, not buried in an onboarding checkbox. If you're going to cut holes in your own architecture, at least make sure the least you can do is make sure that the user's consent to it is real. So we built a system in which we know essentially nothing about our users. And then we watched our users not believe us. And this is the part of the project I didn't see coming. It's also the part that I really want to make sure I leave you with. Think about who's holding this phone. Someone with a real adversary. Someone who has, in many cases, excellent and well-earned reasons not to trust an institution, an app, or a nonprofit that they've never heard of. To that person, trust us, it's encrypted, is functionally identical to trust us. And here's the cruel part. We removed all the visible machinery. No account dashboard, no sync indicator, no activity log, no notifications, nothing phoning home. From a security standpoint, that's a win condition. From the user standpoint, a very quiet app looks like a listing app. The absence of any evidence of surveillance reads as concealment. We built the thing that leaves no trace, and it made people suspicious. Correctly. Because leaving no trace is exactly what spyware does. It got specific really fast. Every row here is a control we're proud of next to what the user actually saw. Local context storage. We keep your contacts on your device. What the user sees is an app asking for access to their contacts, which is exactly what an app that uploads your contacts also does. The permission dialog is almost identical. Silent dispatch with no telemetry. Nothing spins, nothing confirms, because there's no server to confirm with. What the user sees, I pressed a button and nothing happened. It's broken. The post-alert wipe, our strongest control. What the user sees, this app just deleted everything I spent 40 minutes writing. It crashed, and it failed me at the worst possible moment. A phone number for 2FA. What a user sees, you're collecting my phone number and you told me you didn't collect anything. 4 security features, 4 of them read as threats, and that inversion is the whole problem. So legibility became a requirement with engineering time attached rather than a comms task at the end. Explain at the moment of data entry, not in a privacy policy. When someone types a contact's phone number, that screen tells them the number stays on the phone. Right there, at that moment. Nobody reads privacy policies, and it's unreasonable for us to design as though they will. The countdown does double duty. It's a safety control, and it's only visible proof anywhere in the flow that the user's in command of what's happening. It's the closest thing we have to a progress bar. External trust anchors. We had Now Secure do a third-party security assessment. Its founder, Andrew Hoog, was close enough to this project that he's credited as a contributor. A named security firm assessed this is a claim that a user can go check. We take security seriously isn't a claim at all. And language reviewed by people from the affected communities, not translated after the fact by us. I'm very proud to say that today the app is available in English, Spanish, Korean, French, Creole, Mandarin, Arabic, Pashto, and Dari. And the strongest one, which is in progress right now, is that we are open sourcing the project. I'd argue this is the only complete answer to the problem that I've just described. Every claim I've made in this talk at this moment, something you're taking on my authority, might seem credible. I mean, I'm standing behind a podium, I got the badge. But that's verification. It's not verification, it's just theater. Our servers never see your contact should not be a thing you believe because I said it. It should be a thing you or someone you trust can go and read. For a tool where users have structural reasons to distrust institutions, verifiability isn't a nice to have. It's the delivery mechanism for every other property in the system. If you take one practical thing from this session, when your security depends on your users trusting you, reduce the amount of trusting that they need to do. Our design framework was trauma-informed care. 5 pillars: safety, trust, cultural responsiveness, collaboration, and empowerment. That came from our clinical partner, Corazon Norte, which was difficult to say, and I apologize. I want to translate those out of the human service register and into our own. Because on this app, they're not soft requirements. Planning for your own arrest is emotionally brutal. A meaningful number of people started building a plan and then stop. Not because the UX confused them, because the task hurts. And every one of those is a person with no plan on the day that it matters. Which means an unused security tool has a security value of exactly 0. Adoption is not a growth metric for this project. It's a security metric. If the cryptography is flawless and the person can't bear to finish onboarding, it means we ship nothing at all. So for those of you who like the Cliff Notes version, this is my whole talk on one slide. I probably could have started with that. This is every decision, what it bought, and what it costs. Local-only storage bought us nothing to breach and nothing to subpoena, but it costs us sync, backup, and recovery. Device-side dispatch means we never see content or recipients. It costs us delivery confirmation, and it moved trust onto the SMS gateway and the carriers who do see it. Wipe on send means a seized phone yields nothing, but it costs the user their plan. Minimal telemetry means we have nothing to leak and nothing to compel. It also costs us the ability to see our own product working. And here's the line that I actually want everyone to take home. Every row is a bill. We were never choosing whether to pay. We were only choosing who pays. And on this project, the answer is frequently the user, and occasionally the engineer holding the pager. The discipline isn't making the brave choice. It's writing the ledger down so that who pays for it is a decision that somebody made on purpose instead of an accident that you discover in production. One row deserves its own moment because it's the one that people in this room may want to fight me about. We gave up telemetry. Practically, it means I cannot tell you what our delivery rate is. I can't debug from logs because there are no logs. Bug reports reach us by word of mouth, through partners organizations, oftentimes weeks late. What we did instead, pilot testing with actual end users, third-party audit, structured feedback loops with partner organizations, in-person trainings that function as our analytics. Human process substituting for instrumentation, which is a weird thing for a CTO to say. It's slower and more expensive, and I wouldn't call it better. I want to say this very clearly. This is probably the wrong trade-off for most systems in this room. If your adversary is not the legal system, buying blindness in order to defeat a subpoena is a bad deal. The transferable thing here is the reasoning, not the answer. So here are 5 things that you can use on Monday morning. 1, threat model the relationship graph, not just the record. Ask who this reveals before you ask what it reveals. 2nd, prefer non-possession to protection. The strongest defense against legal process is an empty table. 3rd, name your adversary specifically. The officer holding the phone. a forensic extraction, a grand jury subpoena. They're all different systems with different answers. An attacker is none of them. Fourth, every control has a bill. Write the ledger and choose who pays it on purpose. Fifth, security your users can't perceive is security they won't rely on. Budget for legibility the way you budget for cryptography. So all of that, we have actually done some good things. There's some bright spots in this. We have over 22,000 downloads as of about a month ago, averaging about 4 to 5 legal referrals a week. This application is included in the ACLU's No Kings Resource Guide, which was distributed to millions of New Yorkers. We've demoed it to more than 400 grassroots organizations. Of course, I can't verify any of that with analytics, so please don't ask for specific numbers. And we don't view this work as done or complete or exclusive to immigration enforcement. We're exploring expanding the supported use case beyond immigration into a more generalized version for anyone who feels they might be at risk of arrest or detention, such as journalists, protesters, and human rights defenders. We're also in a deep partnership with the Asylum Seeker Advocacy Project and the National Immigration Project, which together we launched detentionhelp.org, a tool that democratizes access to habeas relief for pro se claimants. We're working to integrate that petition generation into Ready Now as part of our continued effort to expand access to support and wraparound services. And again, as I said, Ready Now is free and it's in the process of being open source. If you build things for people with old adversaries, I'd like you to come argue with me about the ledger. Thank you.
Oh, is this working? Okay. I had a question about question in kind of 3 parts. Does it use the Android key store? Are you using the TPM chip for on-disk encryption before the, if your phone gets seized before you actually send the alert, what gets seized from that if you're doing like a forensic extraction?
So the key is reconstructed at login from the payload that's received from Auth0. So you'll get an incomplete key, but you will have the key template.
Okay. And then what's kept on the device after the actual notice is sent? Do you still have artifacts that show that the app was installed on the device?
Yeah, so it doesn't uninstall the app. We explored that. Apple threatened to pull us from the App Store, and so we had to walk that back. Thanks, Tim Cook. So the app is, from a forensic perspective, there will be evidence that the app was previously used, but it will be in a fresh install state.
How does this, did you consider the challenge of hey, after the user does this, the data gets wiped from the device, now that user is liable for destruction of evidence? Like what we had happen with this Graphene OS case, was that 2 months ago or whatever?
So no, that's not something that we had considered, which is an interesting constraint. I think, and I want to preface this again with I'm not an attorney. This is a question I will take back to our counsel though, for consideration. My understanding is based on our requirement to not have data ourselves. So that's kind of the other side of that coin. My understanding is that there need to be reason to believe that there is evidence of a crime being concealed. I don't know how one would make that argument, but that is a concern that I definitely want to bring to our counsel.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you for servicing that. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, thank you for your work. I was curious, why do you need auth at all? It feels like if they own the phone, they can do the 2-factor because they would get the text message. And so what does auth actually give you?
It gives us user confidence. When the users could just open the app and get to work and edit their plans, it felt very insecure, and people said that they were unwilling to trust it because it felt like it wasn't secured by anything. I completely agree with you. We're basically taking off our shoes at the airport, to be completely honest.
Cool. And the second, or sort of separate question is, do you do anything to make it more difficult for law enforcement to query the SMS providers to find who they sent the message to?
We do. So Under normal circumstances, you would create a standalone instance for each application so that you can monitor usage, traffic, costs, etc. This is all disambiguated in a bunch of other traffic that we're also routing through our service provider. And so would it be impossible to disambiguate that information? No. For the context of a single user in a given moment, it's probably not worth the effort for law enforcement.
Cool, thank you.
Hey, really appreciate the approach that you've taken to this design. I was going to ask a similar question to the first one about like possible threats around destruction of evidence, and I just wanted to note that the case being referenced, the case that folks are talking about, is Sam Tunick in Atlanta, who's currently facing a DOJ prosecution for alleged destruction of evidence from allegedly using a duress code to have his phone wiped before investigators could search it. But I just want to stress that case is still being prosecuted. It hasn't been resolved, and it's very critical what everybody here does, to support and respond to that case, because it clearly has implications for the kind of work that you're doing. But anyway, the other question that I was curious about is also along the lines of auth. It seems like, especially in light of what you're saying, where it's like the auth is maybe not like a core critical piece to the security model. I guess I was surprised at that specific trade-off being made, because from my perspective, the like vendor has access to all the phone numbers is terrifying, right? Like I imagine process being served to Auth0 to collect the phone numbers of every person who is scared of being targeted for deportation as like an extremely realistic and high stakes threat. And I guess I'm just curious about how you weighed that trade-off.
Yeah. So I do not mean to sound tongue-in-cheek, but I certainly did when I proposed this in our design meetings. If the DOJ were to subpoena our Auth0 records for every authenticated user that is stored by phone number, they would receive everyone who's ever signed up for our newsletter, ever donated so much as $1, who's ever been to any of our partner events. We have, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 and something thousand records that are just phone numbers, because there's no password, there's no social login, there's nothing else tied to them. So it's one of those trade-offs of obfuscation through volume than actual obfuscation. It's not that information is unknowable. It's also partially dependent on some measure of remaining faith. It's minimal, but it's there. In our judicial, which is having to plainly state what they're looking for, from whom and why, to hopefully impede that effort. We also make no illusions, and I've had this conversation in presentations with direct users. I don't want to present that we've developed a bulletproof security solution. I don't think that exists. We're trying to produce what we feel is above the current standard of security, with obfuscation in a way that is efficacious and looking to harden that security line as much as possible.
Thanks. Thank you. So we can trust that you've made some good decisions that you've outlined here, but we cannot verify without the code. Can you pledge to release the code in the next, say, week or month?
Because I am here, I cannot promise to do it the next week. It is absolutely in my plan for the month, though. Okay, we're actually, so we believe that we've done the internal work that is necessary to support that. We're running the app through independent third-party review again, just because we also want to make sure that we're not weakening security of the app by publishing the code. So we want to have a third party independently review that. But I would expect by we're in the middle of August, by this time in September, the code will be available.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. As an immigrant journalist, this is fantastic, just what I need. But I do have a question in terms of testing with vulnerable populations. Have you done testing with people who use accessibility features, especially low vision, blind, mobility impaired users? Because the interaction through their system is often different. I notice you've got some quite sharp timing interactions, which is often something that's very difficult for people who have disabilities, because sometimes the interface just doesn't work that fast, let alone their ability to perceive or interact with. So what kind of testing have you done with those accessibility features?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Thank you for that. So we did we did some testing, not nearly as much as I would like, to be completely frank. The testing was mostly centered around setting up the emergency plan, which for the most part, screen readers and other accessibility interfaces work just fine for that. To my knowledge, we have not done any substantive testing of the actual alert button itself, but thank you for surfacing it. That's something I want to bring back to the team.
I'm curious if y'all had explored any possible dead man switch style features, because two things I can think of are either someone's not able to activate in time, or somebody perhaps leaves their phone at home, goes about town, and doesn't come back. So I'm curious if that came up and what kind of discussions there were.
Yes, I liked that idea a lot, especially, and I'm sure it's still going on now, but there was a surge in ICE performing detentions outside of immigration court and immigration check-ins. And so that was kind of what brought up that idea. A couple of challenges exist. One, let's assume that these facilities are just as signal inconsistent as we know them to be. We might send messages just because their meeting goes long, because they're not in a area with good signal. The other thing is users are really bad at forgetting. And I assume that some non-zero number of people will forget until their loved one calls them freaking out because they were just informed they were arrested and they weren't. And then we have the false alarm problem again. Another issue is, sorry, I had a third one and I just lost it. I can answer your question in short. Yes, we have talked about it. It's something we still want to consider, especially for immigration check-ins. A lot of the workarounds for the problems that I did list are against our own constraints of not storing any of that contact data ourselves. And so we're looking for solutions to that problem. And we also need to do some testing just for actual user behavior. One of which potentially being, alerting the user on the device and then sending the messages, but all of that is predicated on the phone being on and within a service region.
Cool, thanks.
You mentioned a couple of the OAuth and the dead man switch. Is there potentially an option to add a little bit of configuration so you can opt in or out of a couple of those features that you may not think are as critical?
Not a consideration. Was there something that is there something you anticipated a user might want to opt out of? Just
like the OAuth.
No, that's not something we considered, but that's an interesting consideration. So the opting out of the OAuth would inherently break the app because the payload from Auth0 is part of the encryption key. We could probably work around that, but it would effectively make the encryption useless because the key would have to be stored on the device since it doesn't request it from anywhere.
Thank you.
When I install the app, is there documentation that might walk me through a short test case of like, hey, sis, here's that thing I told you about?
As at the end of the onboarding flow, there is. There is a demo where it will send you one sample message so that you can see that it actually does things.
Are you constrained to only using SMS, or is there a potential for you using something like Signal in the future for some of the contacts?
So that's a self-imposed constraint because everyone doesn't have Signal. Well, everyone in this room probably has Signal, but everyone on the street doesn't have Signal, and we wanted to ensure high reliability of delivering those messages. There are people I interface with who also have Signal. I didn't know have Signal, and so it's really hard for people to know where those lines fall in their own personal lives.
Hi, just had kind of a question. It seems like there's an interesting tension here around needing to be able to kind of quickly unlock the phone to maybe trigger a thing when you're, potentially being detained by law enforcement, which has its own kind of trade-offs. I was curious if you'd explored things like, I think Android and iOS both now have lock screen widgets that might be kind of a nice middle ground there for still being able to trigger without actually fully unlocking the phone that might actually be in an adversary's hands.
So you just spoiled my roadmap for Q4. But yes, absolutely, we're working on those. We're also working on watch and wearable widgets as well. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you all for your time. I appreciate you coming.
try it again.
There it is.
Thanks for joining, everybody. Really glad that you chose us because the alternatives right now are way better, I promise. So anyway, I'm Terry Shano. Online, I'm known as Shooter. On the air, I'm NV0O. Came up through hacker culture in the 90s, 2600 meetings, phone systems, networks, security, and the general belief that any machine affecting your life should be understandable to you, even if the manufacturer strongly disagrees.
And I'm Andrew Onstad, known as Live It Up, also N3OCQ on the air. I have been a ham since the 90s. I've spent decades in IT, but never in what I would consider hacker culture. Although I've always been taking things apart that weren't not necessarily broken and tried to put them mostly back together.
We arrived at the same conclusion from opposite directions. I'm a hacker who eventually became a ham. Andrew is a ham who eventually realized that he'd been a hacker the entire time.
And I was not consulted about this reclassification.
It was detected automatically. This talk is titled Can It Ham? Hackers, Hams, and the Signal Between Them. The talk title comes from a contest that we run at the Ham Radio Village for DEF CON. But this is not a story just about making antennas from suspicious objects. It's a story about what happens when curiosity approaches a gate.
Sometimes the gate opens.
And sometimes it does not. Sometimes you walk away for 20 years. Sometimes you are trying to get somewhere else entirely, see a handful of nerds standing around with no line and accidentally change the direction of your life.
Which sounds like an unusually specific hypothetical.
We'll get to that eventually. Hackers and amateur radio operators have far more in common than either group tends to admit. Both cultures are full of people who look at a sealed device and experience it as a personal insult.
And both preserve obscure technical knowledge because somebody refuses to let an old system die. Both run production infrastructure on equipment that the rest of the world has already assumed has been recycled.
Both have folklore, saints, villains, mailing list wars, incompatible standards, sacred documents, and at least one person whose entire personality is a connector type.
And that last one probably describes a lot of our friends.
The difference is mostly presentation. Hackers see systems and ask, what is this doing? Why is it doing that? And what happens if I change it?
Meanwhile, hams ask the same questions, except sometimes they begin with, why is my signal to wave ratio 3-1? And end with, it was the coax.
It's always coax, except when it's a power supply, except when it's the connector.
And except when the entire conference venue is made of RF absorbing concrete and despair.
The shared foundation is not a brand or a demographic. It's the compulsion to make systems answer back.
You usually tell the story, though, as though DEF CON created your interest in radio. But that's not really what happened.
Right. DEF CON didn't introduce me to the existence of amateur radio. I was radio adjacent before that. I was interested enough to look toward it. I could see pieces of the culture from where I was standing, and I understood that there were people building equipment, talking around the world, and experimenting with communication systems, and doing many of the same things that interested me. But the first thing I really saw was the gate. At the time, that gate included a Morse code requirement. Now, I'm not here to relitigate Morse. CW is cool, it's efficient, elegant, historically important, and still extremely useful.
Plus, some of the people sitting in this room today can probably copy Morse code faster than we can speak.
Which is upsetting. The problem is not that Morse code existed. The problem was that from the outside, the requirement looked like an admission ritual standing between me and everything I was actually curious about. I was interested in communication systems. The interface presented itself as, first, prove that you want this badly enough in the appropriate historical manner. Then maybe we'll show you what's behind the door.
We showed you the gate before we showed you the city.
Exactly. And the culture around the gate did not help. This was before every technical interest had 1,000 videos, Discord servers, interactive simulators, and a person on YouTube willing to explain the entire subject while repairing a lawnmower. The path into radio looked established, formal, acronym heavy, and owned by people who already understood why you should want to become one of them. So I backed away. The code requirement eventually disappeared, but the moment had passed. Life happened, work happened, other interests came along. The curiosity did not vanish exactly. It just became one of those paths that I had once looked down and never taken. That matters to this talk because people often describe amateur radio's recruitment problem as a lack of interest. I was interested. The on-ramp failed.
And nobody knew that the on-ramp had failed because you never became a statistic.
Right. There's no report for technically curious person approached service, saw ritual complexity, and quietly left. No ticket was opened. No postmortem occurred. The system simply concluded that perhaps I had not wanted it enough.
Which is a very convenient explanation for the system.
Years later, I would discover that the thing behind the gate was much bigger, stranger, and more compatible with hacker culture than the gate had suggested. But I did not find it because somebody finally perfected the recruiting brochure. I found it by accident. It was DEF CON 31, the last year at the Caesar properties. I was trying to find the red team village.
The big draw.
Right. The line was enormous, a proper DEF CON line, long enough to develop its own governance structure and packet routing protocol. I was moving through the conference trying to reach the thing everyone already knew they wanted to see, and then I discovered the ham radio village. No giant line, no major spectacle, just a low-key group of interested nerds doing interesting things with radio.
Which is a dangerous combination.
Extremely dangerous. There were radios, antennas, connectors, SDRs, people talking about satellites and digital modes, RF systems, and real equipment that was there to be used rather than worshipped. The important part was not that somebody delivered the perfect explanation. The important part was that I could see the system. The village made the thing behind the old gate disappear. I had spent years in networks and infrastructure, and suddenly, radio stopped looking like a culturally sealed hobby. It looked like another stack.
Power, oscillator, mixer, amplifier, feed line, antenna, propagation, protocol, applications, operators, all exposed.
The air was part of the network. Terrain was routing policy. Noise was adversarial traffic. The ionosphere was an upstream provider with no status page and no obligation to honor its SLA.
And you finally found infrastructure where you couldn't blame the cloud.
Correct. There is nowhere to submit a ticket. You are the ticket. Your tier 1, tier 2, engineering, facilities, vendor escalation, and usually the person who installed the connector wrong. At the village, I not feel as though I was being asked to become someone else before I could participate. They showed me the system. They let me ask the question, and they let me touch things. And at DEF CON 31, 25 years after I had first considered it, I earned my technician license. The place I had once approached through a gate became accessible through an experiment.
Which is a much better interface for you.
For many of us, I did not become interested in radio at DEF CON. DEF CON restored an interrupted connection, and the ham radio village did something else that would become central to this talk. It made radio weird again. Not fake weird, not a marketing department putting neon on an emergency communications brochure. Actually weird. People connecting radios to computers. People receiving satellites, building things, trying modes I'd never heard of. People doing technical work because it was interesting, not because anyone had established a respectable reason for it. The village showed me amateur radio as an active laboratory, and then, a year later, on a patio at DEF CON 32, a bad joke escaped containment.
Now this part needs a little setup.
DEF CON 32, we're on the third floor patio. Outside, somebody's running an Elecraft KX1, 13 feet of speaker wire tossed over the end of the patio. Not a great station, no tower, not a polished demonstration with a velvet rope, a small radio, a piece of wire, several radio nerds, and the kind of confidence that develops after prolonged exposure to antenna tuners. We were discussing what the setup could load. At some point, the conversation moved to the Xiegu G90. The G90 is a compact HF radio with an internal tuner that has the moral character of a raccoon entering an unlocked trash dumpster. It will attempt things.
It does not ask if the thing should be an antenna.
It asks whether the thing can be made to present an impedance that will prevent immediate consequences. Somebody looked around the patio and asked me about one of the structural beams. The theory emerges the G90 could probably tune that.
The building.
Correct. A patio beam whose previous duties had not included participating in the amateur service. And I said, sure, it'll tune, but can it ham?
That probably should have died on that patio.
It deserved to die on the patio. Instead, we stopped for a second because the joke contained an actual question. What does it mean for an object to ham? Is it matching enough? Can it radiate? Will you receive with it? Can you characterize it? Can you alter it and make a contact through it? How much of antenna theory becomes understandable when the learner begins with a subject and a problem instead of a finished kit and a lecture?
And how many objects in the average convention center can become threatening once shooter starts radiating through them?
Most of the conductive ones. That patio conversation became Can It Ham at DEF CON 33. We turned it into a real contest through the Ham Radio Village. The premise remained simple. Bring us something conductive, or take the strange materials we have and assemble that we have assembled, build an antenna, measure it, tune it, change it, transmit through it, and prove that the object can ham.
We do not begin by assigning an identity, and we do not ask whether the participant is a radio person. We don't ask for an opinion about contesting repeaters, emergency communications, vintage gear, or which connector deserves to be launched next into the sun. We give them a system that answers. Build.
Measure.
Fail.
Adjust.
Measure it again.
Discover that the object is interacting with the table, the feed line, the building, your body, the person standing nearby who has become part of the ground plane without their consent.
We should probably have a waiver.
A bad antenna is data. A good antenna is data. A melted component is data accompanied by a smell. The contest works because it front loads curiosity instead of credentials. The first experiment is not, here's a list of terms you got to memorize before we'll let you care. The first experience is, here's a piece of metal. What do you think it'll do? Then the machine responds. A curve moves, the resonant point shifts, the standing wave ratio changes, a signal appears, and a contact happens. The participant changed the physical system, and the system answered. Now they need to know why. That need is the bridge.
And it's also the same impulse that brought people into amateur radio long before there was a contest called Can It Ham.
Exactly. Can It Ham did not inject hacker values into radio. It exposed the values that were already living there. It also became my answer to my own failed on-ramp. Radio had shown me the gate first. Can It Ham shows people the experiment first. Maybe they become licensed. We'd love that. Maybe they become village members and help us run the next one. We'd love that even more. Maybe they go home and start exploring with SDRs or wireless hardware, digital modes, antenna systems, in whatever context already matters to them. The contest does not require conversion to be meaningful, but it does require a place where conversion can happen naturally, not through pressure, but through contact with the system.
You make radio weird enough that people want to stay near it.
That's the idea. And the village gives that weirdness somewhere to live. Can It Ham is not only an event we run inside the village. The contests in the village are bridge maintenance machinery. They create a visible crossing between communities that already share the same curiosity. But there's another part of the story. I approached radio from the outside and discovered that experimentation was hidden behind branding. Andrew had been inside radio for decades, and eventually hacker culture gave him a new word for what he had been doing all along.
So Terry found the gate. I had actually been living behind it since the 90s. And one of those strange things about amateur radio is that the formal purpose of the service is much more interesting than the stereotype. Part 97 of the FCC regulations does not describe experimentation as an unfortunate side effect that we're expected to keep quiet about. The basis and purpose of the amateur radio involves advancing skills in technical and the communication phases of the radio art. It includes expanding the reservoir of trained operators, technicians, and electronics experts. It includes contributing to the advancement of the radio art itself. Experimentation is not a vulnerability in amateur radio. It is a feature.
The FCC wrote hacking into the mission statement?
Within limits.
Root access with logging?
With logging enabled. And a regulator who may occasionally review the logs. The privileges are real, but so are the responsibilities. RF is a shared physical environment, and a careless operator can interfere with people over a very large area. Filtering matters, identifying yourself matters, band limits matter, and knowing that your transmitter is actually producing matters. But one thing that's easy to miss in Part 97 that's unique amongst the United States radio services, it allows the end users, the hams of themselves, to build, modify, test, and repair their own RF equipment, and then put that equipment on the air under their own licenses. Most radio services assume the equipment is fixed and the user operates it as pre-approved. Amateur radio assumes that the operator is part of the engineering process. But inside that structure, ordinary licensed people are allowed to do something increasingly rare. Build communications equipment, modify it, test it, construct your own antennas, experiment with modes, define new modes, explore propagation, develop new techniques, and operate real infrastructure in a shared physical medium.
So you're not limited to a sealed consumer endpoint?
Exactly. You are the endpoint. You build the endpoint, you write the software, you construct the interface, you can send energy into the world and observe what happens, and that's what's extraordinary about ham radio. Historically, the builder mindset was not a niche within amateur radio, it was central. Hams built equipment before commercial equipment became to exist, or when it was too expensive, or when they did not do what they wanted. They repaired what they owned. They modified circuits, and they adapted military surplus. They experimented with antennas, they explored frequencies and propagation conditions. And they created systems because the systems they were creating were interesting.
Which probably sounds familiar in this room.
Exactly. So when I eventually reached DEF CON, which I'll talk about in a minute, I did not discover a completely foreign culture. I discovered a contemporary vocabulary for instincts that I already understood. Things like curiosity, experimentation. What happens if I try this? The idea that understanding a system requires more than consuming it is the intended interface. The people that I grew up with in amateur radio would not necessarily have called themselves hackers, but many of them behaved like hackers.
Sometimes with more dangerous power supplies.
Often with more dangerous power supplies. The important distinction is that amateur radio's history could not be used as a fence against experimentation. The history is the argument for experimentation. Tradition matters when it carries technical wisdom. Some operating practices exist because people learned painful lessons, very painful lessons. Some standards preserve compatibility, and some conventions allow many people to share the limited spectrum. But tradition without experimentation becomes reenactment, and rules without explanation become rituals. Infrastructure without successors becomes archaeology. And a service created to advance the radio art should not treat advancement as suspicious.
Somebody walks into a club and asks about packet radio. The answer cannot be, yeah, we did that in 1989.
It's not an answer. It's an admission that you've abandoned infrastructure.
Somebody brings a cheap radio. The answer cannot be immediate contempt.
You have to measure it, explain it, show them what it does well and what it does badly. Use the object to teach the science of filtering, emissions, receiver performance, manufacturing trade-offs, and why inexpensive equipment changes who gets to experiment.
Bad equipment can be educational.
Good equipment can be educational.
But judgment without explanation is not education. The problem is not that amateur radio lacks the technical depth to attract hackers. The problem is that we often hide the laboratory behind the ceremony. And it took your son to teach you that lesson.
My son is in his early 20s now, and he grew up watching me tinker, and he became technical in his own direction. He's into computers and cybersecurity, hardware hacking, red teaming, and I thought, great, he's curious, he's technical, he's going to join me in amateur radio. He's going to become a ham. He did not become a ham.
Again, the most important recruitment story in the hobby.
I encouraged him, I cajoled him, I approached the border of bribery. His uncle, who's one of the people that he respects more than anybody else in the world, got wind of the fact that I was trying to get my son to be a ham, and my uncle handed off his very first 2-meter handheld radio, the radio he bought himself in 1995. And my son, the gift meant a lot to him. He understood what he was being given, and he appreciated it. So then he started studying for the technician exam, the entry-level exam in ham radio, twice, and he never has followed through. And I had to learn to be okay with that because he wasn't rejecting what amateur radio is. He's rejecting what amateur radio looked like to him from the outside. An exam with rules and expensive equipment, strange jargon, and a community that appeared where everybody knows each other since quartz was invented. He couldn't see the laboratory and he could only see the gate.
Sure sounds familiar.
It should. Then instead of me successfully pulling him into my world, he kind of pulled me into his. We went to our first DEF CON together. It was actually the first time that Terry found the Ham Radio Village, and it was the first time for both of us. And I kind of wandered around, and I was really pretty lost. I'm a veteran of technology conferences, but DEF CON is a completely different energy, and it's a very high density of people who wanted to know how things worked. It's very decentralized.
Very choose your own adventure.
And I had no idea what I was doing there. But eventually I found the ham radio village, and I had the same recognition that Terry did from the other direction. These are my people. This is my tribe. Not because everybody there was licensed. Not everybody was. But not because everybody cared about the same parts of ham radio. They do not. But it was the mindset, and the village allowed me to see the continuity between the builder culture I instinctively knew since I was a kid and the hacker culture that my son knew. By our second DEF CON, he and I had figured out something important. We didn't have to always be in the same village. We didn't always have to be joined at the hip. He could spend his time in hardware hacking and red teaming, and I could spend mine talking about antennas and propagation with my nerds. We could cross over from time to time. I could visit his world, and he could visit mine. We could understand why the other person cared about what they care about without requiring the other person to move permanently.
Recognition without forced conversion.
Exactly. My son still does not need to become the same kind of operator I am. That's not my victory here. The victory is that ham radio no longer means not for me in the same absolute way. He can see the common foundation, and he can see why I care. I can see why he cares. The bridge does not erase the distance between us. It makes the distance crossable. And sometimes when we make that crossing easy enough, someone discovers a feature that they did not know existed. In addition to ham radio and ham radio village, I'm very active in scouts. And at scout events, I set up get on the air stations. And under supervision and under my license, young people can get on the air and make their first ham radio contacts. As I'm sitting there, a lot of the time, people will walk by and never even take a second look. Some of them approach because it's shiny or blinky, and sometimes they sit down.
Or they keep walking.
And a lot of them keep walking. But some stop and they'll make a contact or two. They think it's interesting and then they move on, which is fine. Not every encounter needs to become an origin story. Not everyone who crosses the bridge has to take up residence. But every time I set up one of these stations, there's a few kids where something changes in them with that experience. I remember one young scout that made contact after contact after contact, and I had to pull the microphone out of her hands when it was time to close down. And when she finally came up for air, she looked at me and I said, I had no idea you could even do something like this. And I said, you can. Have you ever considered a future in electronics or engineering? And she said, no, but I think I will now. She didn't arrive at my table carrying our categories. She didn't know amateur radio was supposed to be for old people. She didn't know it was supposed to belong to somebody else. She saw a system. She interacted with it. And that system answered back to her, and it made her want to know more.
You showed her the city before the gate.
That's the lesson here, that technology isn't dead. The curiosity is not missing. The interface is the problem. We place complexity in front of curiosity. We make people listen to explanations before they're allowed to touch the thing that would make the explanation meaningful. We ask whether someone is committed before giving them a reason to care. Sometimes the correct first step is simply to hand them a microphone.
Or the wire cutters.
Under appropriate supervision. But the village gives people a place to touch the system. Can It Ham gives them a strange problem worth touching. The scout station gives them a real voice on the air. These are not side activities around the bridge. They're how the bridge is maintained. And it's how people learn that crossing is possible.
You guys weren't expecting a slide deck, were you?
Oh, broke it. Good, you don't get one.
No, you got to get that back.
I'm working on it. Oh, quit unexpectedly. Ignore. That's there. There we go. You get a slideshow. It's me still. So there's something important about bridges that we have not discussed. We've been weaving this bridge metaphor in. I don't know if anybody noticed. The bridge does not hold itself up, and the bridge is not merely an idea. It is load-bearing infrastructure. Somebody has to inspect the cables, somebody has to tighten the bolts, somebody repairs the deck, and somebody keeps the lights on. Somebody notices when the underside begins making a noise that bridges are not supposed to be making.
You have turned outreach into asset management.
Every revolution requires maintenance windows.
And sometimes, in the old stories, the person who built the bridge is the last person standing on it. The retreat is still crossing. The defense is supposed to be holding the far bank. The bridge has been rigged to fall if the line breaks. And the builder remains in the center of the span because they understand every support, every load path, and every place where the charges have been set. They built the road because the connection matters, and they're prepared to destroy it because what crosses also matters.
We should clarify that the hackers are not the invading army in this metaphor.
Correct. The hackers are the relief column. The enemy is entropy, neglect, commercial enclosure, knowledge that dies with the person holding it, infrastructure converted into a product, communities that become so afraid of changing that they preserve themselves right into extinction.
The charges beneath our bridge are not dynamite. They are empty club rooms and silent repeaters. They are undocumented systems, demonstrations that nobody is allowed to touch, the operator with 50 years of knowledge and nobody standing the next watch, the new operator who buys a radio, hears nothing, meets nobody, and assumes that the network is dead.
The hacker who looks at the amateur radio and sees only a certification process instead of a technical commons. The ham who looks at modern experimentation and sees only a threat to tradition. Every year we refuse to maintain the crossing, another wire gets connected, and the bridge builder looks toward the far bank and asks the most important tactical question of the modern age. What defense doing?
We're running exam sessions.
What defense doing?
We're handing a strange person at the edge of the room something they're allowed to touch. What's defense doing?
Teaching the rule and the reason behind the rule.
What's defense doing?
Documenting the node so it survives the person who built it. What defense doing?
Handing somebody a microphone. What defense doing?
Making radio weird.
That sounds less responsible than everything I said.
No, this is how we keep it alive, right? This making antennas out of garbage, running packet BBSs, building mesh links, hunting transmitters through convention halls, sending pictures over the radio because someone asked whether we could, connecting radios to computers that were never marketed to work with, creating stations that make someone step back and ask, what the hell is that? Wonder is bridge maintenance. A perfectly preserved system nobody wants to touch is still dying.
What defense doing?
Building Canet Ham. What defense doing?
Building the ham radio village. What defense doing?
Inviting people to become villagers and not merely visitors.
Taking the next watch.
I was interested once before. The gate scared me away. Years later, I found a village I was not looking for, and it showed me the experiment behind the gate. Canet Ham is one way we keep the experiment visible.
And I approached from the other gate, the gate into hacker culture, and I did not know how to enter it. The ham radio village is one place where the crossing always remains open.
Oh, sorry, guys. Too much. But one contest cannot hold the bridge. I skipped.
Now I've lost my place. I don't know.
You're right there.
Okay. One village cannot hold it.
One club cannot hold it. One generation cannot hold it.
The bridge remains open because people take turns standing on it.
We are not asking you to become your grandfather.
My son does not have to become the same kind of ham radio operator I am.
A hacker does not stop being a hacker by earning a call sign.
You gain entry into another system.
It's a really strange system.
A system with a century of technical debt with extraordinary capabilities.
You better bring your tools.
And ask impolite technical questions.
But first read the rules.
And understand why they exist.
Build something that looks unauthorized, but is, in fact, meticulously compliant.
Reoccupy an old protocol.
Make a terrible antenna.
Measure why it is terrible.
Build a better one.
Document the pinout that somebody else failed to document.
Teach the next generation of operators.
And leave that path open.
Keep the bridge standing.
Make radio weird.
And stay long enough to help us do it again. If this sounds like your kind of trouble, come find us. Not only for a weekend, we need villagers.
Builders, operators, teachers, experimenters, people willing to take a watch.
The hackers who are already here.
And the hams were always hackers.
The signal is crossing.
QRZ.
So, this was supposed to be a 50-minute talk. We probably should have practiced it beforehand, but we have like 10 minutes if anybody has questions.
Yeah.
There's a mic back
There's a
there for
mic back there
questions.
they want you on. So they can we repeat the question? Is that also an option?
Hello. I recall reading the FCC Act was enabled by the justification of the Constitution Interstate Commerce Clause. What does this have to do with private citizens?
I don't know, but Part 97 violates the First Amendment, and I'd be glad to have a dumpster conversation about anybody who wants to counter the argument. But I promised Andrew I wouldn't make any hot takes on stage, so we're just gonna have to bury it there.
Hello. Let me think about this in a question. Is someone who's interested in radio and only wants to go as far as, say, playing with Meshtastic and not getting a license, are those radio amateurs in your mind?
Absolutely. Let me ask a question. Do you ever look at what your pins on your Meshtastic can do, the GPIO pins? Do you think about weird things that you can hook up to it? Do you buy a
I
replacement?
always think about weird things.
We know you.
Do you buy a replacement antenna because you realize the antenna that your Amazon Meshtastic node came with is not really radiating very well?
Yes, of
You're
course.
a radio
Obviously.
amateur.
Have you ever trimmed an antenna?
Yes.
You've been hacking impedance again, haven't you?
Yes. I always hack my impedance.
Before or after you hit the tune button on your G90?
Hello. This is probably one of the best presentations I've seen this century in amateur radio as far as where it is or where it needs to be current state. I've been involved in it for 45 years. So first of all, I'm going to give you that comment.
That means a lot to me. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Number two, is not even a question, it's a suggestion. I think you should take what you've done, which is very well written and very well presented. Besides making the ARL see the video, they should see this as an article submitted to them.
We actually gave this talk first at a ham radio club to test the audience in reverse. And as you would expect, I got actually'd in the first paragraph. I was 20 years younger than probably the next youngest person in the room that wasn't Andrew. And the guy wanted to tell me what the word hacker meant and where it was discovered. And I was like, buddy, you don't have
Shut
to
up.
quote the ancient memes to me. I was there when they were written, right?
That's okay. When I'm of the age to say to someone around that my age, like I resemble the typical old ham guy. I say, "What the fuck's your problem?" So anyhow,
turn the salt down and the SWR up.
Yeah, I'll go back to my lawn. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Make sure you shake your fist at the clouds on your way.
Anyone else? We've got a special discount code. I think it's on. Yeah. Hope 10 will get you 10% off a Ham Radio Village membership this week.
If you like what we're doing, we're a 501c3. Your donations directly impact our ability to come out to conferences like this and spread this message. So please consider a membership. We got swag also that we're selling, and you're always welcome to come over in our corner in the Village area. Hang out, talk RF, try and tune a G90 to some weird object, and take a selfie.
You can operate under supervision here. We have equipment that's set up for you to play around with. There's a selfie station that will transmit your selfie or the chicken if you don't want to get on camera over the air between two radios and then decode it and put it on a TV. We're also maybe going to do some radio shenanigans later today out in the hallway, maybe downtown a little ways in one of the parks. We can talk about that off camera, though. I don't produce evidence against myself.
And no, you absolutely do not need to be a licensed amateur to join HRV. And one of the things we didn't mention ever that we do, one of our core missions is giving free amateur radio exams. A lot of the times, clubs will charge a nominal fee to run exams. Ours are always free. We do them at every conference we go to. We're doing them this weekend here at Hope, and we can do them online for our members at any point in time.
And the general public, too. We got time for Marvin, right? So at DEF CON this year, for the first time in the 7 years that the Ham Village has existed, we decided to cater an offsite party. And we also participated in Toxic Barbecue on a level that we hadn't previous. While we were at Toxic Thursday, a 12-year-old comes up to me, I think initially, and I'm working FT8 on 20 meters from some of the worst RF environment you can possibly work from. And he's like, that looks really cool. Do you like my car hacking village badge? I don't know how to use it. And I'm like, yeah, I got that badge, and I don't know how to use it either. Like, it's great, but the GitHub, the docs, there's just not much there. And he goes, I really want to take my test, but we couldn't afford DEF CON this year. And I said, that's not a problem. We're having a party tomorrow night. Why don't you come join us, and we'll get you tested. And then Andrew spent 4 hours getting this kid on the air, talking on the radio, and they made a contact from Vegas to Wisconsin.
It was the only single sideband voice contact we were able to make out of Toxic Barbecue, and this kid pulled Wisconsin. And God bless the ham on the other end, because we looked him up after the fact.
The antenna is huge.
It's ridiculous. There's a 100-foot tower, rotate, and he was in a conversation with somebody else. And
Wait a second while I turn the rotator your direction.
That's what I broke in, and he's like, "Hold on, I'll turn my antenna towards you."
And then we were having a really hard time getting the call sign across because we had a special event call. And it was K3K, so everybody's expecting another letter, right, for a 4-digit call. And Andrew has sent the call like 15 times, and the guy's like, I heard the K3K, what's your last letter, right? And I said, all right, just put a break in between it, say it 5 times, and then it'll be really clear that we're running on a special event station. And that's when the guy's like, oh, hold on, let me dial it around. And Marvin made his first radio contact 1,500 miles away on, I think, 20 watts.
Yep.
And he was so inspiring to the rest of the community. I got back to the convention center after the party's over. I'm ready to sleep. I haven't had but 5 hours of sleep in 3 days, and I'm ready to pass out for like a day or a week or maybe a month. Who knows? But I'm really excited about this. So I started talking to the community and bragging up about this kid who got his license, and his score was pretty close to perfect. And one of the DC Next Gen leads said, listen, I think we can help you out for half a day tomorrow. We got a badge that we don't need. We can get him in for half a day. And he kept emphasizing this half a day thing. And then he met the kid. He talked to him for like 5 minutes, and suddenly the badge was ready to go home with the kid, and he could stay all day. Please make sure he gets back tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah. So
we scared up a couple badges for his parents also to come and hang out, and kind of went out on the floor. We found a DEF CON video goon. They interviewed him for DEF CON TV, so he's up on the DEF CON official YouTube channel now. You might recognize the guy who gets interviewed with him. And it was an amazing story because, he was so not only technically already there, he was grilling me on the radios I had and telling me about what they could do. And, just like total hacker brain already. And we got out on the contest floor, and his eyes just lit up, and it was like a kid in a candy store. He couldn't stop grabbing stickers off the tables and going just nuts.
Him and his dad too, right?
Yeah.
Like we were like, hey, yo, we only have like a half hour before the floor closes. Like you could get stickers later. Let's get to where we're going, right? And for me, right, this is an investment in the future of the amateur radio hobby and in the future of the hacking community and the family, if you want to look at it that way. I gave a talk at Hamvention back in May in Dayton, and one of the things that I said on the panel was, funding a $20 Baofeng for a young kid at 45 is an investment so that I have somebody to have a QSO with when I'm 85, right? That kid is never going to forget my call sign, and I'm actually a little afraid once he gets HF and finds out where I hang out that I might not be able to not work a pileup every time I get on the air, right? And I'm really humbled by that opportunity, right? There were people who were there for me in the community when I was 15 and getting started, and I'll never forget those people. And now I'm old enough that I get to be on the other side of that equation, and it's like a responsibility come full circle, right? Like these people built a bridge for me. Now we're building a better bridge for the next ones.
Paying it forward.
Are you guys sure you don't have any more questions? You just want to talk to the chicken for the rest of the interview? All right.
Thanks
guys.
for coming out, guys.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Welcome everyone to the Gramercy room for our 2 p.m. talk. Before we go, I have a quick reminder. HOPE is a fully volunteer-run conference, and we need volunteers for everything we do. If you're at all interested in volunteering for this weekend, please see the info booth for more information. It's fun, rewarding, you meet really great people. I am personally volunteering with AV, setting up the rooms, and apparently I'm also volunteering as an MC because we don't have enough MC volunteers. So please come volunteer with us. It's a lot of fun, and you'll get a lot out of it. Thank you. So we are here we have Cody Kinsey, a security researcher, and we are here for Writing the Pipe, hack Wi-Fi and Meshtastic via browser with a low-cost microcontroller. Please give him a warm welcome. We'll have Q&A at the end.
Hello, everyone. All right, I am here to talk about one of my favorite things, Writing the Pipe, hacking and Wi-Fi and Meshtastic in a hacking Wi-Fi and Meshtastic in a browser with cheap microcontrollers. All right, so who am I? My name is Cody Kinsey. I am a security researcher, so if you see me doing something bad, no, you didn't. That's just part of my research. You can find more about me at www.hack.gay. I am a security researcher focused on radio hacking, digital investigations, and low-cost electronics. So I love teaching beginners, and you can find us at Script Kiddie Village. We travel all over the place to B-Sides events all over the world, and Chaos Congress, DEF CON, HOPE, of course. So some of you have come by and taken classes with us where we've already taught some of these techniques, but I'm excited to share all this with you today. And you might have seen me on the Nullbyte YouTube channel. I've been a host on the Hack 5 channel a couple times, so I've been on the internet. All right, so the premise behind this is that now that browsers have become smart, microcontrollers can be dumb. And that is actually the solution to a lot of problems when it comes to my specific use case, which is teaching people how to get started hacking Wi-Fi with a minimum of complexity and a minimum of cost. So we want to be able to try these bleeding edge attacks for about $5. And for a long time, hackers have been using microcontrollers as pre-programmed attack tools. So we bake a bunch of attacks into this pre-programmed microcontroller. And after that, we can't really change it very easily. They have limited resources and generally can only run one program at a time, which means this isn't like a full Linux box where we're able to switch between things and have all this ambition and do it all in one piece of firmware. And finally, Firefox has added Web Serial after teaching this class for like 7 years. So I've had to be like an unwilling Chrome stan for such a long time because Google Chrome adopted Web Serial, allowing you to control these microcontrollers from the browser a long time ago. It's been years and years and years, and Firefox finally did it this year. So if you're going to get interested in this, now is the time to do it. Pretty much all browsers now support this. So that allows these little microcontrollers to instead act as simple, flexible radio pipes that are controlled by a web browser, and we don't really need to do a lot of compilation or heavy lifting ahead of time at all. So if you've never used a microcontroller before, what is this and why should you care about it? Well, for me, it's the cost. I can destroy an indefinite amount of these microcontrollers without any regrets because unlike a Raspberry Pi, I'm not smoking, like $200 or something for a nice piece of hardware. I'm destroying something that costs $3 to $5. And that means that I can try a lot of experiments with this. And in particular, we really, really like a couple of the Espressif microcontrollers, especially the ESP8266 for a lot of the research that I do and a lot of the classes I teach because Espressif made the mistake of allowing these microcontrollers to send arbitrary Wi-Fi packets, and the hacker community proceeded to do horrible things with it. So since then, every subsequent microcontroller has been locked down from this ability. However, because we can go back and still use the ESP8266, it's become a much-loved tool that hackers have used to build a number of very well-known Wi-Fi hacking projects. So when I first started learning Wi-Fi hacking, this was the recommended setup. Some sort of ridiculous wireless network adapter, the size of which is not really necessary to be this big, and a Linux computer. You have Kali Linux or something that is able to put the wireless network adapter into monitor mode. You have a Kali compatible wireless network adapter, and you're ready to go. Now, that means that you have to, in order to teach a Wi-Fi hacking class, have a Raspberry Pi for every student, which was fucking horrible. We attempted to teach this class in college. This is what it looked like. And my friend Brandon and I, we did what we could. We had multiple students logging into the same Raspberry Pi and sharing the wireless card. It was just a lot to have to try to teach people. So we were struggling, honestly, to teach people Wi-Fi hacking skills with what was available. We had to have expensive rigs. Getting one to each student was annoying. We then had to have like a screen, interfaces. It was a mess, honestly. And they couldn't use their own computers because it wasn't clear if they could connect to the wireless network adapter. It was just really, really hard to teach. So during the pandemic, Raspberry Pis also got really expensive, meaning that all these classes I had been teaching with the Raspberry Pi were done. I couldn't teach them anymore. They were just too expensive to do. So microcontrollers became interesting again because compared to a full Linux setup, they're able to do like 80% as much of the cool Wi-Fi hacking stuff, but with significantly lower cost. So it's a really cost-effective way of getting most of what we want to get done without having to pay the full cost of a Linux setup. Now, there's a number of different projects that use microcontrollers that are very popular, and these are taking the philosophy that if we make the microcontroller as smart as possible, we pre-program it with the kitchen sink, everything we can possibly do bad with Wi-Fi, then we can get some of these really interesting projects that allow us to learn a lot. So as beginners, some of us might have tried out the ESP8266 deauthor, the Wi-Fi Marauder, Bruce, the Minigotchi. Some of these microcontroller-based projects are baked in with Wi-Fi attacks, and they do a really good job of it with the limited resources that the microcontrollers have. We're talking like 4 megabytes of flash. It's like, can't do much with that. But they do. So I was still teaching this class, the classes that I teach on Wi-Fi hacking, using the Wi-Fi deauthor, and I found that it was barely tolerable. The price went down. It was good. We were covering a lot of nasty stuff, like really interesting Wi-Fi attacks that generally scared people, which was cool. However, there was still kind of a lot of assumptions we were having to make about the students and the class in order to get everything working. So still, we were reducing the assumptions. Now it's like, okay, like, do you have a computer? Do you have Arduino? Like, can you connect to the browser or the serial? So that still made it kind of difficult. We had to switch between microcontroller firmware to switch tools, meaning that we can't just do the class using one thing. It's a point where some people get held up. Microcontrollers have to always choose. Use the limited resource to be beginner friendly, and use buttons like features like buttons or screen to let people interact with it, or do more serious attacks using 100% of the available resources. You also have to recompile to add any new attacks or modify any features. So if you've got something new you want to try, you got to recompile it, which raises the skill level for contribution, meaning students who see something cool and want to try something cool have to be able to compile in like C++, which is not very beginner friendly, and sometimes they're not able to compile on their computers as well. So this was just too many assumptions. And finally, web serial came around and smashed this whole problem. Web serial means that from a browser, I don't need to make any assumptions about whether or not a student can plug in and control a microcontroller at all. As long as they have a Chrome-based browser, this class will work. Now, there's a couple edge cases where like Linux users might have to add a little bit of permission or something, but generally, this is the one way I found to get every student set up, walk into our class, sit down, and get set up with the rest of the class within 5 minutes or less for every single person, no matter what their setup was, except Cubes OS. So what was required in the beginning was, can the student access a serial port? Can they download Arduino? Can they flash a program? That also means that if they've got weird virtualization settings, they're not going to be able to do anything, and I have to learn about their BIOS settings, which I don't care about. Can they connect over a serial program after installing one? Can they compile code on their computer? Can they set up Arduino IDE to add new boards? Because the board we use isn't included by default. They have to learn how to do that. And then if they get an error while compiling, can they figure out how to use it? A lot of students, the answer is no. You know, this is their first time. It's discouraging to try to compile something and have it just fail, you know? So this was too many assumptions. And after web serial, it's like, do you have a browser and can you connect to your serial port? That's it. That's it. That's the whole assumption. So we managed to collapse all the problems into a couple easily solvable ones and make it so that this class was suddenly super, super fun to teach. We now have a website where we have all the firmware and also a serial monitor. So we don't even have to ask people to use an onboard serial monitor. They can connect to Flash and run all the attacks we do in our entire class just from a browser, meaning we're now able to include everybody instead of just people who have command line experience or who have programmed before. So this even is able to do web serial over Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So if you have a device that has a Bluetooth connection, you can connect to it in your browser, flash it, and control it. That is incredibly cool. And Meshtastic, Meshcore, and other programs already demonstrate this by integrating it into their own projects. Now, this allows for a completely new way of thinking about the relationship between the microcontroller and the browser. Now we can have the microcontroller be dumb and be basically as flexible and simple and fast as possible, and we can have the browser do all the really interesting stuff. So simple concepts can now be customized and modified on the fly. You can write Python in the browser and control the radio of the microcontroller and do stuff that you know how to do with a much lower level of programming skill. In fact, you don't need to have any programming skill in order to use and modify these things. So that means you don't need to compile anymore to change an attack and make it so that it is updated. You can take a white paper someone wrote, make it into a template, and apply it without having to recompile or build a new tool. It's really, in my opinion, never been possible before. And that's why I'm so excited that you can actually do this and make it so everybody can participate and try out your project. So what can we do with this? Well, we can auto-detect and flash projects in the browser, which means that if I have a project I want to share with people, our flashing website will automatically detect which board they have, only offer them options that work on that board, and let them flash it in a single click. It takes like 15 seconds. We can also teach Wi-Fi hacking classes completely via the browser with the serial monitor. So by connecting over serial, we can send and receive commands. We can do basically everything we would want to do just in the browser, not having to use like PuTTY or any sort of direct connection. We also can share projects directly from a browser. That means we can generate static sites and other things to share with other people really, really easily that plug into these boards and allow you to show off a proof of concept, some of which I will show off in a second. This is a signals intelligence dashboard where you just plug in your little board and it shows you every active Wi-Fi network nearby by signal strength, its security, manufacturer, which devices are connected to Wi-Fi networks, what networks they're connected to, what beacons and probe requests are being sent from people's phones, thus leaking their location history and other information about them, which networks have clients and which are connected, and then any active attacks, all from a simple microcontroller plugged in, acting as a radio pipe. So another thing is art. I really like the ability to make the invisible visible, and I think the wireless spectrum is particularly beautiful and chaotic. So being able to represent that in beautiful and interesting ways allows us to get people interested in this by showing off what's going on that they can't see. So I have a number of different visualizers I've created for the wireless spectrum that I will try to turn on during some of my classes so people can actually see the attacks in action. They can see what happens when they take a particular action and broadcast a type of packets and how other devices respond. One of them is at www.crimes.gay. You can connect one of these as a receiver and it will create this visualization that is changed by the Wi-Fi packets that it sees. So if you approach it, you will actually start to see packets from your own smartphone show up on the screen. Not a wall of shame or a wall of sheep, but instead a wall of art. You're basically feeding the creature by giving it your packets. So a little demo of the visualizer. Let's see how it's working today. Love a live demo. All right, so on the, here we go. So this is the visualizer. It's currently connected to this radio and your guys' packets are appearing on the screen. This little creature is growing in response to probe requests that are being sent by people's smartphones, laptops, that sort of thing. And you can see basically an increased change in the creature's growth as you get closer to the receiver and it starts to receive more. This is the most abstract of them, however. If you want to see something a little bit more direct, this visualization lets you connect a board. I hope that's the right one. That's wrong. That's right. And this is all the packets in the room. So all of the little comet blue streaks are beacon frames from networks announcing themselves. The closer to the camera, the stronger they are. And these little kind of floating purple fairies are probe requests being sent from your phone. Now, if I were to open my phone, open up the Wi-Fi network, I would probably see a big flurry of these probe requests sent out from my, oh, there they are, sent out from my phone. And that's null space labs, data demons from my class. You can see my phone is actively leaking information and I can see it pop up on the screen. Now, I also, of course, also have a cat visualizer for the same information. I can see somebody is now helping me out by reading me all of the lyrics to Rick Astley, so that's great. I also have this tactical HED, and this is the one I showed off in the slide. I'm able to command the microcontroller to start scanning on different channels from the browser. Extremely cool. So I'm going to scan on the common 2.4 gigahertz channels. Now it's jumping between the 2.4 core channels. I can see all these results. Hi, I'm a cat. For different networks. And this is a signals intelligence view of the wireless world around you with a heads-up dashboard of anything suspicious. So I can see that there are multiple spoofed access points here. Who would do such a thing? And which ones are the spoofed ones? It's so hard to say. I can see also that it's flagging randomized MAC addresses. So this tool also is able to recognize the signs of an attack, whether it's a beacon swarm attack where we're creating a bunch of fake networks, deauthentication attacks, it's able to alert you to basically all of that. So for a pretty simple tool that's taking a radio pipe and giving you full visualization of the situation as it were, this is a way for you to be able to see the world around you and understand what's going on. Now this is mostly passive. It is able to command the radio, but right now we're not broadcasting anything. If we wanted to get more active, I certainly have something for that as well. So this is the Python lab, and behind this gate, we have a number of different scripts that are able to run the radio and command it to broadcast. So I have some of them gated. This is already flashed. I'm just going to connect it. Hopefully I get the right one again. Okay, cool. I can run a little diagnostic to make sure everything's working, and I can modify this Python in the browser and run it live. So because all the thinking is happening in the browser, I can kind of come up with the commands however I want. In this case, I decided a Python interface is the best way to let beginners modify this code, try their own stuff, and also create templates to try bleeding edge attacks. So if anyone's familiar with Scapy, the idea is to make something that's like Scapy or even more simple and allow people to use it in a browser with a microcontroller to do really cool stuff. So this is a little, oh my gosh. So this is a little scan just showing exactly what's going on, but we've got all these other ones we can do, everything from doing a scan of the local area, a beacon swarm to create up to 60 fake Wi-Fi networks all at the same time and monitor if any devices are attempting to connect to them. So someone's already taking care of that for me, so I won't run that one. I can also create evil hidden networks where if you were to scan this QR code, it would tag your device and cause it to broadcast every 15 seconds consistently forever. So I've got a number of different attacks baked into this that allow you to do everything from the classic deauthentication attack, which again, I will not do if I wanted to kick people off of network, all the way to these advanced ones. So one of my favorite security researchers is Matthew Van Hoff. He's discovered a number of just obscenely crazy attacks against Wi-Fi, some of which are so sneaky and subtle. They use like beacon frames to prevent people from being able to talk by turning their power down all the way, by sneaking in a certain setting. So like these sorts of attacks are so new and so sneaky that there's not really defenses against them, and they're very difficult to detect. So one of the things I wanted to do with this tool is to be able to take a white paper, take the concept it's talking about, create a proof of concept, and load it into this web browser and automatically apply it against a target and measure the effect. That way, we can try bleeding edge techniques that other researchers are putting out in white papers. We can do it in a browser and we can share it with other researchers so that they can try it too. So the way that this one works is I can do the auto setting. I can run it. And it's going to do a scan of different networks. I can select a target, and then I can select any of these white paper templates. I'm going to say, I guess, never going to let you down as my target. That's number 115. And I want to apply a template SAE downgrade. This will then take one of the white paper attack templates that I've worked on, load it up, and fire it off at the target. Really cool. Like, considering that this is a really inexpensive microcontroller and I'm doing stuff I would typically need like a full Linux machine to do, this is able to do a tremendous amount of incredibly flexible radio work for not very much money. And it also allows people who are not experienced programmers to go in here, change stuff, add things, and run it live without needing to recompile it or do anything other than just use the browser. So that's cool. Does this generalize? Can you take this concept of using the microcontroller as a dumb radio pipe and the browser as something really special and sneaky and make it work with other things? And the answer is yes. You can do that with LoRa, which allows you to hack Meshtastic. So Layer 1 was a lot of fun. Layer 1 in Los Angeles brings together a bunch of different hackers who, among other things, have experience with hacking Meshtastic and LoRa. One of the things that my friend there was working on was a couple of ways of like soft banning people and spoofing and doing other things using a stripped down version of Meshtastic called LoRa Lite. So Mr. 1337357, thank you for showing me this. This tool makes a Meshtastic node with all of the safeties removed. It can talk over other nodes, it can spoof stuff. All the bad behavior that is explicitly removed from Meshtastic nodes is front and center here. It is unrestricted. So it's a tightly focused proof of concept that allows you to kind of re-implement Meshtastic, and two halves of this work together. You have the ESP32 microcontroller firmware that is just doing the radio piping, and then you have a Python client that holds all the actual prototype logic. Together, you can do a lot of interesting things to research Meshtastic security and also really irritate your local mesh network. So this automatically configures the radio with US defaults and starts listening for raw packets and pipes them to the host over USB serial. It transmits packets from the host, and the Python client parses the Meshtastic packet headers, decrypts the payloads, and is able to decode text, position, and node information messages. So that was one of the demos I had earlier. In fact, it's still up and running. And this one right here is reading all of the Meshtastic traffic in the room and also placing any nodes that are broadcasting their GPS location. So this is a signals intelligence map of the Meshtastic long fast channel. So this is different from a normal node because it, again, has the safeties removed and it doesn't run the entire protocol stack. Instead, the mesh brains is all living in Python. And as a result, we just run Python on our computer and we can make this thing do a lot of stuff that a Meshtastic node could never do. So what could we do with it? Well, we could replicate Meshtastic attacks. So we know about node spoofing, key exhaustion, changing node names, soft banning users. These are all attacks that have been reported on. We can inject and transmit my own arbitrary packets over the air. And we can also run this as a Meshtastic extender. So we can actually strip hops from packets that are going through us and make it so that they are able to extend even further into the mesh, which some might say is amplifying traffic, but I'm just saying is helping out. Now, we can also fully reconfigure the radio over serial. We don't need to reboot it or anything. So we can jump between different settings. We can really do whatever we want with this radio. So MeshLighter is my re-implementation of LoRa Lite in the browser. I wanted to take this Python thing you have to do on your computer and make it even easier for other people to try out as well. So now we can auto-detect the radio on different boards. We can watch a live mesh traffic with a browser HUD. We can see everything run via the Python scripting that is the Pyodide and Web Serial plus Web Flasher combination that I've been using for a lot of my projects. This lets you allow other people to try the code, but also modify it too. I've seen a lot of projects, my favorite being the ESP32 BitPirate, use this sort of documentation where they actually have a lab. You connect your device to the lab and it walks you through how to do everything. I think it's so fucking cool. So for getting people hands-on and letting them then try it themselves, I think that this is a really excellent way of teaching people about how to use microcontrollers. So we can spoof verified nodes as well. So like the encryption here doesn't really stop us. If you see that lock icon, like telling you that you're talking to a trusted node, you're not. And then we can decode multiple channels at once as well. So for just monitoring the mesh in real time, this is a really great tool. So I have managed to do a lot of bad and obnoxious things that I would love to share with you today. One of them is, for example, just spoofing shapes onto the maps. I got inspired by ADSB. I saw somebody was making shapes with fake like airplane flights. And it's like, what if I could do that by spoofing mesh nodes into shapes wherever I want? So I did it. You can take an SVG file and you can make a smiley face over, you know, wherever you want. Really, really easy to do, actually. The browser native signals intelligence visualization is also really useful for seeing like all the information about your local mesh. In particular, you can also send out trace routes in order to see which nodes you're hopping through and be able to build a better visualization of the mesh. So this isn't just passive, it's also actively able to reach out to nodes that have reported themselves and try to find paths between them, which is really cool and useful for mapping your local mesh net. So a couple different projects I've done that I would rank as chaotic good. I can spoof nodes, messages, and node GPS location. So I can just create arbitrary fake nodes anywhere on the map. Don't trust what you see. I can reconstruct the whole mesh as a visual cinematic SIGINT display, which is really useful to see. I can turn the radio into runtime controlled SDR Lite, so I can sniff, and that works over Meshtastic and MeshCore, so I can listen in. And I've managed to get this so I can replicate a lot of this with MeshCore as well. So the same abilities are possible there. All right, now for chaotic neutral. I can spoof node GPS locations, creating, again, smiley faces or other shapes on public maps. I can spoof elaborate conversation between groups of fake nodes. So people are chatting back and forth. It's just one node. It looks like maybe 5 or 6 nodes all having a conversation. It's just me. It's just one node. We can also forge those verified padlock nodes with real ED255.119 key pairs. That just means that when you look at this on the list of nodes, it looks real. It's got a verified lock on it. It's actually using the correct cryptography. And then you can use a mesh native side channel. You can actually send messages across a public mesh that other nodes do not see, but it will propagate it. So it will retransmit it, but the user never sees it. So you can send secret messages over Meshtastic that other people don't see. Okay, chaotic evil. These are things that will break a Meshtastic network. And I think that it's important to get it out there so other people are able to defend against this sort of stuff. One of the prototypes it created is just Demented Echo. For every one real node, it creates up to 50 fake nodes with nearly identical details that are spoofed. At this point, that means every new person that joins the mesh brings so many fake nodes as well that the number of available keys that Meshtastic can store are immediately filled up by junk fake nodes with fake keys. So because nobody is able to get their real key out there to you, you can't DM anyone because all of your available slots are full of fake node keys. Isn't that fun? So we are basically able to disable DMs on Meshtastic as long as we're part of the same channel. Kind of nasty. So we can also de-anonymize private direct messages by metadata. We can log who's messaging whom, when, how often, how big the message is, and what signal string. So, standard NSA stuff, metadata. We can also, as I said, disable the DM by exhausting the private keys, and we can spoof update messages to nodes pretending to be from themselves. Now, this is something that was revealed at last DEF CON, and I hear that it's still working. I have not tried it myself, just to be polite, but you can send nodes an update message pretending to be from themselves, saying that their node name has changed to something else, and they will update their node name to whatever you say. That means you can change other people's Meshtastic node names by just sending them a spoofed update packet. Super funny. Don't know why they haven't fixed that. So I want to just do a quick little demo video. All right, I did this last night just when there was a little bit less chaos on the mesh. I just wanted to show the active portion of this. So Meshlighter also includes a Python lab. And in this case, I'm creating, on the left half, I'm monitoring the mesh. On the right half, I'm running these Python commands from a second node. And you can see here, I'm actually creating ghost nodes, 5 fake nodes, and they appear on the left side, initially unauthenticated. But the second script I'm running is actually making these authenticated research node Bravo, research node Alpha. So to anybody monitoring the mesh right now, these nodes are appearing out of thin air and they look real. So here, I can spoof a single message. Hi, babes. And if I run it, I'll see it pop up on the bottom here as a message from some Meshtastic node that I arbitrarily define. And here, if I want to be super crazy, I can script entire conversations, or I can load the entire B-movie script and generate different nodes for different characters to give a full rendition to the entire local meshnet. Here I just have Alice and Bob chatting about their installation of a node up on a hill, but I can make this as loud or involve as many unique characters as I choose to, and I can make them authenticated or unauthenticated. Finally, I believe, I have the shape generator. So if you did want to spoof a number of Meshtastic nodes and have them arranged in a certain shape, you can literally point this at an SVG file, and it will do its best over whatever point you define to create this SVG shape. So last night, I managed to create this star over Los Angeles, which I thought was very pretty. And that's the preview. It gives you like a little ASCII art preview. And then it broadcasts each one of these. You have to set the preview set to false, and it will broadcast all these nodes. They all start mapping. You can see the map instantly jumps over to Los Angeles, where these nodes are being generated. And if I skip forward a little bit when I actually lock in on it, you can see it creates this pretty star. Thank you. So anybody can replicate this. The whole design is getting you guys to think differently about microcontrollers and think that instead of having to do everything up front, maybe instead you could make it so that anybody who wants to get started could use Python or simple scripting to do the same thing. For years, we've had the same way of designing microcontroller-based hacking tools, where we have to preload them with as much as we possibly can, and now it just doesn't seem as necessary anymore. Now, obviously, if you want to have these function fully independently, you can script them and have them loaded with all the attacks in advance. But nowadays, if you want to do research from the browser and have this accessible, I mean, basically wherever you are, as long as you have an internet connection, this means that a lot more people can actually try it, more people can contribute, and if you want to make modifications on the fly, you can just do it in Python in the browser. You don't have to recompile. You don't need to know much about microcontrollers in order to start actually using them and creating really impactful research. So I love that people who are smarter than me that come up with these white papers that define these attacks that I'm really interested in, I can get my hands on those without needing like Kali Linux, an expensive wireless network adapter that specifically allows me to like modify the bootloader or like something weird. Instead, I can buy a $5 microcontroller and do the same attacks that bleeding edge researchers are doing, see if they work and see what the defenses are. So I'm really excited that Web Serial is now here. Microcontrollers are so affordable, and that especially with like Claude and other sorts of tools that are allowing people to pop up static websites showing off a proof of concept. Again, my favorite is like the ESP32 BitPirate. I think what they are doing is so cool as an example of how you can lead students to try out things in a lab, do everything from the browser, and ask basically nothing of your students. I'm really encouraged that if you guys are students, you'll be able to get started with this without needing very much experience. And if you're a teacher, you can use this to teach whatever it is you want to on a really affordable device without needing to expect really anything of your students. Cool, thank you. I guess I'll take questions. Sorry, one more time? ESP8266 or ESP32. All the things you're showing will work with either. So question was, will everything that I'm showing work with both the ESP8266 and the ESP32? So all the Wi-Fi based things need an ESP8266 to do. You can attempt to do all of the passive things, and in fact, I've ported this program over to the ESP32S3, which is able to do more listening passive stuff. So it's able to receive full packets. It's able to even grab handshakes. However, it's not able to do arbitrary broadcasts. So when we get into the offensive stuff where we're trying to send something arbitrary, Espressif, the manufacturer, has specifically locked that down to the point that it's very unreliable. So like the results are so poor that it's honestly discouraging for beginners. So while it is technically possible, it's not something I encourage for people that are looking for reliability. It's nowhere near on par with like a Linux tool. As for the second portion, I'm using our own little tool, the Nibble. We designed this as a Flipper add-on actually, but it works amazingly as a standalone research node because it supports all the protocols we've been researching, Meshtastic, Meshcore, and Reticulum. And this one uses an ESP32S3 combined with the SX1262 radio. Both of those are the best, in my opinion, for doing research, because if you're not planning on some sort of use case where it's like in a bird box with like a solar array or something on a restricted battery, this does absolutely everything, and it's very powerful. So that's why I've been using that setup. But you could use this with any Meshtastic node, I believe, that uses the same core microcontroller.
Questions to the aisle mic. Have you messed with any of the Denspose implementations for Wi-Fi or have you implemented them in any of the frameworks that you're using?
Sorry, one more time.
Denspose, the algorithms for like measuring space between walls and like those things.
Oh, no, I haven't. No, I haven't, but that's really interesting.
Okay.
So like that's honestly the kind of project that this is really would be applicable for, because like a lot of these things are difficult for people to get the stuff flashed and set up and connect to it and control it. If you want to try a new project and you're able to do a browser-based implementation, then it's really easy to set up a static site that stands up these projects that normally you have to have something running on your computer. You can create a version that runs in a browser, and then people don't have to stand up a Python server or like whatever else that normally would need that for a particular project. So I don't know if that one does. I've read about it, but I haven't tried it myself. But I know that projects like that are now able to be done mostly in the browser and have other people just load it and try.
Cool.
Excellent presentation, Cody, as always.
Thank you very much.
What chips do you see coming next that you want to play with after the ESP-S3? What's looking interesting to you?
That's a really good question. So I, on the flight over here, was looking at a number of chips that are able to do full unrestricted read and write, but are also able to do 5 gigahertz. So there's a couple from Texas Instruments, and there's one other one that's like a lower cost version of it. I wish I remember the exact name of it, but it's one of the only available chips that does 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz and allows you to do arbitrary packet injection. That all means that it's basically as powerful as like a Linux wireless network adapter, but at a fraction of the price. So the Texas Instruments ones is extremely expensive. It's like the same price as a wireless network adapter, but one of the other ones is much cheaper. So I'll know probably by the next time you ask me which ones actually panned out, but there's 3 I'm really excited about, and they're all microcontrollers that support 5 gigahertz. The biggest restriction on the Wi-Fi hacking stuff I've been showing is that a lot of the time a device can run away to 5 gigahertz, and these microcontrollers, they only support 2.4. So that means if you're attacking something and it's like, well, fuck that, I'm going over 5 gigahertz, it's gone. You can't do anything with it with this device. However, the newest generation of microcontrollers that's coming out all supports 5 gigahertz. The problem is most of them don't support arbitrary packet injection. So the ones that do, those are on my radar, because I think that rather than fighting with Espressif and crossing my fingers that community projects to reverse engineer like their proprietary Wi-Fi blob and like figure out how to do packet injection on all these new ones, I have hope for that, but I'd rather just grab something that supports it by default that has 5 gigahertz, because then I can teach this class and have it affect everything. No,
thank you. 5 gigahertz and up is what I'm looking, rather than having to hack RF all the time. Like what's next? Something smaller. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
You mentioned a $5 microcontroller. So when you buy those, say off of AliExpress, are they typically come with a bootloader? So you don't even need to do anything. You just need to plug a cable in, and that's it. They have the bootloader already flashed. Is that right?
So most of the time when you buy these off AliExpress, they're unflashed, or they're, just have whatever random factory stuff on them. Nowadays, you plug it in, you go to whatever project you want to, the browser flasher, and it's able to just flash the firmware to your device. They have pre-compiled binaries that are ready to just load right on. And because you don't even need to download them anymore, typically you just go there, connect your device via the browser, and it flashes. So your device won't come with anything, but depending on what you want to put on it, you'll go to that project's website and just load it directly. Before, you had to download Arduino, add the board, get an extension, then download their project from GitHub, compile it, and then flash it over. Now, none of that's necessary.
And the cable, I guess, you don't need like a USB to serial cable, just a standard.
Just a regular USB cable. Yeah, it's all the requirements are out the window. As long as you have a good data cable, you're good.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
We do have a question from the Matrix. Do you have any suggestions for good USB to serial for Mac?
I got distracted because I was wondering if they were in like the actual Matrix, but now I understand what you mean. I was like, help them.
I won't say one way or the other.
Get them out. Sorry, can you repeat the question now that I'm not concerned for them?
Do you have a suggestion for a good USB to serial adapter for Mac?
USB to serial adapter from Mac. I would just say that like all of Adafruit stuff is really good. Like the they have the FTDI friend and a couple other things for connecting to microcontrollers that don't have like a USB port. It kind of fills that in. So my good friend Brandon was recently facing this problem, and that's what he used. So Adafruit is almost always the way to go for this sort of thing, because they are the most beginner-friendly microcontroller brand, and they themselves have also really adopted web serial. So they've set the example of making it really, really easy to use microcontrollers for the past, like however many years. So seeing them adopt web serial is also a really positive sign, in my opinion, because it means it's kind of ready for the big leagues. Cool. Thank you, everyone.
before I start too, okay? All right, I'm gonna give everybody here in a minute after we're done testing. I'm gonna steal the mic to let everybody know to chill, get their seat, all that fun stuff. Averting my gaze. I want to make sure the display works. Yeah. All right, hang on. Is display catching? Because it doesn't seem to see. Well, you gotta. Okay, it should be on you now. I don't see it yet. That's when I'll make sure that we have display. You know what? I'm kind of glad that did come up early. Yeah, I only see a built-in screen. I'm gonna probably video. Do we know? Yeah, and we don't have Mira just showing up on mine. I'm gonna reboot. No, I am not starting to get code and go away. Yeah, I think like I was just gonna ask, but they didn't like try. Yeah, because it comes in parrot for some odd stupid reason. Gives us plenty of time to make sure that everything is in working order. That's a good part about it. Mm-hmm.
Why is he wearing aviation goggles if he's on a train? He's on a train.
Still no.
Very fast train.
Because normally this allows for like automatic switching. Yeah. It should be. Yeah, it should be. What's going on here? I don't know. Yeah, you want to double check this. So. Yeah, we have to double check this real quick. It wouldn't be a talk at Hope without any kind of technical issue, wouldn't it? Oh, you found it? Which one? This one? Hold on. I think a power adapter might have slipped out over here or something.
Yes, I don't have audio either from infographic. All right.
I'm wondering if this or that. Well, either way, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put my phone. I'm gonna put my. All right, I'll be right back.
Free hacking equipment in that back. Just enjoy giving them a hard time.
There we go. That's what it was. Power grid is so off. Somebody probably just kicked the switch. It really is. Okay, so when he gets back, he should be able to get that set up. Alright, I'm gonna go.
This paper there, so the Hope logo would be uncovered.
Yeah, here, I'll. Yeah. Set that right there. Alright, is this hot? Alright, that's hot. I'm gonna real quick give the room an instruction.
Hey, everybody, we're going to get started here in a little bit. If you could find your seats. If you are a ham and you brought a radio, fantastic. Hams are great. Turn the volume down, though, please. If you brought one of those newfangled mobile phone devices, please make sure that it's muted. If you think you muted it, please pull it out and double check it again real quick for me. Because sometimes those things are not actually muted when you thought they were. We'll get started here in a few minutes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, see you in a bit. All right. Yep. Hello? There we go. All right. And now I want to make sure of one more thing. Oh, you're gonna walk out and do your intro? No, I'm gonna just make sure this works real quick. I don't hear anything, but that's okay. When we get to the song, we'll turn this mic on. Okay. All right, give it up, everyone, for Hope. How are we all doing out there today? All right, how's everybody enjoying their Hope so far? All right, are you ready for some hacker punk energy? Fuck yeah, spicy. All right, this talk is the enshittification of the web and what we're gonna do to take back the web. All right.
All right, so who am I? What am I doing up here? Why am I rambling like this? A few of you might know me. I am Lambda Calculus. I am a member of Hackerstown. I am a New York, New Jersey local. I'm a member of 2600 and a few other groups around here. I'm going to take this off from here for a minute. And I am an old Linux sysadmin and Solaris guy. I have the male pattern baldness to prove it. I do a lot of teaching of Linux and free and open source software around the community. I do a lot of outreach programs. I teach kids and adults. I've spoken places. I've been to Hope last year. If you remember the Pirate Box talk, who was here for that one last year? Yep. All right, so more of the same. You ready for this shit? Been to DEF CON, been to JohnCon, PumpCon, Freaknik, and a couple of other places. So yeah, I've been out there giving the energy, being the angry Henry Rollins-esque hacker punk street preacher the world needs. I brought back the Pirate Box, as you all know, and I can still fuck it up in the pit. And I punch Nazis. Punch Nazis. And also, I need new work, so please hire me. I really want to get a new line of work. So, as it has... Yep. So, as it... sorry. Yeah. As it has been asked before, and so shall it be asked again. Are you ready, kids? Aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Hell yeah! All right, get your ATDT codes ready, get your modems fired up, because we're about to go to the internet! Woo! So let's begin. So, in the beginning of the internet, there were no cat pictures, but there was ARPANET. And ARPANET started out as a few universities out in California and Utah trying to connect themselves through a little network. So UCLA, UC Berkeley. Oh, that's weird. They are? Okay. Hi, everybody out there in streaming land. Can you see me? Okay. So where was I? So ARPANET started as a project to allow UCLA, UCS Berkeley, and University of Utah and the Augmentation Research Center, or DARPA, at Stanford to talk to one another, and it was a test bed for the 1822 protocol, or IMP. And they probably didn't share cat pics or news on ARPANET yet, but eventually other universities got into it and they started growing the ARPANET, and everything seemed good, right? Did they have Ethernet though? But maybe they did. In 1974, when Palo Alto conceptualized Ethernet and also showing it off on Alto computers, and also shout out to Smalltalk because I used to write Smalltalk stuff. Yes, I will report for my senior discount at Waffle House for that. And I got to give a shout out to my fiance for that joke because it's awesome. And with that one came Transmission Control Protocol, which we all know and we all use to this day. And they probably didn't still share memes or cat pics yet, but things are starting to get together, right? So the internet started growing, and we started getting things like FidoNet and BBSs and Usenet and IRC and the emails. Everybody been checking their emails? So the internet started growing in the 70s and 80s, and we had incredible growth and incredible new things that we started using. And we, like I said, Usenet, email, FidoNet, BBSs, Internet Relay Chat, they all started getting developed in universities and in research centers and started getting used all around. And the early hackers of the day used them to communicate online and probably started ribbing each other about whether Star Trek or Star Wars was better or whether System 5 or BSD was better. And a lot of our modern slang came from those early days. And around the mid-1980s and the 90s, we started getting some of the first walled garden services, I should say. Prodigy and CompuServe were born in this era. Who used CompuServe or Prodigy back in the day? All right. All of you, report to Waffle House for your senior discount. And check your back pain. You may need to take your Motrin. But there was a little something else that came out in the late 1980s, and then the labs at CERN, the seeds of what will become the thing that would change the internet forever. And it was some little British guy that was just working at the labs, and little did he realize what kind of madness did he have on his hand. So who is this mysterious man? Is it Sarge? No. Was it Rosemary the telephone operator? No. It was just Tim Berners-Lee and his trusty seed, World Wide Web. So, in a move that's either sheer genius or sheer madness, take your pick, Tim Berners-Lee created the World Wide Web and the fundamentals on the next computer, URLs, HTML, HTTP, and hypertext. And he kept everything Unix-like, as it should be, and we still do that to this day. And that next computer that you see was the very first World Wide Web server, and it was running on his desk at CERN. Has anybody tried pinging it? Do you think it's still up? Anybody? Anybody want to try one time? It would be fun to see, right? I know that the first website is still active to this day, so maybe it might be up. You could probably try pinging it and see what it says. Would be fun, right? And it seems like such an innocent time, right? You know, you could just go out there and surf the web, and you could see wonders beyond wonders, and you could see everything that there was to see, and there was information and knowledge, and people were helping one another out, and there was a community. Felt great, right? There was a big problem. There was a first sign of something coming off. Yeah, we're dialing into the weird shit now. So there was another walled garden that also came up at this time, and I think you all know this name, Quantum Link. Who remembers Quantum Link? Remember what it turned into? What was the company that it turned into? AOL, America Online. You dial into AOL, but you stay within their services. It was a walled garden service. You don't get outside. Everything is sponsored content through America Online only. But then there was another little thing, and I'm going to tell you all a little tale for some of the youngins. Usenet. Back in the day, you go to universities, you sign up for university, you get access to Usenet. You're going to learn the ropes. You're going to be a noob at it at first, but then you get seasoned, you use it a little while, you start feeling, okay, I'm seasoned, I fit into Usenet. And there was a bit of a thing about Usenet where it's like you got to learn the ropes. You got to learn how the community works in Usenet. The thing is, though, is that AOL users did not know about Usenet, and then America Online opened the floodgates in September of 1993 to let people access Usenet. And the extreme influx of noobs, we all know it, Eternal September. Now, I'm sorry for this. You could send me the therapy bills for all of the trauma that I probably raised. For all of us that remember Eternal September, I am so sorry, but this is part of the story, and this is part of the talk. So do please forgive me for this one. Then shit went sideways. So web browsers started becoming a thing. This is where everybody started to remember ISPs. Who remembers some of the ISPs like the Pipeline or Panix or Earthspring? Who used to use Panix? Because that was a local one. Panix and the Pipeline too. So we got ISPs. You can dial out to the internet. You use a web browser to access the World Wide Web. You can view your websites. One of the popular ones in the 90s was Netscape. And it was cross-platform. It was pretty standard. It was pretty lightweight. Did its job, and it was great. I was a Netscape user. Who else was a Netscape user? Yep. Firefox. But we're talking Netscape right now. Also, fuck Mark Anderson. Give Mark Anderson a middle finger. Boo! So anyway, Netscape was a pretty good ISP. And I shouldn't say, Netscape was a pretty good browser. Sorry. It was doing great, and it would have still been around today except for one small problem. One teeny tiny little problem. This motherfucker had to be a fucking asshole about it, and he had to get a slice of the pie, so boo him! Boo Bill Gates! Boo! Boo! Fuck you, Bill Gates! So, because of the fact that he had to get in on it too, because everything with Microsoft is a me too type of party, they licensed Spyglass Mosaic and they created Internet Explorer in 1994. And at first, Internet Explorer did not seem so bad. I mean, it worked. It was a little janky, but it worked. It was all right. Nobody really thought too much about this until about 1997, 1998, when they did the biggest fucking dick move in the goddamn history of anything. Internet Explorer 4 in Windows 98 was baked into the UI, and it basically ran all the goddamn time. Active Desktop was an Internet Explorer window shoved into the back to display your JPEG wallpaper. The friggin' Explorer had it baked in. Everything was baked in, and because of the heavy resource hog that Internet Explorer 4 was, it basically meant nobody would bother using Netscape anymore, or at least the average user wouldn't, because, well, I got a browser already baked in. Why do I need another one? But not to mention the fact, too, that because this was hogging resources, it left almost nothing for Netscape. So, the ultimate dick move by Microsoft. The beginning of the Enshittification started in 1998, and it flew right under the radar and under most people's noses. Well, except for most of us, too. So, side note, too, who remembers United States versus Microsoft Corp in 1998? And who got pissed off to hell and back when Microsoft got a little slap on the wrist and that was very naughty, don't do that again from the judge? Who remembers that and who got pissed about that? Well, you're my kind of audience right now because this is going to get fucking spicy. Cover the kids' ears or let them hear it. I don't care. But let's just say, though, for a lot of us back then, didn't really seem so bad, right? I mean, because most of us were not, like, there were some people that were not hackers, didn't really care about the news or about all the politics or everything involved with this. So it didn't seem so bad, right? I mean, you had free web hosting, you had AngelFire, you had GeoCities, you can make your free websites, you can make your free fan sites, do whatever it is that you wanted. You had stuff like Zanga and Friendster and LiveJournal, and it seemed really nice. You know, we had that nice little bit of freedom of expression. We could do whatever it is we wanted, and GeoCities and AngelFire were either free or very dirt cheap, and they wouldn't really sell your data or nothing. They were just, we're a server, here's a quota, make your website. Seemed really nice. I mean, we had a whole online world we can explore. We had web rings and portals, and it's like, who remembers having like websites for like anime fan sites or your favorite boy band websites or your Star Trek sites or whatever it is that you wanted, and you make a web ring and be like, hey, you got a Star Trek website too? I have a Star Trek website too. Let's make a portal. I know, who also remember spacejam.com, how cool that was back in the 90s? Yeah, you know what? I like Web 1.0. I like dirty, janky HTML and CSS inline by hand where it's all janky looking. It's fun. It's creative because we wrote it with our own two hands and our blood, sweat, and tears. But like I said, commercial and promotional websites also seem really cool. Social media felt really nice. LiveJournal was nice. MySpace was nice. I mean, yeah, you're going to have arguments about like, why am I not in your top 8 anymore? I mean, who remembers that? Or you had like the punk bands that were like local and they had a little MySpace page and be like, we're playing at this place next time. And you could just like go over there and say like, yeah, I found your space on MySpace. I'm listening to one of your little like bit crushed MP3s on there. Friendster was actually pretty nice. And yeah, I actually had a MySpace back then. I had a LiveJournal. I don't even know if I have my logins anymore. But it really felt like such an innocent time. It felt so nice. I mean, like, remember him? Lycos Dog? Go get it? Who loves Doggo? Doggo is nice. Doggo actually did what he said. You tell him, Lycos, go get it, he'd get it for you. Good Doggo. We love Doggo. But little did we all know that there was a dark shadow looming over the web. Yep. And who would have ever guessed that it would begin with a multicolored logo and a silly name? Yeah, that. Didn't seem so bad at the time. Seemed friendly, seemed inconspicuous. I'm feeling lucky. And they said, like, we're not going to be evil. We're going to do exactly what we say that we're going to do. We're going to give you searches. We're not going to have weather or news or nothing like that. Just simple, clean search. Really felt nice. If we only knew what was coming down the pipeline. If we only knew what was coming down the pipeline. It would go from working to whatever the fuck this is. To whatever the fuck this is. And also, I gotta make a quick side note because I heard about this a couple of hours ago. Apparently, everyone knows that YouTube is owned by Google, right? So, YouTube put a copyright strike on the friggin' Hope live streams because of the music that they were using. They tried to claim copyright on it and took the streams down. So boo Google! Boo! Boo! Fuck Google! Thankfully, Chaos Computer Club came to our rescue. So shout out to Chaos Computer Club. Hell yeah! So yeah, Google went from working to whatever the fuck this is, and we were promised the free internet. They were like, we're going to make the free and open internet. It was going to be the beautiful green solar punk future. It would have been great. Free information, freedom from all, no surveillance, no nothing like that. We got from this to getting nickeled and fucking dimed every goddamn step of the way. Subscriptions, ads, promotions, all this other stuff. You want to see it, you got to pay $5. I don't have $5. Well, fuck you. You're not going to get to see this content now, are you? Social media went from friendly and interpersonal, from all of this nice little stuff, to just trash. It went from nice to trash because of one other fucking asshole. We went from top 8 and noisy custom HTML, and Tom never betrayed us. Tom was a good guy. He would never hurt us. But we went from Tom to this motherfucker! To this motherfucker! Boo! Racist tried to warn us about it. Boo! Our phones even. I'm side noting on this one, but phones. Remember all of our beautiful phones? Because I'm only putting this one in because a lot of us do use our phones to browse the web. They were beautiful and diverse, and they had all kinds of cool shit on them, to more walled gardens. So another fuck you to Google. Boo! Boo! And now everything just went to fucking shit. We can chalk up enshittification of the web, all the stuff that's going on that we were covering, to one thing: pure, simple greed. Corporations just wanted to make profits off of us. They wanted to just, modify everything. They want to enshittify everything. They want to have complete control over everything that we are doing, just so they can eat their fucking money. They want to just, we need to make more profits off of everybody's data so we can buy more yachts this year. You thirsty? You got a drink? I got a Molotov. The internet as a whole, all of it, is getting strangled by big tech because we've gone from a lot of diversity down to just a small handful of companies trying to own everything. Everything is going to shit. Everything is going to fucking shit. I apologize for all of the cussing and all the F words, but I did tell you this was going to be a spicy talk. And all for what? Just pure fucking unadulterated greed. That's all they want. They want to control everything. They want to buy everything. They want to have all of our data because our data is worth a ton of money to them. Well, I'm going to have a word for you. It's not your data, motherfuckers. It's our data. It's our data. We are not for sale. This room is not for sale. Our data is not for sale. So we got to start teaching them a lesson about that. Where do we go from? The kids can go online, and it was nice and simple and innocent, and they could find a lot of great stuff to read, and everything was good. They actually had educational websites that didn't track your kids or lock them down or say, you can't really read this stuff. And we went from that to this, to age verification, locking everything behind paywalls, gatekeeping. You have to verify your age with an ID. I don't want to put my ID online. I'm not going to pay for a fucking subscription. If I wanted to pay for a fucking subscription, I'd buy the physical thing. And when they say that they want to do this to protect the kids, they're doing this for clicks and profit. They don't want to protect the kids. It's not about the kids, and it never was. This is about tracking us, the adults. And you know why? Because they want to track the LGBTQ plus community online, and they want to see what we're doing. They want to surveil us. They're not protecting the kids because they think that we're going to harm the kids. We're looking out for the kids more than they are. We know how to keep kids safe online. They fucking don't. It was never about protecting kids ever. It was always about, like I said, those motherfucking profits. Boo all those tech bros again. Boo! Boo! Also, random, check out that website, please, because it's really cool. Yes, please check that out. sadlittlebitchwithnofriends.com because you're going to have a good laugh. And also, please, give Cards Against Humanity some money because they're fucking awesome. It was always, like I said, about watching our every single action online. Everything. They don't care about the kids. They never cared about the kids. They want to see what we're up to because they think that we're bringing the harm upon the kids. Well, let me tell you guys, newsflash, we're not. We're looking out for the kids. We're actually trying to keep the kids safe because we want the next generation of hackers to have a nice, friendly, usable internet. That's what it's all about. That's what it's always been about. The dot-com bubble never burst. It burst, but then came right back. It's the AI bubble now. And the AI bubble is choking the internet because now everything that you put online is going to get slopified or sucked up or fed into some fucking model to do what? To turn it into more crap? Stop taking my art and my photos that I made with my own two hands and turning them into garbage. It's my art. I have a right to protect my art, as does everybody else in this room. How many people here are artists or writers or musicians that put stuff online? Plenty of us, right? So how do you feel that you put something online and some AI machine slurps it up and then spits out vomit based on your work, enshittifies your work? How do you feel about that? Exactly, right? That's how it should be. You have a right to protect your stuff online. You have a right to have your information be free online. You can let people see it, but please don't turn it into garbage. Don't eat it and then vomit it back out again. And that's what AI machines are doing online. That's what these AI companies are doing. And even trusted allies, That people that said that the web will be free and the web will be open and we're going to take back the web. Who remembers those words when Firefox came out in 2004? We're going to take back the web. Who remembers those words? I was a Firefox user from the very beginning. And what did they do? They betrayed us. They betrayed us too. You were the chosen one, Mozilla. It was said that you were bringing balance to the force, not do this. I'm sorry, but it hurts. Mozilla doing that and it's saying Firefox plus AI hurt. It hurt. And I know why they did it, because their overlords at Google who were holding the money back said, you must do this. And then Firefox, yes, master, I shall do whatever you say, master. That's why Mozilla bent at the knee. And then this happened. Because these motherfucking assholes want control. So boo! 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 Fuck them all! Fuck the tech bros and fuck the AI bros! So what can we do about it? How can we fight back? Is there a way out of this hell? There is. Throwing out your computer probably isn't it, though. But if you want to throw out your computer, I'm not going to stop you. But you have a right to use your computer the way that you want. No AI slop and no nothing else, especially not on the internet. You got to say something to yourselves. We're mad as hell, and we're not going to take it anymore. Come on. We're mad as hell, and we're not going to take it anymore. That's how we got to start getting it. Get riled up, get angry, get motivated, because we're going to have to fight. Roll up your sleeves and fight back. We're going to take back the internet, everybody. It's human need and not corporate greed. We're putting people first. That's the internet. Come on. Human need, not corporate greed. Human need, not corporate greed. That's what we need. These are things that you can do to start taking back control. This is not going to be a long, long list. This is just to give you like some ideas, and then you take it from there, because if I were to give you all of the information, we'd be here all night. So one of the biggest things you can do is that if you are on Google, you can start de-Googling your life. You can decouple a lot of your services off of Google and move them to other services that will not spy on you, sell your data, anything of the sort. Your information is yours. You have to take it to people that will respect that. Google certainly doesn't, because we already know they want to use all your shit to train AI. Fuck you, Google. So I'm going to give you a few alternatives, and you could take it from here, but here's a starter list. Let's dig into what we got. So instead of using Google Chrome, things like Vivaldi or LibreWolf are really great alternatives. I personally use LibreWolf because of what happened to Firefox. Still does what Firefox does, but less Mozilla telemetry and no AI. I like it. Hey, if you want something even simpler and you just want to view simple HTML, Dillo's your best friend. Dillo is still great. But Vivaldi is the guy who used to run Opera, who got thrown out or forced out and decided that, no, I have to do what's right. I have to redeem myself because Opera went to complete shit. And that's why I said don't use Opera. Vivaldi is also his baby. And Vivaldi is actually really great because it's not using any Chromium or Chrome bits as far as I understand, and is cross-platform. It's mobile and desktop, and it runs pretty damn good. So I got to say, like, if you want to get away from Chrome, these are your ways to go. I would have said Chromium, but Chromium is still the Chrome code. And yes, there was the Googled Chromium, but I don't know if that's still active or not.
Yeah, Vivaldi is based off of Chromium, but they have stripped all the AI and all that shit out of it.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that.
You also need to really, really tweak Vivaldi in order to make it really usable.
But still, at the same time, if you are a power user and you want to use Vivaldi, that's the way to go. Yes, stripped out all of the Chromium stuff and made all the AI basically non-existent, but it's still a good choice because it does respect your privacy at the end of the day. So moving on. Instead of Google search, of course, you got DuckDuckGo and you got StarkPage. And DuckDuckGo, I know, they put the AI thing in there, but they actually listen to people, and now they have no AI, DuckDuckGo.com, which is no AI results, no AI slop, which I got to give them credit for. They're actually doing the right thing. They're actually listening to their users. So I'm happy about that, and I'm glad that they did this. StartPage, I also came into my radar. I haven't really used it too much, but from what I heard, it similarly respects your privacy, doesn't save your search results, and gives you exactly what it is you need. I have to look into it more, but if anybody wants to try StartPage, please go for it.
Yeah, StartPage pulls Google results without the AI.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. So, yeah, that's true. They are Europe-based. Instead of using Google Docs, you can use things like Nextcloud or CryptPad. CryptPad is great because it is encrypted document storage, and you can give people access to it, and it's on a selective basis. Nextcloud is also really good because you can spin up your own personal storage server, put whatever it is you want in there, and it's yours. You only give access to people that you trust. And Nextcloud is also very easy to spin up at home, and I'm going to get into that a little bit more. But ditto CryptPad. If you're looking for doc storage and you don't mind hosting it at home or elsewhere, these are really great alternatives because you can share documents, you can keep them private, and you don't have to give access to who you do not want. Continuing on, instead of Gmail, there are alternatives like Tutamail, Fastmail, and Posteo. My personal one is Tutamail, and I'm actually really enjoying it. It's based out in Germany. They have encrypted end-to-end email. You can also do unencrypted if necessary. They give you a calendar. They have excellent storage rates. And yes, it is a paid service, but you're paying for quality. And because of the fact that they are outside of U.S. jurisdiction, that means that they are not they do not have to give the U.S. any of your data. And in fact, they even refuse to. Fastmail, I know, is based out in Australia. For small businesses, I would say Fastmail is a pretty fine choice. They do have fair rates for email, and you can make a small business account with them. And same thing, they don't sell your information. They keep it private. They do not want to narc on anybody else. So pretty good choices. And if I'm wrong, you may politely correct me. I am always willing to listen. I'm always willing to hear if anything has ever changed. As for Posteo, I personally have not used it, but I've heard positive things about it, so I will leave it up to you, the audience, to check it out and see what you like about it. If you think it's a good service, let me know. Instead of Google Maps, you can always use OpenStreetMap. And I'm going to say a fun fact. So when I flew to DEF CON, I flew on United. And United's maps that they put on their planes, so you can see like the trajectory and where you're going, I actually noticed it's not based on Google Maps anymore. They're using OpenStreetMaps. They ditched Google for OpenStreetMap. So United actually did something right for once. Shout out to the MTA for using OpenStreetMap, everyone. So OpenStreetMap is on the up and up, and it's the same thing. Respects your privacy, doesn't track you, just says you go from here to here, and that's what you do. And instead of hosting your services on a Microsoft service like GitHub, because I'm sorry about this, guys, GitHub is really poisoned at this point because Microsoft is using your code bases to train their AI. So get your shit off of GitHub, take it to Codeberg, or take it to SourceHut. Both use Git as a back end. Both are really excellent. Codeberg has even put a policy that says we will not accept any AI slop in any code base whatsoever. They're telling all the slop, they're telling all the vibe coders. SourceHut, same thing. They do not like vibe coded shit. They want written by blood, sweat, and tears, 2 human hands code. I like that. In fact, I'm moving all my stuff away from GitHub to Codeberg as we speak. It's going to take me a little while, but doing it. I'm done with GitHub. I'm done with Microsoft services outright. I mean, I'm not even a Microsoft user, as you can see. This is Parrot. I've been a Linux guy for like how many years? And instead of using things like Netflix or Paramount or Hulu or any other big streaming, because the same thing, they want to see your data, they want to see your, what you're watching or your watch list and your watching habits to use that to train AI to throw slop at your faces. So let's do something else instead. How about spin up your own Jellyfin server? Jellyfin is excellent because Jellyfin lets you have complete control of what it is that you want to watch, when you want to watch, how you want to watch. Set up the server, point it at some media that you've got on your NAS or whatever, and build your library. And it's yours. Those shows that Netflix is taking down, hey, just pirate them and torrent them, throw them in your Jellyfin server. Why not? That's not legal advice. It is now. OSMC is a media front end. It's kind of like how Kodi and XBMC were back in the day. Throw it on a Raspberry Pi. You got a little streaming box you hook to your TV. Point it to Jellyfin. There you go. Your own personal media server at home. You don't need to use big streaming anymore. This is taking control back of your life. We're doing pretty good on time, too. And as for Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and TikTok, and yes, I am going to still call it Twitter because Elon Musk is a piece of shit. He dead named his kid. I'm dead naming his fucking service. Yeah, fuck Elon. So, decentralize your social media because we have no algorithms, no AI, and no bullshit on the Fediverse. It is by the people and for the people. So, are you on Twitter or Blue Sky? Why not try Mastodon? Way better. Pick an instance that you like, join it, find some other like-minded folks, find some other... Somebody got butt hurt. So anyway, join Mastodon, find an instance, find like-minded people, find other instances that jive with you, and join forces and talk to each other. In fact, I want to give a shout out to two. Masto.nyc has a table downstairs. Go check them out. They are a local one. So if you're in New York City, check them out. I want to give another shout out, GardenState.social, which is a New Jersey-based one. And I want to give a shout out to the one that I'm on, Hackerstown. Woo! Alongside that, PixelFed, the un-Instagram. Same idea as Instagram. You could share photos and videos and stuff, but same thing. Defederated, decentralized. Pick an instance, share your stuff. Nobody is going to be sharing your algorithm. There's no algorithms. There's no numbers. There's no popular nothing. It's just people and people. And, of course, your information will not be shared or, packed, sold, and sent off to corpos for AI data training or because they want your personal information, none of that stuff. Alongside that, there's PeerTube, which is the un-YouTube. Works the same thing. Make an account, upload your videos, and you got yourself a little YouTube channel or YouTube-like channel that people can watch. Same idea. And as for Facebook, there is Diaspora, and I know that Diaspora has been around for a while. However, I haven't really heard too much about Diaspora, but I know that it's still somewhat active. If anybody has any experience with Diaspora, let me know because I haven't really used it in years. But regardless of that, these are a few parts of the Fediverse, and the idea is all the same across the way. It's a decentralized instance. They have a common protocol to communicate to one another, but there are no companies owning this, and there is no overhead. It is just the people making their own little servers for other people. That's all that it is. It's community. That's what the internet was always all about, and that's what we're rebuilding here. And instead of relying on big tech for all of your cloud needs, why not build a home lab or a DIY server at home? Who has old computers sitting in their closets right now that they're probably not using? Why not pull some of them out, throw a Linux on there, or throw a BSC or whatever it is that you want, and maybe throw a few services on there, like spin one up into a local Jellyfin server, or maybe throw a Mastodon instance together for you and your friends. Throw your website on there. Host it at home. I mean, yeah, the electric bill's going to be a little bit higher, but you know what? It's the fact that you have complete control at home. If you have a home lab at home, if you have a network rack at home or anything like this, why not put it to good use? Grab some of those old computers and just whip up servers and do your own thing at home. Who the hell needs to pay for cloud services when all you paid is maybe like $10 at a flea market to grab an old computer and take it home? Put it to good use, right? And it doesn't even have to be online. Of course, like I said last year, pirate boxes are your off-grid internet too. You don't have to keep it online necessarily. If you want to transport data to parties or whatever, build a pirate box and take it with you. Take it to parties. Take it to libraries or schools or whatever it is that you want to do. Fire it up. Let people hop onto the server. Let them grab their stuff. Let them share their stuff. Pack it all up. Take it home. Go out the next day with it. Whatever it is you want to do. And also, too, as I said about self-hosting services, there is a system or an application, I should say, or a server setup called Host. And everything is kind of under one roof with Host. What it does is that you install Host on your server, it configures up, and then you pull in the modules of what it is that you want. If you want to spin up that Nextcloud server, pull in the Nextcloud module, configure it, give it all the information you need. There's your Nextcloud server. You want to do the same thing with Jellyfin? Done. You want to do a torrent server so it can pull things in for Jellyfin? Done. Hey, you want to spin up that Mastodon instance? Boom, right there. You want to do, I don't know, anything. All the services are right there. You can spin them up. You have complete control of it. And Host also has a really good community around it and really good documentation. I've used it a few times at home. I like it. I really think that it's great because it kind of simplifies the whole process for a lot of us that are probably not like super hackery. And it just like it shows you, here's what you got to do. What do you want to name it? What is the URL or the domain you're going to give it? What are the users you're going to give? And here are the permissions. It teaches you all of that as you're going along. It's just really, really great, and I recommend Why You Know Host for self-hosting. But here's the good part about it. We ain't come to lose because Hackerstown has got a weapon, and Cult of the Dead Cow's got a weapon. Welcome, Valid! Shout out to Valid! Here is where the real fun begins. Valid. This is a decentralized network and framework, and it was conceptualized and developed by the Cult of the Dead Cow, and Hackerstown is also a part of it too. So, shout out CDC, shout out Hackerstown. And if anybody is curious about what Valid is, think of if Tor and IPFS had a love child, and the love child is a superpowered god. It is node-to-node based just like Tor, but it doesn't have entrance and exit nodes in the same sense. It is basically, imagine a bunch of nodes and node go fast. The more nodes that you build, the better the network. It is by the people and for the people. This is people powered. As I said, build a node, building the network. More nodes, better Valid. It is fully private, it is fully secure, it is end-to-end encrypted on a lot of applications, and the idea came from the fact that the internet is going to shit. It is becoming way too commercialized and enshittified, and this is a way for us to build a new network that is fully people-powered and allows information to be free once again. This is taking back the web in ways that people really need. And that's where Valid came from. And I'm going to tell you a few things about what's coming down the pipeline for Valid. We have a tool for file sharing, end-to-end file sharing, seeding it out. We have end-to-end encrypted chat. We have we also have telephony coming out. And we have a couple of other projects I can't really say yet, but I'm just going to say that they are fire. And this is all written in C and Rust with modern protocols. It's very easy to work with. We have a great community, and we're working on documentation constantly for it. But here's some nerd details about it. There is no blockchain and no transactional layer necessary. Here, crypto means cryptography, as it should. And as I said, modern protocols, TCP and UDP and WebSockets. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Routing is far more efficient and secure, and you can read about this in the documentation because it's going to take a lot to explain. And here are all the cryptography system used right there. And if you want to find out more, please go to valid.com. And if you want to join our community, yes, I know what you're going to say. We're using Discord for our community. I'm sorry. We're working on that. Once we can actually get a Discord-like application on Valid, we will switch over to that. But for now, we just got to use what's in front of us while we do the transition. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day, but we're trying. We're trying our hardest. But I just got to say, Valid is going to be the way to go. We ain't come to lose. And all those old services that I talked about, you know, Gopher and IRC and BBSs and Usenet and everything, well, they still exist. And they're still usable to this day. And part of the thing is that we can teach our kids or the next generation about these services, and we can bring them back to it. They don't have to constantly be on all the modern stuff. We can teach kids to be like, you can build an IRC server for your kids or a channel for them and let them communicate on there. You can teach them about Gopher. It would be really fun to let kids make like a Gopher flog or a Gopher service or a Gopher hole. I mean, SDF.org, if anybody knows SDF.org, has a Gopher service, and you can build a flog right on there. You can have a Gopher hole right there. I have one. Usenet is still around, and we can teach kids about that because we got to teach the kids about grabbing, you know, all the cool movies just as they hit right off of Usenet, you know. Sail the high seas. And BBSs do exist. You can teach kids about telnetting or SSHing into BBSs. You can teach them how to set one up. Because the next generation should still learn about what we used to have and what was old. Because it's really rich information. It's really rich knowledge. And it will really enrich them in learning how networking works and how communications protocol works and how to just build a community. It's both nerd and human. And we can do this for kids. Hell, grab a Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pis can run a BBS easy. They can run a Gopher hole easy. You don't need anything else, really. Give me one moment. Rule of thumb at any con, hydrate or dihydrate. And remember, all together, we can take back the web! So who wants to take back the web? Let's do it. Let's take back the web. But first, it's time for a song. Cue the mic. Nope. It's not. Oh, it's. It would help if I actually turned this on.
The internet is not a big truck. The internet is not something that you just dump something on. The internet is not a big truck. The internet it's a series of tubes. The internet is not a big truck. The internet is not something that you just dump something on. The internet is not
Free dance party.
The internet is not a big truck. The internet
tubes.
Streaming stuff on the internet. Why? Tubes. The
tubes
is tubes. Connections, consumers, massive commercial purposes. Big truck, long distance is tubes. Tangled up tubes. Enormous series of tubes. Your own personal internet. The World Wide Web. The internet is tubes. Those tubes can be filled. And if they're filled, the internet is going to be a series of tubes. The internet is not. The internet is not a big truck. The internet is not something that you just dump something on. I want to make sure people understand my position. This system, these people are asking for regulation. Okay, I just the other day got internet was sent by my staff at 10 o'clock in the morning on Friday. I got it yesterday. See, we want to talk about the consumer. Let's talk about you and Chairman. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry. No, I'm not finished. These people are massively invading this world of the internet. Why? Tubes. The internet is tubes. Providers, consumers, movies delivered to your house. Big truck, small business is tubes. Tangled up tubes. Enormous series of tubes. Your own personal internet. The World Wide Web. The internet is tubes. Those tubes can be filled. And if they're filled, the internet is going to be a series of tubes. The internet is providers. The internet is consumers. The internet is you and me. The internet is not a big truck. The people who are streaming through a whole book at a time, maybe there is a place for the internet. And again, the internet is a series of tubes.
Whoa! So that's what the internet is all about. It's tubes. So anyway, we got some time too. Okay, so I want to give some shout outs and special thanks. Everybody at Hackerstown, hell yeah! Shout out to Hackerstown! And also, stick around because we got the Hackerstown triple threat today. Stick around for 2 more townies at 4 and 5 right here in this room. Shout out to our friends at CortexImplant.com for being one of the coolest web Mastodon instances out there and putting up with our bullshit. Shout out to Cortex Implant. And also shout out to the crew at Hope for putting up with my shit again for a second year. So shout out to Hope. Also shout out to 2600 and Frack Magazine for being very big inspirations for me and turning me into the demented, chaotic hacker that I am today. So shout out to both. Shout out to all of my crews that came today. Woo! Everybody who's ever given me mutual aid to help me out, I really appreciate it because, you know, life is tough right now. Jobs don't pay very well. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to everybody in this room for coming in here and listening to me get fiery on stage. So shout out to all of you. And to all the net runners and data runners out there fighting the good fight, shout out to all of you. Hell yeah. So do you want to find out some more? Also, shout out to Tech Reclaimers. They are a very awesome group that is taking back digital rights and helping us, you know, de-Google and just change our lives for the better. Check them out. TechReclaimers.club, and they have a Mastodon. Read up on what they do because they are awesome folks. So shout out to Tech Reclaimers. I almost forgot that slide was there, but don't worry, guys. I remembered you. So where am I on the interwebs? Well, I got a Mastodon instance right there. I am masto.hackers.town at Lambda Calculus. My Codeberg is coming together, but it's right there. And if you want to give me some money for mutual aid to help me out to get some food, ko-fi.com/Lambda Calculus because food's expensive. New York is expensive. New Jersey expensive. Mass transit expensive. Anyway, that's enough rambling out of me. So everybody, thank you for coming and stay punk and hack the planet! Hack the planet! Fuck Trump, fuck Nazis, fuck AI bros, and fuck tech bros. Fuck them all.
Hey, everybody. We are going to have a brief period for questions and answers. If you are a remote participant, please remember to @tag manchicken in the Matrix channel in order to get your question read. Quick reminder to the audience, Hope is a fully volunteer-run conference, and we need volunteers for literally everything we do. If you are at all interested in volunteering this weekend, please see the info booth for more information. It's fun, rewarding, and you get to meet really great people. For people who are in the room with me, please go ahead and queue up behind this microphone after I move my ass away from it, and we will go ahead and get questions to the speaker.
Can I go?
Please.
I'm sure you have a good reason. You were talking about the Gits. What is your issue with GitLab?
I'm sorry, what was it?
I'm sure you have a good reason. Yeah, I noticed when you're discussing the Gits, you notably did not mention GitLab. What is your issue with them?
I don't use them as well, sorry. But my one thing with GitLab, I suppose, is that they also had a thing where like they wanted to use bases for AI training as well, and that kind of like really skeezed me out. So, fuck GitLab, I'm sorry.
They sold out.
Yeah, they did. They sold out.
Just a quick PSA. Unfortunately, DuckDuckGo sources most of its results from Bing. So I still
Well,
go
at
with
least
the
they don't
Google
save your
scraper.
results. I know that they use
True.
Bing. You have to use a backend. I know.
I
They
say
just
that,
do-
but I use it too. So.
Yeah, because there isn't really much of a choice. At least they're one of the better choices.
Agreed.
Yeah, StartPage, yeah, I know. They have to use a backend, and I'm sorry, but at least they do not save your results and they don't sell your results. That's why I said DuckDuckGo. Yeah, so at least there is that. They're trying. They're at least trying to do the right thing. Question?
It's not really a question, but I just want to mention my friend back in 2005 started like a small community.
Mhm.
And at the time, you didn't really have any choice for like stuff to put it on. So we put it on IRC. It's still running this year. We still have lots of people on it. And if anything, we're seeing an uptick in people like wandering in and asking what we're all about.
IRC never died. It just
Yep.
kind of hid in the back. And
Yep,
now it's coming
it's
back to the
still
front
out
again.
there.
So you know what? Hell yeah. IRC is awesome. Who has not used IRC? Like everybody's used IRC at one point or another. Yes. All right. Well, you're going to learn. You're going to learn. You want to learn? Ask any of us here in the room. Yep. There's your
Thanks
homework.
for the talk.
All right. Are we all good?
I have. So, real quick, shout out to Kagi.com.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they it's a search engine. They also have AI shit if you want to do that shit, but they also let you block the AI shit if you don't want to do that
Mhm.
shit. But it's a search engine you pay for, so you're not the product.
Yeah, I've heard about Kagi as well. I don't really use it, but I've heard about the they do block the AI stuff. So if you want to use a paid service, I suppose that's a good one.
Yeah. And I have a question from Matrix. I know it's not as good as decentralized sites and self-hosting, but what do you think of NeoCities for getting into website self-expression and creativity?
The spirit of GeoCities lives on, and I say, hey, why not? At least as okay. So I'll say one thing about NeoCities. If they do not sell your data, if they do not decide to bend at the knee, I will say use NeoCities because they do have the same spirit and attitude as GeoCities once did.
For hosting programs on Codeberg or whatever, do you know if this already exists? A license which says if you're a human being, you may use under GPL. If you're an AI, you must announce it and you owe money to EFF. And if you don't announce it, you owe a whole lot of money to EFF.
No idea yet. I do know that Codeberg has already taken the no AI stance, and I do believe that they are going to probably implement something like that either soon or down the road.
Thanks.
Cool. Let's all give it up again for our friend Lambda Calculus.
Stick around for Kestrel's talk in a few minutes.
I was waiting after the tubes for the Alex Jones and his gay frogs.
Yeah.
Turn the freaking frogs gay.
I mean, like, I didn't want to go through a million, like I said, because it would be real mad. But I know that copy's a good one. But yeah, like I just heard that the yeah, and also
Royal. That's close. Royal seafood. Now you're thinking real names all the time. No, we don't do real names. No, too many the walls have ears.
Hey everybody, please find your seat if you are a ham and you brought a radio, that's fucking cool. But please turn the volume down all the way. And if you brought one of these newfangled mobile phones, please mute it. And as many of us have been in talks, we've noticed that sometimes we thought we muted it, but we didn't really. So if you could please pull it out and double check your mobile phone, make sure that it is in fact muted, that would be very helpful. We don't want to distract anybody. We'll get started in about a minute with our friend Kestrel here. And yeah, we'll see you in a minute. All right. Little bit of housekeeping before we get started. As a reminder, Hope is a fully volunteer-run conference, and we need volunteers for everything we do. Everything we do. And if you are at all interested in volunteering this weekend, please see the info booth for more information. It's fun, rewarding, and you get to meet really great people. And now it is my pleasure to introduce my friend Kestrel to talk about Tell Stories, Save the World. Let's give it up for Kestrel.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm really sorry, you have got 45 minutes of a British accent. Brace yourselves. Who was here for the last talk by Lambda? Yeah, so slightly different energy, owing to the fact that I am neither a New Yorker nor an American, but I can do my best. I am here to talk about something I'm massively passionate about, and there's a lot of overlap between what Lambda just talked about and what I'm going to talk about, but also looking at it from a different perspective. So to start off with, hello, my name is Kestrel. My pronouns are they, them. I am a member of the Hackerstown community, along with Lambda and so many others in here. Wave for the Hackerstown folks. There we go. Right, view, I'm the kind of token Brit of the group. And I, by way of introducing myself, would like to say that I am a hacker. And this is not my manifesto, but this is a whole load of thoughts and ideas that I've had recently. And I've been a hacker really for as long as I can remember. I'm much older than I look. I moisturize. And really, when I think about when I first learned or thought that maybe I needed to do some hacking, I was about 7 years old. And when I say I'm a hacker, I don't just mean I'm someone that writes code. I mean hacker in its really broad, really visceral sense. Hackers don't just write code. They break systems. They create space. They free information that has been gatekept and guarded away from us. And so, as a really closeted queer kid growing up in the 80s and 90s, I kind of had to learn to hack systems because I didn't see myself represented by any of them. When I grew up in the UK, we had a law in place, came into effect in 1988 by this lovely lady called Margaret Thatcher. Incidentally, the only free-to-use gender-neutral bathroom in London is Margaret Thatcher's grave. Just saying. And the law, it was called Section 28 in the UK, but it was in effect a don't say gay law. It made it illegal for anyone, teachers, healthcare professionals, doctors, people in libraries, to even acknowledge the existence of LGBTQ plus identities, or as it was worded, homosexuality is a pretended lifestyle. And so, growing up queer, I knew I was different, and I was looking for role models, for knowledge, for information. Could I go to my library? No, I could not. Could I ask my teachers at school? Well, I could. And at one point, at 12 years old, I did. And my teacher turned to me and said, I can't answer that because I will lose my job. And that was the law until 2003 in the United Kingdom. So I had to learn to hack systems because I did not see myself represented by them. Now, my first hack was Sonic the Hedgehog. Anyone in the room a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog? Anyone in the room more of a fan of Nintendo? I'd say Get Out, but I kind of want you to stay in the audience. To me, there was something about this super fast blue hedgehog that appealed to me more than a mustachioed Italian plumber. My tastes would change later in life. I love this city. But one of the things I decided to hack first was Sonic the Hedgehog because I loved Sonic. And I want you to know how literal I am when I tell you I loved Sonic. Sonic was like my first crush. I don't even know how that happened. But when you don't see yourself represented anywhere and you don't know words like gay or non-binary or queer other than bad headlines, you find representation everywhere. And I was playing Sonic on my Sega Mega Drive, which is what we called the Genesis in Europe. I'm not quite sure why they decided to change the name. So I loved Sonic. And the thing I wanted more than anything in the world was to see the love story we all deserved. I wanted to work out how to make Sonic and Tails kiss. And this thought was my entry into hacking. This is what radicalized me. But I didn't start by adjusting code. Who remembers those Choose Your Own Adventure books? Yeah, used to love those things. And because my parents knew that I loved Sonic, not as much as I loved Sonic, but they got me for my birthday a bunch of Sonic the Hedgehog Choose Your Own Adventure books. And I was like, well, I don't like these endings. Who the hell is this Amy the Hedgehog? Why does Sonic end up with her? Where did this bitch come from? Like Sonic and Tails, and later Sonic and Knuckles and Tails, and that was my introduction into polyamory. But anyway, I decided after getting this Choose Your Own Adventure book that this was what I was going to do. I got a bunch of stickers and I started stickering over the passages that had Amy the Hedgehog in them, and I wrote my own story. So I could do the whole, what does Sonic do now? Turn to page 93 for this, or 113 for this. And you turn to page 113, and there was a drawing of Sonic and Tails making out on Green Hill Zone. It was perfect. So anyway, that's who I am. So what does this have to do with telling stories or saving the world? Well, I grew up in body, not necessarily in mind. And God, being an adult sucks sometimes, right? You have to do things like taxes and paperwork and fill out forms. And as I grew up, so did everything going online. Suddenly, we couldn't go and talk to someone anymore. We had to fill out a form online, and it was probably connected to more databases than it was humans. And so, as a non-binary person, I face my biggest nemesis on an almost daily basis. This. Say I want to see my doctor, and I have to use a really quite terrible app to book an appointment, or what is now a telephone screening before an appointment. And I go on and I have to select my gender. Well, I'm non-binary. So, when presented with two options, I'm a little bit fucked. This is where the story ends for me in that system. I could either lie or dead end. There's no page, turn to page 113 here. This is the end of my story on that journey. And I would love to say I see it on just one website, but you get it everywhere. And everywhere. And everywhere. And everywhere. And people are connecting this up to databases and putting in options, and they don't have any idea what half of the options are. It's quite ridiculous. Like, hello, my name's Kestrel and my pronouns are new/car. And it's not just forms. It's not just options. This kind of insidious enshittification has crept in everywhere. Who has, at some point in the last 48 hours, been faced with this? Yeah, quite a lot of people. And sometimes it's not just a tick box. Sometimes a capture is select all the parking meters, or rotate this entirely nonsensical image, or nibble a breast. And to a lot of people, you just kind of do it, right? People, and the reason that we've got to this point of enshittification is that people go, oh, well, it's just one thing. We'll just do it. We'll just do the capture, get it out of the way, fine, it's done. Well, disability campaigner Robert Kingnett has a fantastic blog called Sightless Scribbles. And I actually read this post just this morning. He says that Silicon Valley will spend millions developing a glove that translates sign language into speech badly, but that won't spend 10 minutes adding alt text to their images. They'll build a headset that describes the room to me poorly, but they won't use semantic HTML headings so I can actually navigate a web page. Why? Because semantic HTML isn't sexy. You can't put used H1 tags correctly on a pitch deck. And it's not just individuals that are noticing this. The W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, put a study together in 2021 that said, in essence, captures fail to properly recognize users with disabilities as human. Let that sink in for a second. It's not recognizing this person as a human being. And one of the biggest fundamental needs we have as human beings is the need to feel seen. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes I just want to sit in a dark room and not be observed. But being seen is such a fundamental core part of the human experience. Much like I would one day like to be seen by a biblically accurate Sonic the Hedgehog with 9 eyes and 2 massive breasts. Just sticking to the theme here. And so, really, when you think about what drives so many issues with the kind of modern web and the way that technology and systems and even buildings, getting access to buildings works, is a lack of being seen and feeling seen and understood. And that was exactly me. When I started out, oh, there we go, I lacked any kind of visible role models or language to describe myself, who I was, how I was feeling. Although that is a Transformers shirt that I was very attached to. So I think that was kind of subtle foreshadowing about, gender identity right there. Man, I love the Transformers, and I could never work out why. Therapy is a wonderful thing. So, there we go. That picture there was me when I was 8 years old. And this was my computer when I was 8 years old. This was a really, really common computer in Europe at the time. It was the Amstrad PC1512. Amstrad was a company run by a guy called Alan Sugar, who ran the UK version of The Apprentice and is a bit of a wanker. But not as much as the guy that did the US one. So, just saying. So I first got into using a computer when I was 8 years old, and I loved this. I mean, this thing was brilliant. The storage was 2 floppy drives. What you see is what you get. It had a beautiful monochrome screen with a killer refresh rate of like 1 line a second. And you could do amazing things on it. Right? We plugged this thing into the internet and browsed BBSs with it. I learned to code on this thing, BASIC and then eventually Pascal. This was my introduction to a world that felt like anything was possible in. Suddenly, I couldn't see myself represented in the world around me, but I could make representation inside a computer. And all of those things I did with that Choose Your Own Adventure book, all of that working out my story, suddenly I could bring that to life in a way that I never thought would be possible before. And that trend continued. I mean, it felt like anything was possible back then. We were on the cusp of something amazing. We were bringing new possibilities and new frontiers with the web. I, like many people, got on the LiveJournal train. I was a hardcore Netscape user at the time. I have some regrets about the people in charge now, but LiveJournal was my lifeline. For the first time, joining a LiveJournal community, I met people like me, people who identified using words I'd never heard before, but that suddenly felt really comfortable to me. I started realizing that I was queer and that was okay, and that living as my true, authentic self was something that I could be and do, and I could work out what that was. And I've still got the login for my LiveJournal, and my word, that is angsty teenage ranting, but I love it. But it's been a really long time. I joined LiveJournal 27 years ago, 1999. 27 years. And in that time, technology's changed a little bit. And it's got so much fucking better, right? I mean, technology should be amazing by now. Think of what we could do. In 1985, when that Amstrad computer came out, think of what we could do. We didn't even imagine devices like the ones we use today. Smartphones with more processing power in our pocket than NASA had to send people to the moon. Laptops with screens that could show you stuff in definitions you didn't even know were possible. Computing ought to have taken us to new heights. We have the technology. So why don't we live in an amazing, futuristic utopia by proxy of the hope that we had back in the 90s? And if you were here for the last talk, you'll know this word very well. The problem has largely been enshittification. Now, the Oxford English Dictionary, I'm British, you'll have to excuse that I looked it up in the Oxford English Dictionary, actually describes enshittification as the process of a product or service, especially one connected with the internet, social media, or technology, becoming or being made worse, more unpleasant, less useful. Show of hands, who thinks the internet has got worse, more unpleasant, or less useful recently? Yes, I wouldn't even call Google a search engine anymore. Fuck Google, incidentally. I really hope the people that aren't at this talk are in the de-Google your life talk. Genuinely. And there are 3 rules. So Cory Doctorow, who is a hacker turned sci-fi author, kind of defined enshittification as having 3 main phases. And I'm actually going to use our good friends Google as an example here. Phase 1, serve users. Google famously had that catchphrase, do no evil. For years, that was their thing. We're the company that has do no evil written into our very manifesto as a company. So that's stage 1, serve users. Give them stuff, give them products. RIP Google Wave. But give them products. Give them free products. Give them things they can all use. Free search, Gmail for everyone, Google Docs, Google Sheets, use it all. It's free, it's there for you. Fantastic. Google for everything. Everyone, get your stuff on Google now. You're locked in. Now we've got you here. And the process begins. Once you've got all the users, you can start to lock them in. You can start to charge them for things. And you'll charge them 99 cents. So it's okay. You kind of think, well, I've been getting this thing for free for 5 years. I'll pay 99 cents a month for my email. Sure, that's fine. And then it goes up. And then you can't leave them. And then the third stage is drain them for all they're worth. So you've gone from do no evil to actually do a lot of fucking evil within the space of about 15 years. Google's not the only company that does that. Has anyone here heard of the Iliad? The book by Homer? Yes. How many of you have heard of Iliad by Jeff Bezos? So this came out as a result of a DOJ inquest into Amazon recently. Amazon has an internal process or a dark pattern that they call the Iliad. And it is enshittification personified. Let me talk you through. To join Amazon Prime, 1 click. 1 click, spend your money. You are now subscribed to Amazon Prime. Fantastic. Let's say you want to leave Amazon Prime. So we're leaving Amazon Prime. My excellent Photoshop skills there. Leaving Amazon Prime takes you 6 clicks per page. Over 4 pages on which you are presented with 15 choices. And a lot of those choices are worded in ways like, don't go, we'll miss you. Like, thanks, Amazon, I feel like you're giving me a giant hug from your warehouse in which you don't let your workers go to the bathroom. And somehow they are able to get away with this idea that it takes 1 click to join, 6 clicks, 4 pages, 15 choices per page to leave. That is enshittification personified. That is, get people on, get them locked in, and then drain them for everything you can. This is not Homer's Iliad. And I think one of the things that bugs me the most about this is that when I started using the internet, it really was about being seen. We're back to biblically accurate Sonic the Hedgehog again. Sorry. Look at that beauty. Exactly. And ironically, that is actually happening. So a study was done in 2024 of under 25s that use social media. And actually 67% of them said they felt seen and supported during difficult times on social media. #thoughts and prayers. But is it all just about being seen? Because when I think back to the reason I started hacking, it wasn't just because I didn't feel seen. It's that the systems out there in the world didn't reflect who I was. They didn't reflect anything back at me that felt real or that I could hold on to as a human being. And that's also the case with that same demographic. A different study last year, 2/3 of 15 to 25-year-olds said they felt unsafe on social media. So, people simultaneously feel seen by a platform and feel unsafe on a platform at different times. And some might say, well, that's just life. You get that walking down the street. But we get to build these streets. And I think back to all of my desire to build the open internet, to create things for people and for people to share. And doom scrolling wasn't really what I had in mind. And the thing is, none of us are really immune to it. Like, I talk to people about not doom scrolling, but I have to physically uninstall apps sometimes because I realize I'm sat on the toilet and I've been there for 3 hours and I'm just scrolling through Instagram, which I often then delete. But it's more insidious than that, because doom scrolling is designed to keep you there. It is designed to lock in your users while you are draining them. And that manifests itself in lots of ways, but primarily the idea that only 3 hours of scrolling a day doubles the risk of suicide in that same demographic we were talking about earlier. Globally. We talk about hope, hackers on planet Earth. This is a planet Earth problem. So, who do we blame? I'm a Brit. I love assigning blame to things. And it seems to me really obvious that there are a certain group of people that might be to blame for this. But every time we try and blame them, they say, well, don't look at us. Go talk to mum and dad. We're just playing around here. Okay, so let's talk to mum and dad. Yeah. In fairness to Donald Trump here, I'd look like that if I had to meet Keir Starmer as well. Not with the orange makeup, though. So we go to mum and dad and we say, people are dying. This is not the internet we were promised. This is not what we wanted. Help us. And they say, okay, got the perfect solution for you. Nanny state. They could regulate the industry. They could try to stop the doom scrolling epidemic. But no, just ban it for under 16s. That's happened in Australia. It's happening in the UK. It is happening all over Europe and all over the world. Rather than giving funding to schools and youth services that could help fill the void that's been left behind, to help young people who have become addicted to doom scrolling, they're funneling that money into surveillance tech instead, because that is all age verification is. It is surveillance technology. And it is not here to monitor the kids. It is here to monitor all of us. The people in charge saw an opportunity and took it. And unfortunately, headlines make it seem like they're actually doing something helpful. The war on youth social media kind of follows the same playbook as the war on drugs. And we all know that was super successful, right? Yeah. So, really, I mean, who thinks that social media bans on under 16s are a good idea? Who thinks they're actually going to work? Good, thank you for not putting your hand up, everybody. So instead of incentivizing companies to do better, we are blaming the users. And it's not about blaming the users, because the users are brilliant, beautiful, special, unique individuals. The users are every single one of you sat in this room, as beautiful and brilliant and different and a little bit attractive as a lot of you are. Sorry, I'm doing a talk that's got Sonic in it. It makes me... Yeah, never mind. So, it's not about blaming the users. It's actually about building them better narratives. And so this is really my kind of thesis, if you like, my life's work right now, is building better narratives for people across systems. So, I mean, when you write code, how many of you in here build something, have built something, do bits and pieces of stuff, right? What happens when a person meets the stuff that you've written? Are they delighted? No. But why not? Why not make that meeting delightful? Why not make it informative, transformative for people? And so the solution I propose to this, and there are a great many solutions out there to this problem. This is not the one thing that is going to save us from enshittification. But something we can all do, every single one of us in this room, to fight back is treat everything we do like we're writing a fiction novel. Everything. Designing a building, creating a conference like this, writing code, hosting a podcast. Treat everything like you're writing a fiction novel. Now, I have to admit I'm a little bit biased here because much like Cory Doctorow, I am a hacker turned fiction writer. Unlike Cory Doctorow, I am relatively unknown, but my book is available in the US, so please go ahead and buy it. It's called The Boy from Elsewhere, and all of the heroes are queer, and all of the evil villains are not. Just like life. Anyway. So, sorry, did I hear someone say Sam Altman? Yeah. Yeah. Not all queer folk are. I mean, and yeah, the queer folk that I'd invite to my house. Yeah. Excellent. They, them causing mayhem over there in the back. So we all know how to write stories, right? I mean, we're taught this at school. Stories have an opening, then you have a bit of a build-up, and then there's a problem, and then that problem gets a resolution, and then there's a nice, happy little ending, and everything's all tied up together. That's horse shit. Like, I'm sorry, but we're taught how to write the most boring stories in the world. That shit, that's what an AI would write. That kind of thing. Let's not do that. Let's not shit out generative fiction. Instead, let's really focus on the person that matters. Whatever you're building, whatever you're doing, start with your character, as I did. There is no one more important in the story, in any story, than the characters. And I would fight Tolkien on that, because I know he dedicates about 14 chapters to describing trees, but the characters are what makes the story. And the characters in your system are the people who will walk through it. Some of them might be NPCs, some of them might be the main characters, some of them might think they're the main characters. Hi. But start with your character. And then think, well, okay, I've got a character. What is their motivation? Again, Sonic and Tails and Knuckles. But it's so important to think, well, okay, what is the motivation of anyone using this system? If you're designing a building, what is the motivation of the people coming into it? Well, you're designing a hotel. Great, okay. So you probably design a hotel and you think, well, I've been to a hotel. I've stayed in a hotel, so I know what people coming into a hotel want, right? Well, actually, I mean, hotels attract a pretty diverse set of clientele. And if you design something that's for people like you might not get all of those people. You might not meet all of their needs. When people design systems and they design them in a bubble, more often than not, they're designing something for people who look just like them. So find their motivation. The next thing we need to do is build a scene. I love making a scene. But what does a system say or do in response to the characters? Is every feature helping this scene make sense? Or has the feature just wandered in from another story and actually, when you're following your character's narrative through, it doesn't make any sense to them? Why are you presenting the character with that at this point in time? If you're playing a D&D campaign, you don't have a soda vending machine in the middle of an 18th century dungeon. Well, you might, and that might be quite cool, but especially if it was haunted. Okay, who wants to play D&D later? Sorry. So, it's really important to think about the scene you're in and whether the elements of your scene are actually there for the character or they're there because you thought a vending machine would be really cool in an 18th century dungeon. Now, there was this guy that lived a while ago, I don't know if any of you recognize him. His name's Stanislavski. And he was an actor. And he proposed that people had this thing called the magic if. Has anyone heard of the magic if before? Anyone here taken a drama class? Lambda, I refuse to believe that you're that dramatic and never took a drama class. There we go. So the magic if, the idea is that the actor doesn't ask what they would do. The actor imagines entering the character's circumstances and motivation. And we can kind of apply that same question to anybody encountering a system. Like, what might I do? What might I feel or I need if I was a person right here and right now? And we've been doing that for video games for years, right? Good video games draw us into the characters, and we make decisions based on the surroundings of the game and the characters in the game. Why aren't we doing that with everything that we build and everything that we make? The key to that, of course, is research. If we don't properly research our characters, our users, the people that we're building and creating systems and experiences for, then we don't really know what we're creating. Good writers don't confuse imagination with knowledge. You have to meet people. You have to listen to people. And you have to revisit that time and time again. And the magic if works to an extent. But you cannot just say, we've got this, I've put myself in the user's shoes, and we've designed something that the user will want. Because you are not them. You are not the characters that you put in there. You have to actually put people into the system and observe what they do. You have to reach out to people and ask them what they need, what their thoughts are, who they are. Listen for the story behind the behavior, behind the clicks, behind the frustration. And please include people whose circumstances differ from your own. We are all very different people in here. And I bet none of you can really tell me the correct way to make a cup of tea. So, indeed. I heard that. You could call me anything you like and I won't blink, but you say warm up water for tea in the microwave and my eye is twitching, honestly. So please, I encourage you all to hack the story. Think about every system you use. Think about every narrative that you are forced to live through every day. Is it a captcha? Is it a page with a bunch of ads and pop-ups? Are you being led through a building that doesn't make any sense to you and actually makes you ache in places that aren't just related to age because the building is badly designed? Are you at a conference and you think this is great, but these things could be better? Hack the story. Help make things better. Things like Hope are volunteer run. You don't have to volunteer a bunch of your time, but you sure as hell can give feedback and make it better for the next people and the next people. And don't treat that as criticizing. We have to work together to hack everything to make it better for the next person and the next person and the next person. So basically, start with a character, with a user. Find their motivation, build their scene. Ask what if, research, talk, listen. If there's one thing you do after today, talk to someone who is not like you. Expand your fucking minds. We're human beings. The brains we have in our heads are fucking beautiful. We have limitless imagination. Meet someone who challenges your expectations and grow as a result of that. And in everything you do, hack the shit out of it until it does it better. Until it does it in a way that works for you, works for the people around you, the people you love. So, I'd like to finish on a quote. Noted bisexual writer William Shakespeare once said, "All the world's a stage, and men and women are merely players." I would like to posit a new version of this phrase. As relatively unknown author Kestrel Guyan, all the world's an interface, and every interaction tells a story. It is our absolute pleasure to build things for people. It's a privilege to do any of the things that we do. It is so joyful as a human being to get to create something, to get to shape something that impacts someone else in a positive way. Be that change. Hack the system, hack the planet. Make this a world that is better by gnawing away at those edges and hacking what you can. The only way we get over enshittification is death by 1,000 paper cuts. To all of those tech oligarchs, we absolutely have to fight back. So, thank you. You can scan that QR code and get all of the sources, the information, and image credits. And I would like to say this was an entirely organically grown talk. No AI was used in the creation of this.
Friends, we're going to go into a Q&A period now. If you are an audience member in person, please queue up behind that microphone here, and our friend Kestrel will answer your questions. If you're a remote participant, please @tagmanchicken, and I will relay your question to the speaker. Thank you.
It doesn't have to be about the talk. You can ask me about anything. I'm an open book. I mean, I'm British. What one question have you always wanted to ask a British person?
I'm sorry, this is not about the correct way to make a cup of tea. But one question from Matrix. Are you familiar with Joseph Campbell's monomyth? And if so, do you have an opinion on it?
I am not, so no.
Me neither.
Send me a link. I'm in the chat.
Please.
Thank you for rewriting the quote in meter. That's all.
Thank you. I learned my Shakespeare well at school. We all do. We're forced.
So I saw that you were critiquing the idea that a story has a problem resolution, et cetera. And I'm curious about your thoughts on narratives that don't involve conflict and how to keep them engaging for readers, if we imagine the user as a reader that we're designing for.
That's a really good question. Thank you. I think we've become so used to stories containing conflict because the world around us is just full of it. And I think over the last 100, maybe 200 years, we've seen such an increase in the level of kind of detail and depth of conflict in stories, in books, in movies, in TV shows. I mean, soap operas are ridiculous anyway, but it's like it's just exploded in how dramatic it has to be to try and hold people's attention. And I think that it's really difficult to think about creating stories that don't have conflict in, because that's a world that we live in, and it's what we've grown up with as examples. I think it is possible to create compelling stories that don't have conflict. I think what we have to remember is that human beings are fundamentally emotional creatures. We don't have to feel conflict to feel. And really exploring how you activate those other emotions in people, joy and solidarity and strength, is really important. And anger is really important too, and anger doesn't always have to lead to conflict. There are really healthy ways to manage anger, like setting fire to a data center.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was curious, thinking about storytelling and online place finding and whatever. For me, coming online was actually as much about discovering muds and mucks and moos as it was the web. And so I'm curious if you've seen a through line or an opportunity to kind of bring that spirit forward, where the storytelling was really kind of part of the platform itself.
I love a text-based adventure game, and I love kind of point-and-click adventures. A lot of the old LucasArts things, I grew up on those, and I make text-based adventures today because it's basically combining the two things I love the most, writing code and writing stories. And there is a movement. I think you see it a lot in places like the small web and the Tildaverse. You see it in the still active IRC communities. I mean, I'm in an IRC server that pops off all the time, and I love it. And I think that there is that kind of hobbyist view of those things. How we bring that back into something more mainstream, I don't know, because mainstream seems to just equal commercialization these days. But I think maybe it isn't about bringing those things more into the mainstream, and it's about bringing more people into the underground. It's about making the internet and making those things feel like they did, but not be like they were.
Thanks.
So for reference, you have to boil a kettle to 100 degrees. The water has to be boiling. Then you pour the boiling water on top of the tea bag. If anyone tells you to put the milk in first, they are pulling your leg. Do not do that.
I was just about
Sorry,
to ask
100
that.
degrees Celsius. Sorry, in real temperature, it's 100 degrees. And on a scale where 0 is freezing and 100 is boiling, then that one.
So what was great about the early internet is there were these little communities, and it was much smaller. There were very few people involved. And if you want to get back to that kind of feel, you've just got to make sure that you don't need to include everybody. You just have to support the creation of smaller communities.
No, that's a great point. Thank you for that. And I think not including everyone is not the same thing as not being inclusive. And it's really important to remember that. I think the Fediverse is a great example of that, right? Lots of small servers and lots of servers that will close their signups when they get too big, because then they're small enough to be able to moderate well. They're small enough to be able to provide for each other within that community. And then as soon as that gets too big or too full, well, another one pops up and another one. And it's so easy to host these things. And that kind of decentralized, federated network is the dream that we all had. And it's not dead. It's really, really living. And hopefully, you know, as it grows and as that interconnected network grows, more and more people will come on board. I'd love that. I mean, who in here doesn't have an account on the Fediverse? Right, get that shit sorted. You're a fucking hacker conference. Come on. If I can fly here from England, you can sign up for a Fediverse account. I had to endure like Delta Airlines. Come on.
Stay off the Wi-Fi.
I did, yes. I also heard what happened after DEF CON, so.
All right, I have another question from Matrix.
Hello, Matrix.
Matrix
I'm
says
listening.
hello back. So I teach, so Xanthia13 says, I teach a class called, quote, Intro to Programming Through Animated Storytelling, unquote. And I want to broaden the story elements unit. Do you have any stories/books that are not conflict-based? I was inspired by reading Nupiming, sorry, pronunciation, and want to expand.
That's a great question. It sounds like such a great class. I kind of wish I could take it. I will put some links in the Matrix chat for this room, because that is going to be easier for me than trying to stand here and go, and remember who they were. I'll look them up and put them in the chat.
I am totally not a video game person, but our family has been involved in strategy board games for years, especially the European style, and there's a whole group of them that are cooperative rather than competitive, and they have their attraction, and they're an alternate way of doing things. I just wondered if that sort of story approach is one you're familiar with, and whether this is a fruitful approach.
I think it is a fruitful approach. I think the co-op video game service is something that looks a lot like a Mastodon server or a Fediverse server. It's something that looks a lot like a Pixel Fed server, or people running a whole bunch of nodes of something like Meshtastic or Velid. I think that ultimately that kind of co-op nature is I support you, you support me, and we move this story forward together. There was a talk yesterday about a small tech community that's built up in Flushing. And I think that was amazing to hear as well, even if I don't agree with the kind of corporate structure they've gone for. And you see that in hackerspaces and makerspaces all over the world. I mean, some of the best times I've had have been visiting hackerspaces or places like that. And even somewhere like Hope. This conference is a fantastic co-op game when you think about it. We're all here, we're all different, we've all got different motivations and different reasons for being here, but we're playing a game and we're playing it together and we're supporting each other as we do it. There has been, from what I have heard so far, very little conflict here at Hope this year. I say very little because I know it's not none, but the rumour mill. But we're all here together supporting each other in a co-op game. And I think that this is a great example of a non-conflict community. And it's been going since 1994. So, hi.
Oh, yeah. I was just thinking that when you mention like stories without conflict, I suppose it like depends on like what do you define conflict as? Because if you define conflict as like a conflict between two people, then it's definitely possible to have a story without that kind of conflict. But if you define conflict as just like a sort of struggle for something, then would it be possible to have a story without that kind of conflict?
And that's really, and we're getting very into the semantics of it here, but I love that, so that's great. I think that conflict is a really interesting word because it has so many different definitions for different people. And I think what you mentioned there is struggle as a form of conflict is really interesting because I don't see struggling as conflict in a way. I see it as a necessary way of learning and growing in life. We struggle individually, we get through that. We get through that with support. To me, that's not conflict, that's co-op, that's learning, that's growing, that's overcoming. But, you know, we are in conflict as a community with surveillance state. We are in conflict with the tech oligarchy. We are in conflict with that, and that makes me angry. But anger doesn't necessarily have to lead to conflict. Anger can lead to something productive. And that might look like conflict in some people's definitions. But to me, hacking a system to make it better for someone isn't conflict. And to me, getting off of a service, de-Googling yourself because you don't agree with Google isn't a conflict. And I would almost certainly once again say that burning down a data center I would not see as conflict. We don't have them in the UK, but I am aware of these things called flock cameras in this country. And I don't think that melting them down for their raw parts and making money from that to feed your local community is conflict either. I might not be allowed back into the country.
All right, we have one last question and then we're going to wrap up.
Sure.
I was going to ask some form of the last question, but so instead I will ask, do you have a small selection of Sonic fan fiction that you might read?
Someone's been looking at my bookmarks folder. Yes, I absolutely adored sites like, Archive of Our Own, and I just think that fact fiction is brilliant. I have been to lots of author conventions where people really diss fan fiction, and I hate that. I'm always flying the flag for fan fiction, and people tell me, particularly if I'm doing workshops with young people, like, how can I get involved in writing? I'm like, if you're passionate about something, write a fanfic. You absolutely write a fanfic. That is a really valid form of fiction and expression, and people should do it. And I would rather read 10,000 bad Sonic the Hedgehog fanfictions than one single fucking page of an AI-generated book. But I'll put some links in the chat.
Let's give it up again for our friend Kestrel. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to Gramercy for our evening session. Tonight we're going to start with Zines Against the Machine, Analog Communication for Digital Dystopia. And I want to remind you guys that Hope is a fully volunteer-run conference. This is my first time speaking in a microphone here, so yeah. If you're wandering around and you don't know which talk you want to go to next or whether you want to hang out in hackerspace and you don't know what to do, just pick up a shift emceeing. They need a lot of people who are not afraid to talk in front of a microphone or volunteer in any space because they need volunteers. It's kind of fun. You get to meet people. You kind of get inside access. So I want to introduce Jack Ganji, and he is talking tonight about Zines Against the Machine, Analog Communication for Digital Dystopia. Let's all welcome Jack.
That is a great microphone voice, by the way. Hi, yeah, I'm Jack Ganji. God has tried to smite me today. I spilled Red Bull all over the computer right before we started, and my Z key broke because I'm doing a talk on zines. So if halfway through I start talking about neens, you'll know why. So now that we've lowered expectations, let's begin. I'm Jack Ganji. This is Zines Against the Machine, Analog Communication for Digital Dystopia. I'm just going to cover what zines are. I'm sure you know this. A brief history, intertwined with the hacker community, and why we kind of need them now more than ever, like why they're important. So let's get started. Let's see. What is a zine? It's, a good place to start. I thought was trying to pin down some sort of usable definition for what a zine is. I run a site called zinedrop.com. That's where you can log on. You can read zines, you can post zines. It's kind of like a public interactive thing. And the zines run the gamut from making your own calligraphy ink to surviving the night in jail. So zines are pretty dynamic when it comes to that. Our unofficial slogan is learn about things you didn't know were a thing. If they don't want you to know about it, chances are it's in a zine. Zines and magazines are not the same thing. None of it, most of it is self-explanatory. Sadly, the way things are going, I think the zine is actually going to outlive the magazine. I would have called that race wrong, but and I've got some, and they mangled my graphic. Okay, great. I've got some lists. It's, and the basic gist of it is, the zine is obviously more yours, something you possess, something you control, where the magazine, you're kind of at the whim of the publisher, that sort of thing. Okay, I am going a little too fast, so we're all going to put our heads on our desks and take a 10-minute nap in a minute. Okay. Long before the web, zines were a staple of the freaking scene, and later part of the hacking scene, hacking culture. Sorry, this is more God getting back at me. Okay. Somebody had mentioned to me the other day that Thomas Paine's Common Sense was the first zine. And that kind of made sense. I was talking to somebody this morning, and they had said that basically at that time, there were newspapers and there was pamphleting, where you read, the common stuff in the newspaper, and people just made pamphlets about things they were pissed about. And this was before, newspapers, pamphlets, and zines were a great way for the hacker and especially the phreaker community to share discoveries, thoughts, and ideas long before sharing information was effortless on the internet. And I just want to mention, if you want more of an outline of the history, check out the Joy Bubbles movie if you haven't. They had a screening yesterday. It was amazing. It was moving. And it was a real nice slice of history. It expanded on that. Okay, it's a long one. Okay, we start in the 70s with YIPL, the Youth International Party Line. It was a phreaker zine launched by Andy Hoffman and Al Bell. If the name Andy Hoffman sounds familiar, he was one of the Chicago 7. That's a different talk. Hoffman and Bell each came to it with two different angles. Hoffman wanted to be politically disruptive, and Bell wanted to share collective technical knowledge. Sounds familiar. They kind of met in the middle, and the result was a mix of both, with freaking as its backbone. If you take a look at the issues on the Internet Archive, you know exactly what I mean. It's fascinating stuff. In issue 21, around 1973, the YIPL left the Youth International Party and changed its name to TAP. And there are TAP stickers floating around the conference, which is great. Originally standing for Technological American Party, then later changed to the Technological Assistance. They stopped publishing in 1984. Coincidentally, the first year 2600 started publishing. Okay. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a minute to the Rampart story. In the early 70s, there was a magazine called Ramparts. It was like the Rolling Stone or the Vice of the time. They exposed the CIA front operation in South Vietnam. They broke the story of the U.S. using napalm on kids. And they published Che Rizar's diaries. In June 72 issue, they ran a piece called Regulating the Phone Company in Your Home, written by a phone freak called Ray Oklahoma. Yeah, that was good. Which is really a great pseudonym. It was plans for a mute box. It's kind of a variant of the black box, which is the opposite of a blue box. With a mute box, when you plug it in, people didn't pay long distance fees to call you. Pacific Telephone got wind of the article, and they sent operatives directly to the distributors and coerced them into handing over 90,000 newsstand copies, so it never hit the newsstand. They had threat under California Penal Code, a law that made it, illegal to publish these things. But what they didn't count on were subscriptions that went out before. So there's still 50,000 copies floating around, and you can download it and you can look at it. You can pull it up in about 20 seconds, 30 seconds if you have Verizon. The information is still out there, and the important thing is don't forget to renew these 2600 magazine subscriptions. Whew, let's see. 2 years after the Ramparts debacle, Pacific Telephone was at it again. TEL, the telephone electronics line, launched in 1974. It was slick, professionally printed, and gone with a handful of issues. Pacific Telephone got a court order that shut the publisher down. They sent a letter to all the subscribers instructing them to destroy their copies of the magazine. So I'm just going to take a minute. If anybody needs to run home, destroy their copies, completely understand, because that probably happened. And of course, FRAC. In 1985, about a year after 2600, FRAC hit the interwebs. A text file posted to a BBS, shared far and wide. Following in the footsteps of YIPL and TAP, it went on to become arguably the most famous hacker e-zine ever. And it's still publishing today. Last year had its 40th anniversary issue. They did a print thing and they handed it out at all the HackerCons during the summer, including this one. I don't know if anybody got a copy, but it was a great time. Why you should make a zine. Sorry, I had big notes, but then God struck, so they're little. Zines aren't just fun. They're powerful. They're not just playing around with scissors and tape. They have staying power. They inform. They're snapshot in time. We just spent 5 minutes looking at zines from a long time ago. 55 years later, and we all know that Ray Oklahoma thinks the phone company sucks. I think there's some value in that. Okay. There's no approval process for zine, no editor, no gatekeeper. The entire process is some paper, a stapler, or what have you. Take a minute and think about how unique that is. Most of the things you've published on the internet for the past 10 years has lived on somebody else's hardware. I mean, even LiveJournal, that sort of thing. It's still kind of lived on somebody else's hardware. Not to be pedantic, but they're living under rules you didn't write, rules that change without your input. With the zine, you made it, you own it, you permanently and completely own it permanently, completely. We all went through COVID, but we don't have the same story. We all had relationships that broke up, that sort of thing. These perspectives, these are the great things about a zine. I mean, the Diary of Anne Frank still resonates today. Not because it's an historical telling, it's a first-person telling of somebody who was there. You know, I mean, the entire, it's entirely summed up in 3 rooms and a little girl's diary. I mean, that's a perspective we need to keep. We also need a counterbalance to revisionist history. You think truth has a problem now? Wait until a few years removed, okay? History could say that, COVID was a runny nose and people came to this country to eat our cats and dogs. Like, it's just a thing. Once enough time passes, people who weren't there have to rely on whatever version of events survive. And, they can't whitewash it all. Also, you need, getting it out of your head is important. When you spend a lot of time around hackers, you end up learning a lot of peripheral skills. We all have something to teach. We all have something to learn. This is a great way to do that. This is a great way to get these things out. And I think you all kind of know what I mean. Also, limitations. Limitations improve creativity. If you ever played a really entertaining retro video game, I mean, the reason they were so entertaining is because they had very little to work with RAMs, with codes, with color, and they did the best job they could. Zines kind of are good with that. They give you a creative constraint where you can see, okay, how am I going to get this across on this piece of paper with whatever, with pop-ups, with magic markers. As a side note, if you've been to Hack Manhattan this weekend, or, you should stop by tonight, they have a great hackerspace. And they have one room, and everything is done out of that one room, and that one room is stocked to the gills. And they do it, and they do it because they have one room. And I think if they had 50 rooms, it would lower the creativity. But that's just me. The next chapter, make the damn zine. Did that come out? Yeah, sort of. It's not my day. Now for the fun part, making the zine. I was a little vexed on this part. I didn't want to go deep into layout. I think you can all kind of figure it out. I didn't want to be like, zines are great, no rules, no creativity, and, this is what you do. But what I did want to do is highlight the difference between zines and the internet, because posting and publishing are 2 completely different things. When you post something, goes on the internet, it's there for a couple days, but eventually it goes away unless somebody is looking for it or you're running for political office. When it comes to publishing, it's a little bit different. It's tactile, it's in your hand. It doesn't, the internet doesn't preserve history, people do. And also, the internet may not be forever. I know it sounds crazy, but it's, it could happen. Like we were just saying, if somebody told me 20 years ago America Online wouldn't be a major player in the landscape, I'd told them they were crazy. So then we get to topics. I know it's been a little heavy-handed with topics and zines can save the world, and the only thing standing between us and destruction is the zine. But having a zine dedicated to Fozzie Bear or Sonic the Hedgehog fanfic, that's great too. So really, a zine could be just about any topic you'd like. And that's really like the more obscure the topic, the better, because it's something that you're not going to read anywhere else. So I've read zines where somebody wrote a zine about all their favorite restaurants that have closed, and each page was a restaurant and what they like to eat at it. And you would think that it wouldn't be interesting, but it was engaging. It's enticing. So. And production, they take many forms. These are just some standard sizes that you can put zines into. These are really good sizes for if you want them racked. If you want to put them on the rack, if you want to sell them to the local bookstore, you should try using one of these 4 sizes, or don't. I'm not a cop. And you can also fold and make a zine. This will be available on my website. Oh, well, okay. Okay, guys. This will be available on my website. You can look it up on the internet. It's basically the trick of taking one page, folding it into a zine. This is really good if you have like 5 or 6 zines you want to give out. If you want to give out, 30 to 50, it's a problem. It becomes a little hard on the fingers. Let's see what we have here. So yeah, when it comes down to it, the sky's the limit. You can use any material, you can use any medium, you can do, whatever you want. And anything you need to do to get your message across, please do. And again, when it comes to making rules and when doing a zine, there really are no rules, and here they are. First rule: research what you don't know. I run a site called grist.inc. It's a news site, and I do a lot of pieces on things, and it's just researching things I wanted to know about. Hostile architecture, ghost guns, that sort of thing. It's really worth resourcing and researching, because zines are kind of like, if somebody reads it in a zine, you want it to be accurate, that sort of thing. And of course, credit your sources, and I'm not talking about a bibliography, but in this world of AI slop, we definitely, we've all heard the stories of artists who have had their t-shirts being sold online and they've discovered them and not gotten compensated for them. So just a little bit of a, acknowledgement. The same thing goes for fonts. They can get you for fonts, but the general rule is there's always a free alternative to any font you find online that you might want to use. That sort of thing. And avoid misinformation. In a world of misinformation, it's kind of the same slide. I think we have a responsibility to do our best not to add to it. That's an interesting. There's plenty of places to vet information these days. If you can't verify a claim, don't present it as a fact. You can just use, rumor has it, it's been believed, the story goes, like these terms, they carry a lot of weight, that sort of thing. And punch up and never down. It's a basic rule of life. If you find yourself punching down, you're probably on the wrong side of history. And you don't want to do that. Okay, distributation. Now that you've made your zine, you want to get it out there. I found that there are 2 types of fronts you need to hit if you want everybody to see it. First one is preaching to the choir. Okay, you want just your 2600 meetings, your like-minded friends, that sort of thing. It's really good. Your local bookstores, local comic book stores. I owned a comic book store. I always had the zines because it's a nice local flair. People come in, that sort of thing. Or you can share the good word. You can evangelize. You can just go out, hand them out, put them at any place where people linger, waiting rooms, subway stops, that sort of thing. Your local library, Starbucks, like anywhere you think it'll fit. And you should use some common sense. You don't want to put flyers about, how to do an abortion at home at your local Starbucks, because it might lead to some complications. And we get to a fee versus free. Trade or sell. Charging for a zine is not a sin. Paper's expensive, staplers, whatever you use is expensive. There are plenty of places online to sell your zine. Another thing you should probably get into is trading. A lot of people would love to trade a zine. If you have a zine and you see somebody that's charging for a zine, if you contact them, they would probably be more than happy to trade zines once they get your contact information. And of course, the best way is to find a good zine is to give somebody yours. Wow, and I went through this in 22 minutes. I'm done. I'm sorry, my laptop fritzed. Thank you for the pity applause. There are a lot of great notes. I just can't see them. There are a lot of great slides, but I guess we can take that nap now.
Maybe a Red Bull.
Yeah, all over. First the Z key, then the Red Bull. God has been smiting me. So yes, 23 minutes. That's kind of a record.
Thank you so much, Jack. If anybody has any questions, you can come step up to the mic over here and just ask your question. We'll also be taking questions on Matrix, so you can send that to me in the chat.
Even how dare you is a question at this point. So
Yo, respects. Thank you for sharing. Zines are so important right now more than ever, right? I'm sorry I missed like the first 3 minutes of your presentation, but I was wondering if you commented on this or if you would comment on this. You might have heard the case in Texas, the 20 folks of Prairie Land.
I've been reading up on it. I don't have much to comment because I've been trying to do a deeper dive. Apparently, I'm hearing different things. He was arrested and he had zines, or he was arrested for making a zine. Could you clarify on that a little?
Oh, sure. And there's some zines about the subject at the Anarchist Village, by the way, to say.
All right, yes.
But yes, Daniel Estrada Sanchez was one of like more than 20 people who were arrested as part of a vast investigation, a conspiracy, Antifa, terrorism, so forth. But Daniel was actually not physically present at the noise demonstration outside the ICE detention facility, but his wife was. However, he was simply arrested for moving a box which contained zines, which the feds have said is a material support to terrorism is the actual charge. I have another question too, by the way, but if you could comment on that.
That's awful. There's an organization called the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund. They are an organization that helps out things like this. There was a case with Lee Pace, a comic book owner, who gave out a book that showed bare breasts, and it was like a comic book adaptation of a classic story. I mean, it wasn't anything distasteful. And they arrested him and they closed the shop, and that's how the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund was formed. I know they're on top of it, and this kind of censorship, it's been a race to the bottom. The idea is either society's going to collapse or somebody's going to drop dead. We all know who. Like, we just have to see which one is going to get there first. And really, I think it's happening. I think we're seeing death by 1,000 paper cuts. Like, what's going up is slowly coming down. But we just have to hold the line until that happens. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I have one more question too,
Sure.
but I also just want to say zines are so instrumental to folks behind bars who wouldn't actually have access to books and increasingly tablification zines to get the word out about what's happening inside prison to the outside. But my other question is, I don't know if you mentioned this either, but everybody knows about like public zines, PDF archives and stuff like that. I wonder if you had any comments on offline zines. This is a phenomenon that you can't get this zine unless it is physically printed and shared with someone. And the parallels to that is actually kind of interesting as far as hacking zines too, because you have private 0-day text files that, of course, if the trick was revealed publicly, it would no longer work. So I was wondering if you had any examples of that or other use cases for that.
Like Iffy Books carries a nice selection of zines. And I think digital versus paper is just an argument that's just, it's going to go back and forth. Some things are going to be paper, some things are going to be digital. And I guess some of them, are just too subversive, for lack of a better word, to put digitally. I mean, if I come up and I hand you, a paper about how to, a zine about how to firebomb a police station, I'm gone. If I post it, on my server, then, I'm in trouble. Then I'm calling the Legal Defense Fund. So
certainly offline zines is a method for us to be able to share not only like specific vulnerabilities without reporting to CVs or whatever like that, but also for movements to share tactics and strategies in an offline way that is not monitored. Thank you for your time.
Right. Thank you.
Hi, this is great. Just a comment and then a question. So I actually work for a magazine, and
Okay.
we also thought we were going to be digital only, not in print. 10 years ago, that was a strategy. Now, back in a big way, Google Zero. If you don't have a print strategy, the writing is on the wall for you. So we're actually seeing a rise in subscriptions. We're seeing people come back. So real print magazines may survive, but the purely online ones.
To be honest, I've seen that with comic book shops.
Mhm.
They did 20% more business last year, and it was, they were ringing the death knell. Comics have been dying for years. And with comics, it's like comic book sales are up here, and digital sales are like down here, and they're growing very slowly. But they just can't afford to get rid of, the comic book sales. That's interesting.
And that actually leads into my second question. So zines are great, but they're often like in magazine land. I do spend a lot of time in design. We have these guidelines for making text accessible and readable to a wide range of people. I've had comments from people I've talked to, and people say the low vision and blind community. Oh, well, this is completely inaccessible to me. There's no way for me to get any of this information. Are there design guidelines which might help with that, or creating these digital twins?
There are no guidelines. I guess that's kind of the cost of doing business, because the zine can look, totally, acceptable to blind people, or it can look like a ransom note. I mean, that's kind of, it's a double-edged sword. That's kind of the allure, and that might be a little bit of the problem with zines from what you're saying. Like,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, great talk.
Hey, thank you.
I wondered if you could speak a little bit about, say, okay, someone's made a zine, they've got their first zine, they're ready to get out into the world. They don't know where to put it or how to approach like local businesses and things like that. You had a shop and you had zines in it.
Yeah.
What's a good way for people to explore that and figure out where to put it?
It's a lot of hit or miss. People came into the shop and they said, I made the zine. Would you put it on the shelf? You can keep the money or have the money or give it away. And they would tell me, some people would go, that's a great thing. We'll put it right over here. And some people go, what is this? This is not I had 2 residents in Highland Park that made a comic that was called The Adventures of Botanic. And they were adults. They were learning disabled, and they worked at the Stop and Shop, and they decided to make a comic. And because the guy was, he bagged bags at the Stop and Shop, they had it printed, and they brought it to the store, and we put it on the counter because we're proud of them. And everybody that came was like, "Oh, is that the thing? Is that the thing Rob did? Oh yeah, I heard about this. I heard it." And that was just, it was very, very community inclusive. Yeah, your library should do it. Your cool comic store do it. Record shops. That sort of thing. They're pretty receptive, and you're probably going to get some doors slammed in your face because one of the things you are taught as a retailer is counter space is expensive. Like counter space, like why do I need to put your thing on my counter when I could put something on the counter that somebody might buy? Like I could put Kit Kats in that spot and maybe make a little bit of money. But I guess that comes down to motivation. But most of the places that carry zines generally aren't in business to become filthy rich. Trust me.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Since we're in New York City, you remember Valerie Solanas? She was a pamphleteer. She shot Warhol. She was homeless. She was in the Greenwich Village.
Okay.
And she had a pamphlet that she would live from. She would sell them in the streets, called Scum. Yes, someone remembers Society for Cutting Up Men. She was a trailblazer, and she was a feminist, and she really had very unique ideas. Also, the White Rose would do they would do 1 or 2 pages, but they also mailed their letters in Nazi Germany to households. It had the opposite effect.
Right.
And Thomas Paine also said too many things against the Bible, against religion, and he ended up penniless and they didn't want to even bury him.
Well, that's the thing with zines is you put your beliefs out there and you suffer the slings and arrows, but some of us wouldn't want it any other way or just can't or aren't wired to have it any other way.
Okay, I got a couple questions from Matrix. First is, I've heard rumors that there are ways that a printout can be tracked back to a printer. Do you know if this is true, and are there ways to anonymize one's prints?
I know that it is true. If you do a little bit of Googling, I know there was some anti-Google stuff here, or any bit of searching, there are ways to autonomize it. I don't know, maybe somebody does. The same thing hold true with making copies. The page itself, yes. So yes, the answer to that is yes. I don't exactly have any tips to completely circumvent it. You should probably pay more attention to that and do your due diligence.
Okay, next question. Have you come across any zines with fun gimmicks, pop-up art, interactive art, etc.?
Yes, there is a table here at Hope for papercraft where people are putting together sort of pop-up paper cutout books. It's in the Village. Don't remember the name of it. I should. I think I did say the name. So yes, definitely check it out. And kind of they're a little bit rare because zines are generally handmade. So somebody really has to have a labor of love to sit there and type them. But yes, that's one of the more interesting things is people moving out of the format, breaking the format.
Just wanted to answer that question. Actually, it's yellow dot printing, and it allows you to identify any printer. And the U.S. government has mandated that here.
Right.
So if you want to avoid it, you can use risographs or black and white.
There you go.
Printers. So some
Better.
class of those. Yeah, this comes up all the time. But quick question for you: what is like your favorite zine that you have found recently, or something that's super memorable that stuck out to you?
I think see, like the anarchists, they if you want to find any zine, just search for the Anarchist Guide to, and it'll be, if you want a how to make a colostomy bag, just Anarchist Guide to before it. I really like the social political zines where they're just like, this is what it's, like how to spend the night in prison, how to survive in jail, how to do things like that. And it runs the gamut. And like the one I was saying where somebody was talking about their favorite restaurant, and each page was a restaurant. And they said, I loved having the risotto here, and I would come here with my mom and it would be fun, and now it's gone. And you would turn, so it really does. They're informative and they're a little enlightening. So, and I run a site called zinedrop.com where you can kind of take a look at everything that we have up there. We have it tagged so you can see kind of, the subject you want.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm familiar. Yes. I just wanted to share a couple of things because someone had asked about accessibility. Anyone who's creating a zine could go to the Cultural Access Network. If you just, do a search on that, they have all of the standards for print that you would need to do, like font sizes, things like
Right.
that, clarity, and whatnot. So that's a really actually a good and free resource, and it's good for print, and it's also good if you're doing any kind of programming. Another one would be the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which again, you could do a search on that, but that information is out there. So if you ever wanted to make anything accessible, those are two resources that
Thank
would be
you.
good for that.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, last call. Any other questions?
Time for the nap. Thank you for indulging me. This has been. Yes.
Sorry. So one of the problems with digital distribution is discoverability. Aside from trading, what is the best way to like discover things that you didn't know you needed to know?
Well, again, if you're doing it digitally, you can do a Google search. There are sites like the site I run, and most zines, they also have zine fairs, libraries, periodically a couple of times a year hold zine festivals where you can go and you can check out all the zines. Places like that. I mean, they're out there. You just have to look for them, and you don't have to look very far. Okay, now we can take the next.
Okay, thank you so much, Jack. Let's give it. Just so you know, coming up next, we have Hacking the Layers, Hackers, Open Source, and the 3D Printing World, and why you should care about it. We're going to be getting started here in about 5 minutes. So I just want to remind you, if you have a ham radio, go ahead and turn that off. Make sure your phone is silent. Double, triple check it since you got some time right now. And this is Gramercy, and we're going to be learning about 3D printing. I will introduce our speaker here in about 5 minutes. Good evening. Welcome to Gramercy. Tonight we have Hacking the Layers, Hackers, Open Source, and the 3D Printing World, and why you should care about it. But before I introduce our speaker, I want to remind you that Hope is fully volunteer run, and we need volunteers for everything. Everything is volunteer run. If you are at all interested in volunteering this weekend, please see the info booth for more information. It's fun, rewarding, and you meet really great people. If you are kind of wandering around, not sure what talk to go to or where you want to hang out, just go sign up for a volunteer session. It'll give you something to do, people to meet, and you'll be glad you did. Tonight, we are hearing from Jim Griffin. He is a lifelong geek and hacker. His day job is corporate network architect. His passion is making things and activism via tech and 3D printing. So let's all welcome Jim Griffin.
Thank you. Before I get started, how many people flew here to be here? Welcome to New York. Yes, it smells like pot all the time, but that's okay. So I'm going to get started I had to pick a place to start. And, oh, great. Now my phone's dictating. Great. Go away. So we had to pick a place to start. And so I decided we were going to start this hacking conversation around what is a hack? And all of us know it's, taking something, making it do something, understanding it, and making it do something that it wasn't intended to do. And starting this story, I decided to focus on the Tech Model Railroad Club at MIT. And basically, they started this in 1946 and were given space in a building which was called Building 20. And this is kind of one of the characters in the story of the Model Railroad Club. Building 20 was developed during World War II when MIT needed more space, and they built an ugly building as fast as they could. And when they put the Model Railroad Club, they warned them, they said, listen, it's probably going to go away within the next few months, maybe a year. That building stayed around until 1996. And the Model Railroad Club started there. So the one thing it really offered them is, since nobody cared about the building, they had full autonomy. They were able to build things in places they wouldn't really be allowed to. They were able to put holes in walls. They were able to repurpose technology that wasn't intended to be used that way. Basically, they had no adult supervision. And if anybody worked at a .com or something at a startup in the late 90s and the early 2000s, you might have actually had that experience where you were showing up to work every day in a place with no adult supervision. And you got a lot of things done. I think that point in my life, technically speaking, I learned the most that I ever did, and got hands on a lot of things. So the freedom of such an open, permissive environment really led to some good hacking. And what they did was they weren't really building a model railroad for the purpose of a pretty model railroad. It's also not shocking that trains and hacking at MIT found a common space. I feel like there's a lot of overlap in those demographics. But what they did is they took pieces that they used in regular life, telephone switch relays, regular relays, the PDP-11, and they used that to program their model railroad. So they did all their scheduling on what was a mainframe. This machine, my company had one sitting in storage when they were moving, and I was offered one by our vice president of technology at the time. However, the people who bought the building ended up recycling it because it was crap. So it was going to go to a computer history museum in New Jersey, and it ended up going wherever they sold it, which was really unfortunate. These are the people involved in the Model Railroad at MIT in the Model Railroad Club. And the names aren't really what I'm trying to point out, but what I'm trying to point out is it was always about community. They found community at the institution where that's where hackers were kind of trapped in that time. If you were at home, there was no such thing as a home hacker hobbyist in the 60s. There were some phone freaks. If anybody saw the Joy Bubbles thing last night, absolutely amazing. I wasn't expecting to walk in and out of that and be emotionally impacted, but having heard a little bit of the story before, you should really check it out if you haven't. So phone freaking was going on. I'm not really starting there. I was starting at Hacker Community, and I've attended about 5, 6 talks, and community keeps coming up, and it's going to come up here too. So the hacker was trapped at the institution, and in that, if you were going to try to do something, you had to be there, which was a bit elitist to begin with, because at that time in history, to get into a computer science program, you had to be in calculus. Less than 1% of the world's population knows calculus. I'm not good with calculus. But these people needed to know it, and they had it. So it's a pretty amazing thing of what they were able to do. The limitation wasn't imagination. The limitation was access to the equipment. They had it. So they started connecting these things, and we all know the story of ARPANET and DARPA. They started talking these machines together. This is the early internet, for lack of a better term. And the neighborhood got bigger, but the hackers still trapped at the institution. They just can talk to people at other institutions. So they're a little less alone, but they're still kind of trapped. And the first message sent from UCLA to SRI was low. They were trying to type login. The system crashed. That's as far as they got. So that was a successful communication because it showed the machines can talk to each other. And the hacker spin, or at least the technologist spin, started to claim success out of a minor disaster. So in 1975, and I need to make a note here in the notes for this talk, I said the Chaos Computer Club. My ADHD brain caused these problems. I didn't notice it until I was reading the program when I got here. So the Homebrew Computer Club, not the Chaos Computer Club. So in 1975, the Homebrew Computer Club basically introduces the home computer to the public. And it did that in the form of the Altair. And the Altair was basically, up until a certain point at the Homebrew, was a useless machine. It had dip switches in the front. You had to program it to in BASIC, up, down. And if it lost power, which there are stories about it losing power after somebody diligently worked hours at the key, at the toggles, you had to start all over again. At the Homebrew Computer Club, they put it next to an AM radio, flipped a bunch of switches for a while, and then had it play a song. And it was the first use that this useless machine had. And of course, that's another success in the tech world. And it became part of our history. Of course, then Woz introduced the Apple I. And then, of course, the capitalist shows up and says, hey, let's sell that. And of course, it's led to our history. I'm carrying Apple products. I'm not a shill, but I do use them because I refused Google, and I'm going to continue to do that. So that's the culture. Look what I made. What do you think about it? Do you think you can make it better? Let me see how you did that. And that's going to continue to play out over this. So the hackers now escape the institution. They can work on this equipment at home. And the question then becomes, what do you do with this machine? The network wasn't free yet, and then there's an issue with what software runs on it. At that time, software was pretty much proprietary. In the early PC days, IBM had their own spreadsheets. The Mac, actually at the time it was the Apple II. They had their own spreadsheet programs. Everybody was competing for this space, but they were all writing the same similar software, but you got it from your preferred computer company. And then there's the advent of shareware. So with the BBS world, anybody have BBS experience? So you all had big, heavy phone bills that your parents hated you for when you were like 7. That was me. Definitely a very valued time in my life. I found community. I lived here in New York City. When I grew up, I was in public schools, and we started a program in New York City public schools. There was a BBS environment called NiceNet. I'm riffing here, and I apologize. But NiceNet was it was basically New York City's Department of Education's bulletin board system. And that was my first BBS, and it had basically a door to drop to the lower level Xenix operating system, which is a Unix variant from, I think, SCO eventually. And that was my first experience with Unix, and I was 11 years old. And I think I'd say that fed me for most of my adult life. When Linux came out in '94, I jumped all over it. Anyway, shareware was not freeware. Shareware was software you're supposed to pay for, but you can trade it with people and you can hand it off. And a ton of big names started, McAfee being probably the biggest shareware. if not for the ID games, Wolfenstein and Doom. WinZip, anybody paying for WinZip anymore? Okay. So the software problem is who really controls the code? And what do we get to do with these computers? So you can own the computer without owning the ability to run programs on it. And a lot of people saw that as a problem. And that's where RMS came in 1983 and basically said, what if I built an alternative, and what if I hand it off to everybody, and what if we share source code? And it's a collaboration. And in 1985, the Free Software Foundation started. All right, hold on. I'm just catching up to my notes here. So the problem then becomes, the internet becomes public. And now the public is on the internet. It's not necessarily fast. We had dial-up, we had BBS. America Online was mentioned in the last talk. And software trading becomes a reality. But so does exploration. And the question was at the university level, what does this machine do? And then when they networked it, what does that machine do, and how do we access it? But when you're from the outside, how do we get in? And curiosity became intrusion, and that's where the word hacker kind of gets muddled up. And I think we're all constantly defending it. I don't bother anymore. I proudly tell people when we talk about it, like, yeah, I'm a hacker. I have curiosity. I jump into machines and work on. I'm constantly doing something. I will say, since I discovered 3D printing, and with my job being very tech related, IT and computing, I don't enjoy it as much as I used to anymore. And I find that that just seems too much like work for me. But anyway, curiosity became intrusion, and the legend of the notorious hacker begins. And honestly, in the case of Kevin Mitnick, the story of Kevin Mitnick did more damage to Kevin Mitnick than Kevin Mitnick did to the various companies, DEC and all that. But the word hacker is now carrying two meanings. It's an explorer and an intruder, and we haven't gotten past that yet. But enter the celebrity hacker. In that same time frame, as the U.S. was punishing Kevin, free software continued to expand. Apache, open source. It's kind of the beginning of the real boom of the .com movement, but it was all built on open source software. And there is a difference between free software, as in beer, and open source. So it gets a little mixed up, but I think everybody in this room kind of gets it. So then the hacker becomes political. What happens when someone tries to stop you? I don't think anybody thought Kevin didn't do anything wrong. I mean, even Kevin, in his point, when he first got out, he said, yes, I know I did wrong. But the issue wasn't that he did right or wrong. The issue was that the US government broke the law in trying to punish and go after Kevin. So hackers who, all the ones I know, have a very solid sense of justice, didn't take kindly to that, and the Free Kevin movement began. 2600 was very involved in that. But that wasn't where it ended. Hackers started hacking things to protest and say, we're not going to take this. You guys start wars. You do all these things. And this movement continued. The late 90s was a really amazing time because it was almost like once a week something was taken down. And 2600 was around here to put it on the web and say, look who got taken down this week. And it was kind of watching something in real time. It was pretty exciting. Go on just a little bit further, and MPAA gets involved because somebody wrote a program to break DVD encryption, and that was published in 2600 magazines. So of course that led to a lawsuit, which wasn't successful as far as defending the lawsuit, but it did come up with code as speech. And this is important in a number of ways, and we're going to get back to this, but a program can do something, but sharing that program can say something, and both can be true at the same time. And basically, if code is speech, you can't stop it. That's when we had a constitution. I don't really know where we stand on that right now. So then we have a hardware problem. Software has become cheap, the hardware stays expensive. So, the community in its various ways came up with microcontrollers, Arduino, the Raspberry Pi was promised to be a $35 computer. That's hardly been true. However, it's very effective and gets quite a bit done. And I don't know if anyone's dealt with ESP class control boards, but they're pretty awesome. There's quite a bit you can do with a little $10 ESP board you can get online. These tools themselves become democratized and they become available, and basically lead into some of the things we're going into next here. Where would 3D printing be without the Arduino? The world that we know of 3D printing really wouldn't exist. The Arduino was the center of the brains at the time. Cheap open hardware, cheap software, and then everything else was expensive to put it together. But it's all cheap parts, and that's kind of what started the whole movement. The Raspberry Pi, $35 computer I touched on, I'm going to jump off that. So we escaped the computer, we escaped the software, we escaped the network, and we made the hardware cheap, but there was still a part missing from this picture. The conceptual maker, which I'll consider myself one because I have no physical skills to do anything properly. I can measure twice, 3 times, 10 times using the best tools, level it, go and add it to my wall, and it will be like this. I don't have the ability. I don't know. I can't write. In the 6th grade, my teacher made me start typing on a typewriter because my handwriting was so bad. So I've been typing home rows since I was about that tall, before the world was really keyboarding. That said, I didn't know I had a creative streak until I started 3D printing, and I was actually able to make things come out that work. So that the maker escapes the workshop. So for most of industrial history, making things meant having a factory. And having a factory, meant a lot of space, designing tools, designing your production line, designing your molds. If you're doing injection molding, those things cost tens of thousands of dollars. And if you have to make a change, basically, oh no, that hole needs to be 2 millimeters to the left, you're going to spend that money again. And that's, that's not maximizing shareholder value, and that's the American way. We need to maximize shareholder value. So 3D printing changes the iteration loop. You go from CAD to print to test to change. You don't have to change your whole production line. You don't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to make a new injection mold. So in 1981 to 1982, Hideo Kadoma basically proposed early layer-by-layer photopolymer printing, and basically described a system where the liquid photopolymer is selectively hardened layer by layer with UV exposure. So this is resin printing. And it does this layer by layer. Basically think about making a 2D picture layer by layer until you have a 3D environment. And that's basically the beginning of 3D printing. So 1982. Chuck Hull gets a lot of credit. Now Chuck Hull, he invented stereolithography, which is the STL file that we all use. It's amazing that it's persisted this long. And he files the patent in 1984. 1986, 3D Systems is founded. They still exist today. They are one of the big players. They control a lot of patents in the environment, and that's where it started. That is the SLA process. That is basically photoresin. Scott Crump invented FDM. Basically thermoplastic 3D printing, the way we all think of it today. At the time, it was basically a hot glue gun with thermoplastic in it on a movable, controllable gantry. And that's come a long way. This is Stratasys. They are the largest of the 3D printing commercial companies. They're basically industrial. And so the first machines, so 3 paths emerge. There's SLA, there's SLS, which we didn't talk about, started by Deckard, and FDM thermoplastic by Crump. 3D printing isn't one invention. It's basically a collection of inventions. It's a family of additive manufacturing, which up until this point, every bit of manufacturing was subtractive. You started with more material than you need. This is the opposite. We're starting with less, and you build it as you go. I don't know if it's less wasteful. It seems to be, but you know, these are all plastics, so people have feelings about that too. So the first machines were for industry. They were solving an industrial problem, and it was just that prototyping took too long. It was too hard to deal with, and engineering could be made easier by this process. But it wasn't for us. The technology worked, the access model didn't. A Stratasys printer at the time, and even today, costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're not even as good as a Bamboo Labs machine, if you were actually to compare quality between them. However, they guarantee performance, and they guarantee material strength, and that is needed when you're doing, aerodynamics and you're doing aerospace projects. You need to know that your materials are going to stand up to the pressures they need. So, as it's happened before, somebody asked the question, what if 3D printers can make 3D printers? And enter Adrian Boyer, who started the RepRap movement. And the RepRap movement basically asked that question: self-replicating, open design, and ready to go. Basically, machines making machines, which is a little perverse if you ask me, but you know, to each their own. So this is profound, not just because it's open sourcing a product, but because they open sourced the making of the product. So, you know, we'll examine this a little bit. It's not a great business move when you give your product away. So, you know, it becomes a collaboration. Vic Oliver gets involved, the Darwin development era, and in 2008 they had the first documented replication where a printer printed a printer. That sounds awesome, you know. So the RepRap community gets going. So the hacker culture is back. Build it, share it, improve it. Somebody else builds on it. And that's the same culture. It escaped the computer lab, and now it's escaping into the physical world. As far as I'm concerned, and as I have approached this, 3D printing is hacking in the physical realm. You're making products that are virtually impossible to do in any other way. You can make shapes that aren't possible to mold. So Prusa came out, and Prusa is one of the big early 3D printing companies. Joe Prusa is the CEO of that company. It's a privately owned, family-owned company, exists in the Czech Republic. They employ about 1,000 people, and you pay out the nose for their printers because they you know, every part of this is related to people, but they do perform really well. So Prusa says, we will make a kit, and you could buy this kit. You don't have to source the parts yourself. You pay us for the kit, we'll ship it to you, and you build it. So now the barrier to entry is lower, and 3D printing really gets kicked off. This is in the early 2015-ish area. MakerBot comes out, and Bree Pettis, who's a local, basically said, you could just buy the printer. And so they made this printer. The original printers were wood. You know, we were dealing with high heats, but the printers are made of wood, so that's cool. However, they were something special at the time because you can now bring something home. They were still pretty expensive, but you know, now you're a manufacturer in your home. They actually started in Brooklyn before they got acquired multiple times, and they are now fully owned by Stratasys, which you remember from the previous name. So the community gets bigger. Printers, makers, and communities are working together. There's networks, forums, IRC. Yes, it still exists. There's still a channel called Jim's Mom that's existed on EFNet since 1997. And there's still people in there. Clint and Drool are still hanging out in there. I jump in there every couple of years, but it's weird. So in addition to that, there's Google Hangouts, RIP. A lot of the 3D printing community existed in Google Hangouts. They just happen to start around the same time. Meetups and makerspaces. If you haven't checked the makerspace out on 37th Street, it's pretty awesome. I hope to get back there before I get out of here. I did see one 3D printer there. They had a Prusa Mini, but they have a ton of other stuff. So people start making things, tools, parts, you know, repairing parts, and I feel like a lot of this is where the static is going to start showing up as this continues. Toys. Has anyone bought any Flexi Dragons? I've sell things at farmers markets, and the Flexi Dragons are really looked down upon in the 3D printing community, but if I don't bring them, I don't make money. So I sell the things I want to sell, and I bring the dragons for the kids to see, and hopefully they drag their parents by. Pay for your licenses. Make sure the people who develop your files are taken care of. So the file becomes part of the production. Up until now, it would be a picture of what the thing is supposed to look like. This time, the file is the thing. It says how to build the thing, and the machine builds it based on what it is. So these files start getting shared. Find it, download it, try it, modify it, share it. It's shareware again almost, except you're making modifications. I never changed Wolfenstein. Actually, that's not true. There was Barney Stein plugin where you can install it, and all of the soldiers became Beavis and Butthead, and the boss was Barney at the end of the level. So, modifications have been with software for a while, but this is more of an open community thing. What's old is new again. We've done this before. Shared software. Thingiverse is still around today. It was recently acquired from Stratasys. They keep showing up in this story. And they are hopefully breathing new life into it. You can still find things there. It's no longer my first go-to when I'm looking for files. I kind of like printables. I do go to Thingiverse. Sometimes I'll search a general search engine looking for things. But Thingiverse is integral to how files have really been shared through time here. So the file is the factory's cousin, basically, and I leaned into this before. The model has the geometry to make the device or whatever you're making. The file is also the community. It's shared. It's passed around. At the end of this talk, I have some Captain Crunch whistles. So I've got a bunch in here. They work. They're not perfect. The original scans were low res. They've been repaired a couple times. I get 2600 hertz out of some of them if you block this cover. This came from Thingiverse. This is one of the first things I downloaded when I got my first 3D printer a bunch of years ago. I downloaded it. I printed it. It took about a day because it was a MakerBot Replicator 2X that I had to repair every time I printed with it. However, I printed it. This one's not from that. This is from a real 3D printer. So the community exists, the designs are shared, and the world is kind of where it is right now, except the machines were still pretty expensive. So enter Creality, and this is the Ender 2, and Creality just said, yeah, here's a printer, it's a couple $100. And hopefully you could get it to work. And people got it to work, and mostly what they used it for was fixing it and making it work. They built their own parts, they built their own adaptations. However, it was a successful model. And this is basically a copy of a Prusa Mini. The Ender comes out, the Ender line goes. Bamboo Labs shows up, and they clone the Ender. So they make a different version of that. So you got the A1, and then they come out with the X1 Carbon, and the X1 Carbon's a workhorse. This printer, it can print in carbon fiber, hence the Carbon name. It's enclosed. It's a Core XY, which means you have two motors on the gantry, and each one can actually control X or Y. So you get some efficiency and movement. Anyway, Dr. Tao is the CEO of Bamboo Labs, and they came from DJI drones. And so there's a number of engineers and business executives who left DJI and said, we need to start a company. And the first thing they do is they have a meeting and said, what are we going to make? And they came around and said, we're going to make 3D printers, and we're going to make them really good, and we're going to make them automated, and we're going to sell them for not a whole lot of money. And stick a pin in that because it's important. But basically, these printers are shipping for slightly more than the cost of building them and shipping. So, this basically leads to one of those situations where if it's free or super cheap, is it the product or are you? And in this case, the Bamboo Labs are so affordable because you're also the product and they're monetizing you. However, you're not going to get a better 3D printer on the market. And so that's the trade-off, right? This is not open source. Their slicer is open source based. It's based on Prusa Slicer. However, recently, if anyone pays attention to the news, they just recently threatened to sue somebody who released basically exactly their source code and compiled it. And in that code, there was an agent identifier, again, from the original Bamboo release source code that said, this is the Bamboo Studio application, give me access to the cloud. That was the extent of the authentication. And now I can run things through their cloud. So somebody released a version of Orca Slicer that did exactly that. And I guess they noticed it in the logs, and they got feelings about that, and they basically threatened to sue them, take it down. It got taken down. The community jumped in. Louis Rossman and a bunch of other people have said, we'll host it, and so it's back up. You can get this version. I don't print with Bamboo printers, so I'm not doing anything with it. But this is shots fired, right? Open source software. This is open source software that it's based on, and all they did is recompile it. That's shots fired. However, Bamboo did a lot for the market. The democratization ladder is now you just print. The RepRap and Mendel, which was the original Prusa, build it. Prusa i3 was build it better and we'll ship you the parts. Creality came out, we'll build it cheap, and Bamboo's like, just print. Just print, it'll work. Every step to this lowered the barrier to production, but it also made the machine easier to ignore, which, for geeks like me, that kind of hurts. I want to be able to repair it. The thing I find about 3D printing that makes it something I'm good at is it's more applied troubleshooting. Not one product that you print, not one project is going to be like the others, and everything's going to have a problem in some way or another. And applied troubleshooting, I think it gave me the ability to, hear it, listen, look for problems, and output. So now we get to a point where printers are really easy, they're available. So people start making things for each other. And this is kind of where my interest in the story starts to really pick up. Assistive technology is a really clear example of why this is important. Enable is let me get back there. Enable describes itself as a global volunteer network using 3D printing and open source designs in building prosthetics and prosthetic parts. Their promotional material specifically discusses the cost and growth problem for children. Children's prosthetics are very, very finite in their use. Kids grow amazingly fast. You may not see it, but a prosthetic will feel it. You'll feel a prosthetic not fitting a lot quicker. So this is an excellent use for 3D printing because it's local, it's everywhere, and making prosthetics for children just seems like a really nice thing. There's another organization called Make Good, and they kind of do the same thing for wheelchairs for children. Again, they grow out of things pretty quick, but in this case, the person receiving the device, the wheelchair, whatever prosthetic they may be working on, they can participate in the design of that. Pick a color scheme, pick do you want Marvel characters? What do you want on it? And that just gives them ownership. I feel like this, again, it's enabling people to be expressive. And I never really thought plastic was an expressive form, but here it is. Why does this matter? Again, the child grows, their needs change, the device changes, and traditional production isn't optimized for this. It's okay. The traditional production asks a question, and it's basically how many of these can we sell? And the maker production is who needs one? All right. So 3D printing is unusually good at making the economically irrational thing possible on a one-by-one basis. The other place this really is near and dear to my heart is activism. I feel like we all have a responsibility to look at for everything that we're up against here. And people who have agency need to do something about it. Some people are more threatened than others. Some people have some power in who they are or what they look like. And I think it's our job to take some of the punches on this. So it becomes an activist tool. And for me, that looked like everybody know what this is? I've heard them mentioned a few times today. I didn't steal a flock camera. I'm 50, and I just can't get arrested for things like this. So I made a cover for it that you're going to be able to install with a broomstick. Okay? This file, once I'm done with this conference, this file will be released to the various, things, file sites, printables, Thingiverse, MakerWorld, whoever will take it. And it's going to be free. I'm going to hand them out, not here, I didn't print more than one of these because I sat on this for about 3 months before I actually hit print. And I'm going to start handing them out at protest environments and things like that. And the point of this basically is it's passive for the most part. Yes, you're interfering, but I am not vandalizing. I am not cutting it down. And we'll see what the courts say about that. But I'm releasing this file. Something else I've done a lot of. These are ice whistles, and basically these will signal if there's ice activity, or if ice is actually actively doing something, or if they're just in the area. There's various patterns you can blow out. These will be available to take. I've printed about 10,000 of these since last November. They've been handed out at protests, basically in the Hudson Valley. I'm kind of a homebody when I'm not traveling for work. So the other thing I did a bunch of was I printed and sold pride bricks for various organizations as fundraisers. And basically, I think I raised them about like $4,000 in plastic pride brick sales last year and this year combined. So we escaped the factory, we built the machines, we made them affordable, we put them in people's homes, we shared the files, and then we started making things for each other. So what happens when everybody has the means of production? The fight for the machine. We escape the factory. Who gets to decide what the machine can do? We built it open. These are the various ecosystems that were open source. Clipper is currently the hotness. It's Unix based, and it was very familiar to me. I was really happy to find it. But now the box is getting closed. Bamboo printers are closed. The code is no longer open in a lot of these things. We have a permission problem. So they're starting to tighten down. So enter the government. And we've got 4 bills this year. California AB 2047, Colorado HB 261144, Oregon HB 2005, and New York's S 9005 and A 10005. New York doesn't pass laws anymore. Everything's passed in the budget for the last 10, 15 years. It's ridiculous. But anyway, that just came through with our budget. And all of these bills are a bit different. New York's is actually in law now, and it's being worked. California is still deciding. Colorado made some legitimate changes when it came to some of the restrictions they were looking to do. Read about these because they're important. Read the bills and get to know what they're about. The government wants the printer to ask permission. Blocking technology. And in the previous talk, somebody mentioned, I forgot about microdot tracking on 2D printers. So that is the other case where limiting technology was required by the government to be put in. This is a bit different because this is going to be a spy that's examining your thing. It's easy to make an argument that if somebody's photocopying money and distributing bills, I don't have a problem with that being tracked back to somebody, but this is a different story. This is the government wanting permission and forcing me to have this running in my house. And what does blocking actually mean? Is it geometry? Is it a shape? Is it just a general purpose? Machines can't understand intent. And a tube is a tube. And if we're talking about strength and 3D printing guns, guns need power, strength. 3D printing on FDM, there's no strength. The layer in the Z, it'll always snap easily, unless you print on the side. But you're not making guns that are effective out of 3D printers. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, and I'm not saying it's not an issue, but it's not the issue they're pretending it is. So I'm kind of jumping ahead. Flash forward said the quiet part out loud. They're going to do account terminations and government referrals to authorities when they detect some of these things. The community freaked out, pushed back. They backed off a little bit, but it's still in their terms. And then they've asked the companies to do it. Basically, Every Town for Gun Safety, which has done gun control advocacy for a number of years. I'm not even getting into that conversation. All of a sudden decided that 3D printed guns were a huge problem. And you got to wonder why. There's a ton of companies lining up to build the system. And they've got a very willing partner in some of the companies. You got to remember, all of these 3D printer companies outside of Prusa and a couple others are all located in mainland China. They are really used to bending to government requirements. So what do we need to do? Write your representatives and tell them what the technology actually does. Talk to normal people outside of this room. We're all in-tuned in technology issues, but for the most part, everybody's going about their day not thinking about this. It's not a problem for them, and they don't know why. Why we don't want anyone 3D printing guns in their rooms? It's not. Your kid's not doing that. Become an activist. Spread the word. Get out there. Talk to people. I missed an entry here. Run for office. We need people to run for office. Every town for gun safety, which again, I have no problems for gun safety, but they have a seat at the table. We don't have a seat at the table. We need a seat at the table. They need to stop legislating technology issues without understanding. And we need hackers in office. I'm on a school board. I ran for office a number of years ago. It's exhausting work sometimes. However, I do like it. We just wanted to play, and then we changed the world. But maybe it's time we actually start doing it on purpose instead of by accident. We've changed, hackers have changed the world by accident a number of times since this movement started. We need a seat at the table, and everybody should go out and build the future. If you have, that's the end of the talk. If you're not 3D printing, I suggest you look into it. If you don't know how to get started, talk to me. I'd be happy to talk to you about it. I didn't put my contacts in there, but basically jimprintsthings.com will get you to all of my socials, my email, all of that, or just at jimprintsthings on Instagram or Facebook. And I thank you very much and look forward to questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Jim. We have a few minutes for questions. So if you'd like to ask a question, please quickly come to the mic here. Or if you're on Matrix, you can go ahead and ask that, and I will read it out loud if we have time.
I was curious if you had any experience printing ceramics.
No, that is, so when we were talking about the three different types, that is going to be a powder-based printing, which is really cool. It's done in a open vat and kind of all happens at once. You can print a lot of things at once in that vat of powder. You could do metals, you could do plastics, nylons, and you can do ceramics. Really, really amazing stuff. However, you couldn't really run it at home because that dust is toxic. It will get everywhere, and you will have your lungs will die if you're not using PPE around it. Jamie from the Mythbusters recently got into a bit of a flack with some of the community because he got one in his workshop and he's just using it open and willy-nilly. But they're dangerous. Also, resin is toxic. It's really cool, but make sure you're going to use it in a very ventilated space. Sorry, didn't mean to rant there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I missed a tiny part of your talk. So if you've already talked about this, forgive me, please.
Sure.
But on the note of 3D printed guns and the negative qualities of 3D printing, i.e. I'm going to print something that there's a very expensive table, but I'll just make it myself.
Yeah.
What are the positive sides that we can talk about? And that's
I mean, I think that's, so I do think that's a positive, right? We're not, it's not guns, it's being able to make things for people. I spent last year disabled. I injured myself in December of 24. And basically, I was walking with a cane and a severe limp and needed hip replacement surgery that I had this year. And in that, found limitations I didn't experience before and started coming up with ideas to improve my life. When I had my hip surgery, I had to use a walker for a few weeks. And on that, I developed a cup holder, phone holder, things to carry things around because who the heck, I don't like pockets. I don't like things in my pockets. So my wife thought it was a bit ridiculous that I was making something to last for 6 weeks, but I did it because I don't sleep.
But did you talk about it?
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about it now.
That's all I'm asking is
we
got to throw the positive things out there, very much so.
Yeah, there's tons of positives. I think the prosthetics are super positive.
Hugely.
I developed a lot of this prior to it happening, but there was the earthquake in South America a couple months back. And long story short, people in the community were making splints and shipping splints overnight. It became an immediate response and things were shipped. And, I think that's a testament to what the technology can do. Thank you.
I have a question that's similar about that, about with more so than 3D printing guns, but in the exploit development, the fact that you can write exploits is based on, we have First Amendment, we can write code, code's protected, just like it is for these files. Do you think it might be worth getting behind some of the support that some communities might have about, let us 3D print whatever we want. When we create the file, we write the code. It's really how it's used, not the code or the file itself. So if someone builds a tool, whether it's an exploit or a gun, it's really perhaps how it's used. So might be worth getting behind supporting the groups that are supporting the printing, 3D printing of anything. Don't ask us what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to be said for that. And if you were to come at this without it being about 3D printing, there'd be a list of constitutional issues. You're allowed to build your own gun. You're allowed to do it. You can go to the hardware store, buy the parts, do it with real tools, and produce an actual real gun that can do a whole lot of damage compared to what a 3D printed part of a gun can do. You're not making barrels, you're not making triggers, there's limitations, but you're absolutely right. I think there's a bit of a free speech for sure situation here, not just in the code, but also in the, my kids are theater rats. I've been producing stage props for a couple of years now, and I can't see that working out. The California bill has a carve out for props parts in the industry. So other billion-dollar companies that are already doing this work, they'll be okay. But you're working with community theater. Sorry, that looks too much like a real gun. We're coming after you. And I feel like I would support that and get into free as in speech. Sharing.
Okay, this is our last question that we have time for. It's from Matrix. The question is, after seeing the way 3D printing has changed even recently, what's a good place to start from scratch if one wanted to get into 3D printing at home?
I'm going to say Facebook Marketplace. I have 7 3D printers now. I don't have a problem. It's intentional. I promise it's intentional. However, I am I am pretty much out of the business buying brand new retail 3D printers because the markup is so crazy and the economy is bad enough that you get some really good deals on Facebook Marketplace right now. I bought a Prusa Mini about a month and a half ago for $75. That thing still retails for $500 and change. And it's wonderful. It's perfect. It's probably my best buy. I did buy a Creality K1 SE for $20 that needed repair, and I repaired it for $60. So I'm doing okay in printers. My wife doesn't agree, and that's why I sell plastic on the weekends to support my habit. But no, thank you for that question. And thank you for coming. Again, go out and make things. And if you want a whistle of either type, I will be back there so I'm not in the way as the next talk is setting up. So thanks again for coming out. And have a happy conference.
Thanks again, Jim. If you would like, you could stick around at 7 o'clock, coming up in just 10 minutes. We have a talk. It's 10 p.m. Do you know what your AI agents are doing? Good evening and welcome to Gramercy. We're going to start here in just about one moment. I just want to remind you, if you have a ham radio, that means you're cool, but please turn it off. Also, if you have a cell phone, turn that off. We don't want any noise going off, interrupting us. We're really all excited to hear from Alex tonight. Our speaker tonight is Alex Rodriguez. He is a senior security engineer focused on detection and response. He builds detection pipelines, incident response, automation, and endpoint security tooling, and is currently developing open source monitoring and prevention frameworks for AI coding agents using open telemetry and Claude Code hooks. He has spent his career in defensive security across biotech, e-commerce, healthcare, and higher education. And before Alex comes up, I just want to remind you that Hope is a completely volunteer-run conference, and we need volunteers. So if you have not volunteered, I encourage you to do it. If you're not sure, what talk do I want to go to next? What am I going to go see tomorrow? Maybe just stop by the info booth on the second level and say, hey, I want to volunteer. It gives you something to do. It's a way to meet people. It's a really cool way of doing things. With that said, it is 10 p.m. What are your agents doing? It's not actually 10 p.m., but if you're my age, it feels like it. So let's all welcome Alex Rodriguez.
Thank you for the intro. We're going to give this a minute. Wonderful. All right, let's see if unplugging and plugging it back in works. Awesome. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Alexander Rodriguez. As we just heard the intro, just want to say thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. Longtime reader, first time showing up here, first time presenter. So thank you, everybody, and please be patient. Just a little background. Like I said, I have about 7 years in cybersecurity, mostly higher ed, e-commerce, biotech. And for my talk this evening, I want to talk about runtime security controls for AI agents. Developers approve 97% of permission prompts. This is straight from Anthropic. Last week, they released an article talking about their AI security. This is important because it introduces the risk of prompt fatigue. If users are constantly being asked to approve actions, they may eventually stop paying attention to what their agents are actually doing. And that starts to raise the question, if a security control can be clicked through almost automatically, how effective is it really as a control? You're just rubber stamping nonstop. You forget to look. You might approve something that deletes your entire repo for all you know. If developers are constantly approving these requests, then we also need to start questioning how effective the human in the loop process actually is at preventing risky or malicious agent behavior. If users are just approving, is it actually working? So with that being said, my question for developers is, what did your agent do today? If you ask some of the developers within your organization, they could probably tell you their agent fixed a bug, shipped a new feature, or helped them research a new tech stack. But what they may not be able to tell you is what curl command that agent ran, what local files it accessed, or what decision it made along the way. And the gap between knowing what the agent accomplished and knowing what the actual agent actually did to accomplish it is where the visibility problem starts, in my opinion. After thinking about how we could get better insight into agent behavior, I started to think back to all of the ways we've seen agents exploited to perform malicious actions. This led me to the larger question, how can we actually prevent this behavior from happening? And for that question, I put together a proof of concept. The goal was to understand what agents are actually doing, identifying potential malicious behavior, and explore what we can do to prevent the behavior from happening. However, I just want to throw this out there. The scope of this project was very limited. I am one person on one machine over the course of a few weeks. This isn't meant to be a how-to guide. I just hope you guys can take away some of this stuff as considerations for how you can improve your organization or your own personal setup. Before we jump into my proof of concept, I want to spend a little time threat modeling these agents and looking at everything that could potentially go wrong, just to explain why I even decided to address this. When we think about everything an agent can do on our behalf, we tend to think about all of the useful features, the ability to run terminal commands, access our file system to gain context for a task, use our saved credentials to interact with external systems, and the ever-growing world of MCP tooling, with capabilities like sending emails or creating calendar invites on our behalf. However, all of that access comes with a major caveat, in my opinion. The same capabilities that make these agents useful can also be the perfect environment for a bad actor to create a really bad time if you're on call. Now that we understand how much access these agents have, we need to understand how the access can create the perfect environment. That brings me to the concept of living off of the land attacks. You might be familiar with it. It's when a bad actor uses legitimate native tooling within your environment to do a series of malicious actions. I've been seeing a lot of marketing hype in my inbox over the last couple of months of companies starting to use the phrase living off of AI land attacks. And it's essentially the same idea of living off the land, but applied to AI agents. And these kind of attacks create a major challenge when it comes to detecting malicious behavior, since the actions performed by a bad actor can appear to be coming from your trusted agents. This allows malicious activity to hide behind a source that the system already recognizes and trusts. So it kind of creates the issue of figuring out what went wrong. Living off of the land is further emphasized as a growing concern with OWASP releasing its agentic security list. It outlines some of the top security concerns surrounding agentic AI, and I outlined a few of those concerns here, which is what I try to address through my proof of concept. I'm sure a lot of you can relate to the nightmare that this probably caused in your organization if you had to worry about it, but OpenClaw, as a real-world example of these security concerns being exploited in the wild. Clawjack was a high-severity security flaw that allowed malicious websites to silently hijack users' local instances and gain remote access. Nightmare situation, I know. There's also a laundry list of malicious skills within the Claw Hub that just drop info stealers on your machine and extract all your credentials. And as recently as this morning, I jumped into Shodan, checked open ports for OpenClaw, and there was about 20,000 instances just open, public to the internet. I didn't try to access any. I didn't have any time and chose not to. So one thing I wanted to mention before we dive into what I actually built and how it functions, I wanted to address maybe an elephant in the room if you guys are like following any of the developments with AI security. But I wanted to talk about this before diving into the project. While working on the project, Anthropic released quite a few features that have drastically improved their agent security, but it's not a one-stop solution in my opinion. They released Sandbox, which allows you to containerize your agent and prevent it from performing certain network activity, and helps you isolate your file system as best as possible. This has been proven to be something that can be broken out of. Another feature was centralizing their configuration and security policies that organizations can now push to your user's machine to help mitigate impact. And the last feature, which was announced on the 7th of last week and rolled out yesterday on the 14th, was auto mode by default and a new improved version of auto mode, which ships with safety classifiers to evaluate and greenlight routine actions on the fly in an attempt to help cut down on malicious behavior. So if you guys are avid quad code users and you've noticed that you're not getting prompted as much to approve an action, it's because of the new auto mode. I do want to note that the platforms such as like AWS Bedrock and whatever other cloud providers you run your agents through don't have this new auto mode enabled by default, and it's still being rolled out. So hopefully you guys can take some of the ideas from my proof of concept and maybe apply that there. So what still needs to be addressed? While these updates are useful, I still think there's some important gaps that need to be addressed. One of these gaps is having a control that exists outside of the agent itself. Using an external application control, the agent can't simply be talked out of doing its job. Cuts down on the chances of the agent being jailbroken and then just running wild. Another gap is that neither the model, the classifier, nor the improved hooks really address a larger issue, in my opinion, that is correlating actions across various interactions. So these controls generally evaluate one prompt or action at a time rather than looking at multiple actions. Multiple actions might connect to form a larger pattern of malicious behavior. So even with these new security updates, the core problem I set out to explore still remains. How do we understand what an agent is actually doing well enough to identify and prevent malicious behavior? That question is what led me to build this proof of concept around 3 layers. I built a proof of concept around a 3-layer approach to understand the agent's behavior and exploring what can be done to prevent it. The approach starts with being able to see what the agent is doing. Then we build on that visibility to identify behavior that may be suspicious and ultimately intervene when necessary. So the first layer, visibility. Thankfully, Quad Code natively ships with OpenTelemetry. So that kind of solves a lot of the visibility stuff. To export that, OpenTelemetry generates a JSON log stream, and it means that you don't have to put any homebrewed solutions together and worry about what the next patch is breaking. Another major advantage of these logs is that everything is keyed by a session ID. Instead of seeing a pile of like unrelated prompt tool calls and file access, we can connect all of those dots back to the session ID so that we can understand like the train of thought, so to speak, that the agent took from when you gave it a prompt to when it gave you an output. It becomes super relevant later because in the 3rd layer, when we start trying to build out correlation, we use the session ID to tie prompts to each other and tool behavior. There's two key environment variables that need to be enabled when you're doing this. OTel log user prompts and log tool details. The user prompt, as the name states, gives you visibility into the exact prompts that your users are sending to Quad. Log tool details gives you visibility into the tools that the agent is actually using, including information which tools were called and how they were used. I did want to mention the one caveat of like, there's the privacy side of this. So if you're ingesting these logs into like your security platform, you're going to get all of your users' prompts, all of how to center a div, including all of the API keys. Use that as you may. Maybe wire in truffle hog so you can let the developer know, hey, you got to rotate that key now because you just put in your quad chat. Another thing to talk over is I recorded a telemetry stream just to show you guys like how messy the raw telemetry data is. So you can see on the left, like we have visibility into the logs, but there's a lot going on all at once and it needs to be like pared down as it happens. So asking Quad to just show me all the files in a current directory it lists everything out, and it tells me, but as you saw on the left side, that's the log stream. There's a lot going on all at once, and it kind of creates a harder time to respond. Oh, give me 1 second. So with that, we have layer 2, which is the prevention side of things. I need my notes. All right, there we go. So like I said, layer 1 watches everything, but it stops nothing. It gives us visibility into what the agent is doing, but visibility alone, as we know, doesn't prevent anything. Layer 2 is where we move from visibility to some type of light prevention, some simple regex rules to detect on the more obvious things. To do that, I'm using the pre-tool use hook, which comes natively shipped with Claude. And what that does is it's a hook that you can tap into to prevent a tool from being used before it's executed. That's kind of like the critical point in the process because it gives us the opportunity to stop, to like step in before the action happens and say, no, don't run that. As we mentioned, the tool use hook is important where we can stop Claude from running a tool. When the hook fires, we can get one of 3 decisions: allow, deny, and what some of us have experienced is the ask. That's when Claude is saying like, hey, do you want to run this? Allow lets the tool continue. Deny prevents, pretty straightforward. Ask behaves in what you're seeing in the default Claude instance. But the hook is really just the enforcement point. The decision-making happens in a sidecar that I put together that utilizes some external libraries. The reason for that is the sidecar is very resource intensive. I'm loading in a couple models to help respond to the data it's ingesting, and then it makes a decision and the hook acts. So like I said, the sidecar is where the heavier analysis happens. When a request comes in, I have it run through about 3 checks in order and stop as soon as one of those checks say no. If it says no, then the tool, the pre-tool use hook is triggered and stops the tool from happening. The first check is a posture check, which is determined by some of the work we do in layer 3. I'll dive into that a little shortly, but it kind of helps bring the correlation aspect into the prevention. The second check uses regex signatures, which is straightforward pattern matching. It looks for things that we think are dangerous, like a curl command out to a malicious C2 server. The third check is where the model, where it utilizes some of the models that are loaded into memory and it does a check there. So there's 2 models that it's using. Both of them is part of the Llama Firewall library from Meta. And the first one is Prompt Guard. It's a small transformer model that classifies the text and determines the likelihood that it contains a prompt injection. So this is how we're dealing with prompt injections. It'll give us a score from 0 to 1, and anything above like a 0.7 or 0.8 is considered a dangerous prompt and is most likely prompt injection. The second is Code Shield, which performs kind of like a static code analysis of what was written. So we can figure out, hey, is this agent just writing insecure code, or is it actually like insecure code, such as like insecure cryptography, or something that may be vulnerable to command injection. I have a quick demo showing you guys how the Code Shield catches insecure code and kind of the information it gives back to the user. So I tell it to write me an auth Python file that hashes a password with an MD5 and then stores it. It starts to do the work, and then the layer 2 sidecar kicks in and feeds this request to Code Shield. which then comes back with the output saying error firewall code shield, 3 unsafe function calls detected, and then it outlines exactly why the code was wrong or why it could not do that, and then continues. So that's layer 2. It's super straightforward from like an implementation side. It's just regex and using tooling already available. It can stop a single action, but it has no memory, and every decision is made in isolation with no knowledge of what happened 30 seconds earlier. Similar to how Claude's like auto function works, is it's just acting on the single prompt that has happened right then and there. This matters because the attacks I care about, most aren't a single bad command. They're a sequence of commands across multiple prompts. Reading a file is fine. Making a network call is fine. Reading a credential file and then making a network call is an exfiltration chain. Layer 3 is where we try to stop evaluating individual actions and start looking at behavior over time. What kind of inspired me to do this layer 3 is like dealing with stuff like CrowdStrike and Microsoft Defender and how they're just EDR agents and how they work. And so they just monitor process behavior on a machine and try to establish a baseline and correlate events over time. I wanted to apply that same idea here, except the endpoint in this case is the AI agent, and the events we're watching are its tool calls. So the first layer 3 tails logs that are generated by layer 1. It does some cleaning up of the logs and uses the session ID I mentioned earlier as its correlation point to kind of get the chain of events that happen throughout your logs. From here, I try to track 4 activities for each session. So sensitive file reads, outbound network calls, dangerous commands, and connections to MCP servers that are on the allow list. The important part of that is that any one of these events might be completely harmless on its own. Reading a sensitive file isn't necessarily malicious. Like I said earlier, making outbound calls isn't bad, but when these are combined, it's a different story. The limitation here is that telemetry arrives about a second or two after the action runs. So layer 3 isn't about stopping the initial action in real time. The best approach I was able to make is getting it to stop future actions from happening. So this demo, I'm going to go through the agent trying to read an EMV file on its own. Then it tries to do network connections outbound. And you'll see how the agent or the layer 3 is blocking that from happening. So I tell it to use a tool to read a secrets file. It goes through the process, reads it. Of course, it's all dummy data. I ask it to perform a curl to an example domain. It does the curl, returns 200. And then I ask it to do the curl again. And that's where it denies the call. The agent believes, based off of the correlation logic I had put into the script, that when there's a sensitive file read followed up by some type of network activity, that this is a clear indicator, in my opinion, of network exfiltration. And that worked because I knew what the exfiltration looked like. But I do want to mention a quick caveat that during testing, I found another path that didn't look like this exfiltration at all and worked even while my agent was running. And so I later addressed that. So we'll dive into that in a little bit. So like I said, there was the other exfiltration path that I ran into. And it was that exfiltration doesn't need a shell. Up to this point, my exfiltration logic was largely watching the shell. I was looking for commands like curl, wget, and all of that because I was assuming that data leaving the machine would happen through a command. But the agent can also be connected to like Gmail or Google Drive, Notion through MCPs. And like those are assumed trusted connections. We're assuming that if an agent is using Notion and you've whitelisted it somehow, or it's using Gmail, that nothing suspicious should be happening. That creates another path for data to leave, and the shell never touches the data because there's no curl command running that my regex can match on. So the MCP servers allow us. The check passes classifier might just see something ordinary like a send email. But the agent has read a secret and sends that information through Gmail or through Drive, and now your data's been exfiltrated. While I was like reading up on this and like putting together this presentation, I learned that this like vulnerability or like concept is called like confused deputy problem, and it's pretty much the idea that something has legitimate authority, but the authority can be tricked or misused because it can't necessarily like figure out whose instructions it should be acting on. So in this case, the deputy is the agent, and it's acting through an MCP tool. So the fix was to change the question I was asking earlier. It wasn't enough to ask, do I trust this MCP connection? Do I trust this MCP server? Because clearly I did. It was whitelisted. It was added as my trusted servers. It was, what is this tool capable of doing? So I tagged some of the tools within the MCP servers that I believed had the ability to exfiltrate data outside the environment, such as a send or share or create, because they're capable of creating an egress point. Layer 3 can treat those actions as the same way it treated something like a curl now. So now a sensitive read followed by an egress capable MCP tool can correlate into the same exfiltration chain and elevate the session to a warning so that future tool calls are blocked. I was able to like account for that gap, but testing also exposed the problem that weren't as easy to fix. So with that being said, like where does that leave us in the whole like agentic or like agent-based security? I was able to address all of the things that I was curious about, but like I said, I was able to find more things through testing the proof of concept. Some of the issues I was able to address as I found them, like I said, with the confused deputy approach through MCP tooling. Others were like limitations of the controls themselves or larger problems that this approach isn't equipped to solve. So before I wrap up, I want to be clear about where the controls fall short and what I think still needs to be solved. First, there are some important limitations to the controls I actually implemented. First, I can see what the agent does, but not why it does it. The telemetry can show me that the agent accessed an EMV file and then made an external request, but it can't tell me whether that was intentional or whether the agent was manipulated into doing it. I'm still trying to figure out how do we infer intent from behavior. Second, indirect prompt injection can get around the inline controls. Like I said earlier, the layer 2 evaluates the tool calls the agent is trying to make, but it doesn't necessarily understand the untrusted content that caused the agent to make that call in the first place. Back in June 2026, we kind of saw that when Microsoft figured out the issue with quad code and the CI/CD secrets. Finally, the string matching is my proof of concept is like easily circumvented. If I'm looking for like literal strings, .env, something as simple as constructing that string at runtime can prevent the rule from seeing it. Or if you just take the contents of that string, put it into a different file that isn't .env, or you just rename it through my testings. Those were ways I was able to like easily and straightforward circumvent a lot of the controls that I had put in place. And then there's like some things that I think still need to be solved by like the companies in of themselves that I just don't know where to start. So the first is identity isn't the same as behavior. So MCP specifications made security improvements by requiring OAuth 2.1 and removing server initiated prompts, which reduced one potential injection vector. Those changes primarily help us establish who a server is. They don't necessarily tell us what the server will do once it's trusted. If a vetted server is later updated or even compromised with the ever-growing supply chain vulnerabilities we're seeing, that's a new aspect of our tech stack that is now something to worry about. Second, behavioral detections need a baseline. To flag something as abnormal, I just don't have enough data to understand what a normal agent behavior looks like for a particular user or project. So something like that takes a long time to establish that baseline, and I just didn't have it for this project. A proof of concept built by one person on one machine over a few weeks, like I said, doesn't have enough history to establish the baseline. And finally, like, there are ways to like look into intent or like alignment of the tool versus the prompt. And Meta, through their Llama firewall, offers tooling called alignment check. But the issue is it's a 70 billion parameter like model that my machine just can't run. And I didn't feel like spinning up a VM or resources online to run it. But there are ways, like through things like alignment check or like agent card, I think from Google, where like you can kind of monitor the behavior of the agent, but it requires even more resources to implement. So now that we've looked at the limitations of these controls and some problems that are still open, I want to like zoom back out to the question that started this project, which was to understand what agents are actually doing and how we could use that information to help prevent malicious behavior. I found that through the proof of concept, it isn't like a one point. There isn't like a one point in the agent's lifecycle where a control gives us everything we need. We need to see the activity, which was the layer one. That means the visibility, not just like into the prompts and tools, but the reasoning as well. We need to stop potential malicious actions before they execute, and we need to connect individual events across a session. Actions that look harmless on their own can become much more meaningful when we understand what happens before and after them. So like my larger takeaway for me is that these controls are useful together more than they are in isolation, which is how it seems like Anthropic implemented a lot of their recent security controls. I wanted to leave you guys with one more. I know I like sped through this, so I apologize. I wanted to go back to something Anthropic had said themselves. Prompt injection is far from solved problem. And we've made a lot of progress on this problem, and new controls are a big step forward, but they don't eliminate like my opinion of what the underlying problem is, that like as agents gain more access and more autonomy, we need to like better think about how we monitor, detect, and intervene when that access is abused. So I think the takeaway isn't that we have the answer yet. It's that there's still a lot of work to do and a lot of room to explore what effective runtime security looks like. So with that, I know I sped through everything and did it a lot faster than I thought. Sorry about that. I will take questions if you guys have any questions, but if not, I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alex. We're going to go ahead and open it up for questions. So if you'd like to ask a question, just come over here and get in line quickly. If you are online on Matrix, then go ahead and submit your question, and then I will get back in line and ask it for you.
Hi, Alex. Thanks so much for the demo. Pretty impressive piece of tool you are trying to develop. My question is, have you done any proof of concept on skill file that locally written and then has the agent to run? Would it be able to detect or prevent?
I didn't explore like skill files, but like if I had to explore it, the way I would like go about it is doing kind of like a static analysis of the files itself before your agent uses it to try to pick up on potential like injections. So like if possible, trying to figure out how to run the skill file through prompt guard from like meta to figure out like what the like prompt injection likelihood of it is, and then also try to regex max on like some known malicious behavior. So that's like how I would try to go about it, but I didn't really explore that.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a question about at what level are you denying the actions of the AI agent? So is your feedback into the agent that's, oh no, you can't do that? And what would prevent a particularly determined agent from finding a way to work around the denial? Because I mean, oftentimes, okay, this isn't working, let me try something else, right?
Yeah. So the deniers are happening like at the tool level within the agent. So like Quad Code comes like natively shipped with tools within it that allow it to do things like read file without having to write a custom Python script to read a file. So it's happening more at like the native tooling within the agent. If I had to like think of ways the agents could circumvent it, it would probably be like if the agent just started writing its own Python files that I'm not like checking for. So like that's like how I could imagine it breaking out of like these constraints. But like the actual preventions is happening at the tool level within the agent and like the hooks.
Yeah, because I've noticed in doing some AI-driven development, I've noticed it started to use Python to write the programs that it's going to even just to write the file. So it's already kind of working around those native barriers.
Yeah, I noticed like that in like some of the testing I was doing as well. Like I could ask it to like, hey, can you read these files? And in some of my demos, it's very like I don't want to say like I force its behavior, but I tell it like cat these files. So I'm forcing it to use certain command line arguments as well. So like it mixes the tools, the native tools it has built in, and then like the native command line arguments. But if it like starts doing Python code, like I'm screwed.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a question from Matrix. It says, curious if Alex has tried collecting Claude Hotel from all endpoints at his org and has any insight into how feasible from a volume standpoint or useful this is, at least for reconstructing post-incident. And if you could address that to the camera, they would appreciate that.
I have not tried ingesting my entire organization quad logs. I can imagine that would rack up our seam bill quite a bit. And I don't want to do that to my manager just yet without the green light. Like I said, it's just been on my machine, but I think that's like a legitimate path to also helping establish a baseline for a user's machine. So if you can ingest like a month's worth of quad logs into your seam, then it makes it easier to establish like what that user's like quad instance's behavior looks like. So it's kind of like my thoughts on that.
Hi, thanks. That was a great talk. I'm gonna go back home and turn on Otel. So that was a helpful suggestion. I also like that with Otel, you're kind of like shipping it somewhere else. You could possibly send it to an endpoint that like Claude has no like control over, and that log is now like kind of immutable or like separated. I was curious with you were showing like that trace of logs that the harness is producing.
Mhm.
What do you look for there, or like how are you like you kind of gestured toward it being like this kind of like hard to manage? What how do you manage it?
Yeah, so there's like certain fields in the log itself. So I mentioned earlier, like session ID like helps me correlate which logs were performed by which agents at a time. So like I'm not sure if you guys experienced this, Quad started to spin up its own sub agents to complete tasks. So to reconstruct like what a sub agent did, you have to use the session ID to correlate that. But there's also things like the tool choice log line doesn't tell you what file the tool interacted with. It just tells you the tool itself. And then you have to look for the tool result to actually see what file was interacted with, but it doesn't tell you what tool was used to interact with that. So that's why I really emphasize the session ID, because it helps you connect those points. There's a way with CrowdStrike command line argument searches on end user machines to reconstruct that as well. And that's based off of the process ID, because then you can spin up you can search for the Claude process ID, and then that'll show you all of the related child processes. So you can kind of reconstruct that way as well if you don't have access to the OpenTelemetry logs.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Last call. Alex, thank you so much for your talk. It was very insightful. We really appreciate that. And just a reminder, right after this, we have a talk called Take This Job and Pwn It. So stick around and learn all about how to start your own MSP. And if you'd like to volunteer for Hope, it is a completely volunteer-run conference, so stop by the info desk down on the second floor. What? Take this job and pwn it.
I just wanted to say you're doing an awesome job.
Thank
emceeing,
you. I appreciate that, man.
Really great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You should treat public speaking regularly. Shouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's what I've been telling him.
It's really yeah. I mean,
appreciate that.
If only you had something good to say.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right. What was your name again? Rob. I don't know what we're gonna do. All right, I'm done. We will be starting in about 2 minutes, so come on in and find your seat for this talk, Take This Job and Pwn It. Good evening and welcome to Grammarly Place. You are in the right place for Take This Job and Pwn It. I just want a quick reminder, Hope is 100% volunteer run, so if you have not volunteered, you should do that. If you don't know what talk to go to and you're kind of wandering around, just make your way to the second floor information desk and volunteer for something. It's really not that hard. It's a lot of fun. You get to meet a bunch of random people. Tonight, our speaker is Lex Pendragon. He is a stereotypical middle-aged geek with a wife, 3 successful kids. He worked in tech support forever before he had enough of people telling him what to do or how to do it. And I should know because I worked with him at a certain package delivery company a long time ago, and we had cubicles right next to each other. That is where we learned to love House MD. Besides being the IT department for over a dozen clients, he plays D&D, teaches C-Lot, reads comics, 3D prints, helps his kids' roller derby team, Linux, Mastodon, Proxmox, Kodi, etc. So let's give a warm welcome of applause to Lex Pendragon.
I got you. Yeah. I work IT. That's Nara. She wants everybody to know she's older than that now. All right. Okay. Hackers on planet Earth. Thanks for having me. He just told you most of this, but I did start out at a package company's help desk, worked there for almost a decade, moved to a managed service provider, MSP. From there, I moved to a second MSP and thought I could do this better, and I did. So this is a talk of how I got there. This is supposed to answer the question for Package Sender Lex, how do you get to here? So in the past, that's not me. You might recognize the guy. So I spent, as I said, I spent 9 years working on the help desk. I mostly worked nights. We were all laid off at the end of the service there. They decided that this would be easier. Instead of having a bunch of help desks, we could have just one big one for the entire country. I'm sure that worked out great for them. After that, I moved to a managed service provider, which was much smaller. There were only 5 people there. The guy who was running it He was into stocks and blockchain and a bunch of things like that, but he actually is a pretty cool person. I don't let that throw you off too much. He always said that he worked on the business, not in the business. I was the one who was supposed to be working in the business. That's how he talked about things. At one point, he decided that he would make more money if he transitioned from managed service provider to selling people Salesforce. I didn't want to work on Salesforce. I like working with tech. And eventually, I was the highest paid employee, so I was laid off. It was kind of a mutual thing because I was ready to get out of there. And we parted on good terms, and I took off. During the conversation of me telling him I was leaving, I had gotten emails from his main competitor saying, "Hey, do you want to come work for me instead?" And I told my boss about it because he and I are both upfront guys and we could talk about things like that. And during the exit interview, he's like, "No, you really should call him up and go see if he can hire you," which is how it ended up working. Now, it was a jump from a 5-person company to a 30-person company. That meant that, I had a supervisor who had a manager then who answered to the owner. So it was a boss and the boss's boss and the boss's boss's boss. Most of the hackers here, I'm sure, thrive in corporate environments like that. So after only a couple of years, I was already miserable. Now, I do want to take a step back here just to toot my own horn. I'm really good at my job. I don't want to say this as though I'm bragging, but on the help desk, and I have backup here, I was typically one of the high call takers, if not the high call taker. I would usually close 3 times the calls that other people would take. When I went to work for the MSP, you can see from the picture, when my youngest was born, I went into my boss, gave him the Yule card that we had, which is this, and that was announcing that we were expecting our 3rd kid. He looked at it, he stared at it for a second, finally got the joke, and after he looks at it, and everybody else, when they get the joke, like, "Oh, haha, that's cute," and he looked at it and his face just fell. And I'm like, "You get it?" He goes, "Yeah, I get it." And then the only other tack, he's like, "Yeah, he just came in and told me he's expecting the same month." So he literally had to go out, hire 2 new people to train them up for 6 months from then when we were gone. Once that time hit, I came back a week after Magella was born because nobody could handle things and they needed somebody to take over, which was me. So I'm not saying that I'm, the world's greatest tech or anything like that, but it's inaccurate if you say that I don't know what I'm doing. At the competitor, at one point they had announced that everybody was moving from a salaried position to an hourly position. That means that if I'm doing 3 times the work somebody else is doing, I'm taking a huge pay cut because it takes me a lot less time to do it. One weekend, during that, they had promised I would never get less than 40 hours a week. So you can tell how that probably worked out. We were finishing up an install at a location early. Again, I know what I'm doing. So we got out of there early and I was leaving there about 4 o'clock when we're supposed to finish up at 5. The next day, I got a message from my supervisor saying that I have to go update my time card because I had said 39 hours instead of 40. I got annoyed. I'm tech, I get annoyed. I'm texting a message to my wife saying, "Can I just tell him that I quit?" She said yes. And I was shocked. I went out. This is the actual quote. I went and found it. You can read it yourselves. And I did. I sent him a message saying, "This isn't what we agreed to. I quit. Consider this my 2 weeks notice." So the supervisor was idle on our chat program when I sent that message because I saw the little, idle, and then I see it come back off idle, meaning he's reading it. And then there's an automatic timeout 10 minutes later where it went idle again, and then another 10 minutes, and I got a call from the owner. He asked if we could meet the next morning. I'd met with him the next morning, telling him I couldn't do it this way anymore. I can do better on my own. He begged that I stick around for the next week, or the next month, which included a vacation I'd already planned. I agreed and set about spending that first month setting up everything I needed to run my own business. Now, that first month after you quit, you're free and unemployed. So you don't have clients yet. You were working full time, so you don't have any income. I got lucky, so the way I was able to do it was way back at the package center. I had a lot of, it was either stock options or 401k or something that the company really loved to push on you that I hadn't cashed out. So I did. We took a tax hit on it, of course. My wife was still employed at the time, so worst case scenario, we weren't going to starve. I did have that little bit of safety net to go on. But we don't have any clients. That second MSP had a non-compete agreement. Non-competes, I believe now were in court cases ruled to be illegal, like that you can't enforce them. Then I've heard that you can. I wasn't going to get in with a lawyer and find out either way. So the first big client that I had from the first MSP that followed me to the second MSP because they loved me, I couldn't go for because I had to wait 2 years to be able to get to them. My dad ran a company. They had followed me from the first MSP to the second MSP. They got fed up before I did and left, but I still had a year before that 2-year non-compete would have been expired. So it took a while for me to find some clients. Luckily, my dad had been running, he was the CEO at a venture capital firm, and Daddy went out and sent an email to everybody in his address list, basically saying, hey, my son's going into business. If you need IT, call him. It was better than that. He had grammar and everything, but my daughter tells me that makes me sound like a Nepo baby, but he did know people, and that's how you meet people. So he sent out that email, and I got a couple of people to pick me up from that. 2, actually. First one responded. That's an IT development company that wanted me to run their in-house IT stuff, so I got picked up there. There was a second one that was another investment firm. They hired me because they were about to do a big headquarters move, which they did, and then immediately said, okay, we don't need you anymore. So I was out. I had an old friend who was a former girlfriend who had taken over her dad's family business with her brother. They had talked to me back at the first MSP, and it was too pricey for them at that time. So when I was saying I'm going out in business for myself, they picked me up. So I did get some going that way, and I got started, and it was only a few, but it was enough to help me carry over those first couple of months that, the 401k is quickly dwindling till I have no money left. That was the way that I ended up getting all the clients I do have now. The IT development company that was doing software development and tech recruiting, the guy doing the accounting for them, I met him, I was talking to him, I was helping him with his accounting problems. He liked me. His parents were running another accounting company, and they had gotten into a fight with their existing IT company. So they needed to find a new one. So he said, hey, this guy's good at IT. So he brought me on. They had they were subletting one office out of their office to this other company who I talked to while I was there, helped her out with something just because I'm a nerd and I was helping. She takes me on at this subletting company, and then she has a home business that I get picked up there, and then her sister had a home business. This accounting company had 2 other clients of theirs that needed new IT help. I didn't even know where they had contacted me from until I showed up the first day for it, and the accounting person's there doing their taxes. And I'm like, oh, that's how you know I exist. The point of the story is, if you're personable and you're nice and you help people, that's going to get you more clients, not going to networking events, not putting your name out there. The one company I was talking about earlier that my ex-girlfriend and her brother were running, they're a marketing company. He took me to a bunch of networking events, to meet all the other clients or all the other businesses in the area. Not a single one of those ever panned out anywhere. Everything was always, this is somebody that I've already worked with. They introduced me to somebody else that they've already worked with. We've sat down, had coffee, and then next thing I know, I'm going out and checking all their servers. When it comes to money, it's not something that I'm good at. Peter Parker and Tony Stark had this nice conversation that I thought explained it really well. I don't value money. Money isn't something that I need in my life. I need love and acceptance and cool tech to play with. And yes, you can use money to buy cool tech, but I've found you don't necessarily need to. Unfortunately, as a poet once recited, no landlord is existential when the rent is due, and you can't pay your mortgage with love and acceptance. So I moved on to set up my clients, and the way I set things up, the first boss that I had at the first MSP, the one who was into working on the business, had listened to a lot of podcasts, and one of the things they learned was that if you're billing by the hour, you incentivize the people that you're working with to do a worse job. Because if it takes you 5 hours to fix a printer, you can charge for 5 hours versus fixing it in 1 hour, then you only have 1 hour. The solution to that is working for a flat fee. If you charge all of your clients the same amount every time, and one of them takes a lot more of your time, the average is still what you need because everybody else is probably going under because you've gotten everything to work. That way, if you are fixing things easier, you profit more because you're not spending as much time on it. So the next step was having to calculate that fee. And like I said, I'm great at money. So I had my CFO work on it. This is my real numbers for 2026, if anybody's watching this in the future. So I haven't updated them much for the Trump years, and I'm sure they can go up now. The administrative support is the base rate for all of my clients. That is, I give an explanation because during the proposal process, everybody said, well, what's this fee? I always tell them that when I get up in the morning and I start checking all of the systems, if I see this server seems like it's offline, I have to look into it. Well, it's just a bad this, and I fix that. It takes 10 minutes, but that adds up over time, plus the time it takes to invoice and all those things. And that's why it ends up being this amount of money, which is complete BS. My wife looked at how much we needed as a family to not starve for a month and divided that by the number of clients I had. That was the number. Nobody's complained yet. The biggest, I had this nice big complicated formula of how many servers you have, all of those other numbers, and you'll see them on there. Those are important as well. But the number of users turned out to be the most important detail. If you have a client that has 50 servers, but there's only one person working there, you're really only supporting that one person. They can't be using all of that at once. Yes, there's more to pay attention to, but you're really supporting one person. Meanwhile, I've got other clients that have no servers and 50 people. That's 50 people telling you they can't print. That's where you end up spending most of your time. So that's the key when determining how much to charge somebody. Take into account the number of people, not the actual tech that you have to work with. The other key point I wanted to point out, you can understand the rest of these, the support hours. I'm going to go into more detail about that later on. The next thing I want to talk, support hours. Yes, that is the next slide, sorry. Flat fee is great, but if I have somebody call me up and tell me that they need to get all of the icons on their desktop rearranged, if it's a flat fee, you're doing that for them and wasting your time. My solution to this was included support hours. Now, most of my clients will have an amount of support hours baked into their contract that at the outset they pay for them, but it's essentially at half price. If they go over that amount of time for whatever reason, then a regular time and materials fee kicks in. As you can see from the previous slide, 150, it started out at 100. The reason I got down to, the reason it was 100 is 9 years ago when I started, I looked at Geek Squad, and for an hour of worth of work from Geek Squad, it was over $100, and I'm like, I can do better than that. So I was cheaper, and it worked out. Like I said, these are now the Trump years, so I can probably go above 150 also if I need to. Another catch in the contracts that doesn't see much use is what I call unsupported hours. This is billed at a rate double whatever your support hours are. It's for things such as using software against the recommendations. If you've got a client who has a pirated copy of QuickBooks that they want to install to their old XP machine and use that regularly, that's not supported. That's not going to work. I'll try, but you're going to pay for me trying, and I'm not promising it's going to end up working. The other big use that I see for that one was, I'm sure everybody remembers when Microsoft decided that Windows 10 was no longer to be used. It's now unsupported from Microsoft's side. So all of my clients, I gave them a year heads up of you need to upgrade or we need to replace the software. Of course, they drug their heels here and there. So anytime that I'm working on a Windows XP system, it's time and a half. Somewhat punitive for ignoring the fact that I told you this a year ago. I also charge for unsupported, the unsupported rate is the off hours rate. So at the first MSP, we supported a couple of hotels. There was one particular hotel where Sunday morning at 2 a.m., the person working the front desk got bored and called up the help desk line on-call pager because they couldn't print or whatever they felt like. And they never actually had a problem. They were just lonely, which is annoying if you're trying to sleep at 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning. That's the reason I put this in. As of yet, I've never actually charged anybody for off-hour support. I like being able to tell somebody, you know what, you go home for the day. I'm going to remote in, tonight and fix whatever it is you wanted, because now they're not sitting there watching what I'm doing. I can work on it while I'm watching an episode of Firefly, while I'm having a cup of coffee or whatever else. More often than not, I am at home working on these. I do have it set up for each of my clients that I do a site visit once a month. No, I'm sorry, that's another slide. I'll get back to that one. The on-site time. If I don't I'm usually working at home. If somebody does tell me that I need to come in and fix their printer for whatever reason, I charge them a minimum of 1 hour to show up. And the reason I charge for a minimum of 1 hour was because originally I didn't include travel time. I now include travel time. I give you an hour, and most of my clients are less than an hour away, but I do have a few that aren't. I haven't charged them. The whole reason it exists is I'm from Pittsburgh, and if you're familiar with Pittsburgh, there's Johnstown, which is about a 3-hour drive outside. And I had to go out there to set up a router at one of the satellite offices. And I drove the 3 hours out there, got to the door, and it's locked. So I called the client. I'm like, where are you? And they're like, I don't know what you mean. Hold on. They call the person who's supposed to be there and find out that he called off that day. Nobody thought I should find out about that. So I had to drive home and waste 6 hours of my day. And since I wasn't charging for travel time at that point, I just had to eat the cost. Since then, the first hour is included. Beyond that, you're paying for the rest of the drive. A lot of people will want you to do a full big project, such as a server migration, as one flat fee. Now, I've told you how great flat fees are, and then when it comes to these project proposals, I'm going to tell you not to use a flat fee. You can see all of my text there that I have. The reason is, if you're charging a flat fee, you have to take into account everything that can go wrong, how long it's going to take, estimate all of that, and then double it to give them the flat fee, which is going to be astronomical compared to how much time it really does take you. This is the text that I used, and I had given it to a friend of ours named Lank. He's going into business doing about this right now, just starting up, and had asked this question, which is how the slide ended up being in here. He gave us, hey, this is the proposal that I used an AI to write. Can you guys read it? And I said, no. He's rewritten it. It looks great now. I think he got the contract and everything, but he's not getting, if he can't be bothered to write it, I can't be bothered to read it. Thank you. The key out of all that wall of text I have at the bottom, I had it wasn't this exact migration, but I had another migration that they wanted to do, an email migration. I said, it's probably going to take me about 10 hours. If I quote it up to you, it's going to be, 20 hours quoted. It's probably going to go smooth and you won't need all that. Let's just do it time and materials regular, which they agreed to, and ended up not paying for it at all because it was covered under their support hours. So they got a free email migration out of it, and I just worked normally. Like I said, I'm a bad capitalist. As I started to say earlier, I go on site once a month to each of my clients. I shouldn't say clients' offices, each of my clients, period, because one of them has 20 locations. I'm not going to each of them. I go to the headquarters. I don't need to do this. All of us, I'm sure, have beautiful battle stations at home that they can work from much better than they could ever do in front of somebody's, office chair. But it becomes a very good public relations. Half the time I walk into my clients, I don't even take my laptop in. I'm just going in saying, hey, how are you doing? How you been? Is everything working for you? Do you need me to take a look at that? And it gives you a chance to show off when something's a problem. Like if you see somebody trying to get onto the speed test site that we always use is covered in ads around the corner. If they're trying to do something like that, you install uBlock Origin and suddenly their life is massively better. You just showed off, it took you 20 seconds and everybody likes it. It also lets you be a voice of a reason whenever they're asking about what's going on in their house. Like, my oven wants to get connected to my Wi-Fi at home. Should I do this? No, don't. The other thing, I love to tell the story about my one client that I went in. I always physically inspect the equipment, which means look at it. They were still using a T1 line at that time, and they knew that it was a T1 line, but there's 4 lights across it, and light number 3 was out. All the logs looked fine. They had as much bandwidth as a T1 was going to give you anyway, so they were fine. There were no problems with it, but that one light was out. After finally reaching out to the company, and I think it went through Verizon, one of the fiber lines was actually broken, and Verizon had to come out and fix it, and they got the light back on. Didn't really make any changes, but you never will catch something like that unless you're looking at it yourself. Another common thing that you'll see is if you have all of your networking equipment plugged into the UPS and then realize that their cable modem is just in the wall, it doesn't matter how much else is plugged in or not. So going in and actually looking around once a month to look at everything just kind of keeps you making sure everything's still running. My first boss at the first MSP, the one that I like, he had said, you can screw up a lot, but as soon as you lose data, you're gone. He was talking specifically about backups, but it generally means anything that is preventable, you should prevent ahead of time. If you end up costing them money because you've lost their data or their server's down for 2 weeks and they can't work, they're going to get rid of you. Now you're costing them something. So check everything up ahead of time. The reason to make sure that you're checking everything, I call them a system checkup, and I'm going to go into them on the next slide in detail. I can skip over to it even. All of this ends up serving as documentation for everything you have for your clients. Documentation is very important. If you don't document it, you don't really know it. If it changes 3 months from now and you haven't documented the change, you don't know it, and something will end up coming up that you can't find the information for. So once a month at each of my clients, I go through everything on their system, and I'm going to break down the entire system checkup so you can see everything that I care about when I'm looking at things. It starts off with, at the top, the regular traffic light colors. Green is okay. Yellow means it's not really a problem right now, but you shouldn't ignore it. Red is something's on fire. Let's go fix it. You'll have to forgive me. I can't see my screen very well on here. It lists off the computers that I'm covered for the location. It doesn't actually list each of them. If my clients do want to know which computers are covered, which specific computers, I can generate a list. So far in the last 9 years, I've had them ask for that 5 times total. The list of computers isn't so much specific as it is, remember, I'm only covering the stuff you told me about it. So when they tell me that their home computer that they use for work needs to have something, and I've never seen it before, it's not covered. It also lists all the computers that have antivirus on them, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you why you need an antivirus. After that, I go into the servers that are there. For the most part, all of them are Windows servers. I do have 1 or 2 Linux servers that I cover. This will tell you where to find each piece of information. I check the CPU load, I check how much memory is being used, and I check the network. That's typically the same numbers all the time. They're usually low numbers, but if one of them is spiking and you check and look and see that, now you know that and you can go fix it. I check the hard drive size because more often than not, somebody will fill up a hard drive and it's impossible to get after the fact once it's been made full. You can also look at this for trends so that if you suddenly see that they're missing 40% of their hard drive because they dumped a bunch of files on there, or worse, 40% of their hard drive of files are gone, you can catch it. Next, I will take care of how many patches are waiting to apply. If you're doing a Windows update, the command is shutdown/R/T 43210 to reboot 12 hours later, which it would typically be the middle of the night, so that you can get them to do it that way. Go through the event viewer. More often than not, there's plenty of events, nothing you have to care about. I filter so that I only see the warning, error, and critical events. And from there, you can even start filtering whenever the group policy doesn't apply. You don't need to know that every single time, so you can ignore those ones. It'll let you know if the hard drive's about to die, though, because you'll get a lot of hard drive errors, things to that effect, so that it doesn't blindside you later when it's been telling you about it for months. The same commands that I use for my Linux systems are on the other side. You'll note those are the ones I use for OpenSUSE because that's what I happen to control. Each distribution is going to be slightly differently. I'm sure you can find the differences too. The next section is going to be about backups. So I want to tell you backups should be something that you do as often as possible. There's plenty that run on full servers. I have them set up to run once an hour. For people's computers, there's some that work in real time. You should always have your backup set up to run without any human involvement. I've talked to people who tell me, oh yeah, I've got a USB drive that I plug in and I do that once a month. The 1 month you go on vacation, you're not there to actually to plug and unplug it. You've lost your backups. If anybody's as old as I am and can remember tape drives who had to swap those out once a week, as soon as you didn't, your tape drives were screwed up for a while. The other detail to always be aware of is wherever you're taking your backup of, store it somewhere else. I say that because we had a client that would take their Google Drive or their Google email, back up their Google email, and then store it in Google Drive. I had another client that we had the backup server in their office, and the fire marshal decided that the skyscraper they were in wasn't fit and cut the power to it. They were moved out and they had to go find a new location immediately without their servers and without their data because it was also in the server. That backup server did get backed up to a cloud, so at their new location, we pulled down images of it and set up their servers in temporary form. So this is the, like I said, documentation. I had to stick it at the top of here because it didn't fit on the other slide. I keep track of the Active Directory information here. I usually put that in when I set it up for the very first time, and I don't think I've ever looked at any of them a second time because it almost never changes. Backups. I went through everything that I do for the servers. The backup device is more or less the same thing. I do pay more attention to what version of the backup application I'm using because that needs to get updated a little bit more frequently. And usually has much less of a system in place for it. So you have to pay attention to the fact that it's not incrementing once a month or however often a backup is. I've lost my place, one moment. The backup application itself that I'm using for this particular example, it's a company, for most of the other programs that I use, I'll give you the specifics. This one I'm not a fan of. They were great when I started using them in 2010. They got bought by another company that then merged to another company, and they're not great anymore. And as soon as I can get off of them, I will be, but they're still the only one doing things this way. They'll take a full image of a backup. You can spin up a copy of that instantly off the backup application that's there. But everything above that is horrible now. Another reminder is when you're checking the backups, double check to make sure when the last backup was actually taken, because if you have something that tells you, oh yeah, the last backup was great, but it was 2 months ago, it doesn't help you. So you have to check and make sure that each backup is actually being taken and is recent. Additionally, try and restore from the backup. If you don't actually try to pull a file back from the backup and you don't know that you can, doesn't mean that the backups are actually working. So once a month, I actually test each backup. I always create a test backup folder and I throw it on the server wherever their most important data is. For some of my smaller clients, that just means wherever they store all of their QuickBooks files. Way back at the first MSP, I got a call that, hey, we're missing this file. We're not sure where it is, but we might need to pull you from backup. To be proactive, I pulled up the backup application I was just describing and found out that it was backing up the C drive, but not the D drive where all of the data was. It'd been green for months though, because the C drive was perfectly backed up. Always double check where it's coming from. Turns out they found it under another folder, so we didn't get caught that we weren't backing up. For individual computers, I use CrashPlan Pro. It's worked for me. I believe Ron actually was the one who recommended it to me in the first place. It does a real-time backup, so it's constantly checking for file changes. It's not an image-based backup, so you're only getting files this way. For most of the small-time clients, that's all they need. They need to know that everything under documents didn't go away when the laptop met a cup of coffee the wrong way. The rest of the details on there you can see. It's the same thing from before. Make sure you know when the backups were being done, how much space is being used up so that you can tell if too much has started showing up or gone away, and how recently your backup was done. Next, I'll usually include cloud services. More often than not, this is just Google Workspace or Microsoft 365. I always go through there and see how many accounts they have, if those accounts have been logged into. That way, when they fired somebody 6 months ago and never deleted the account, you can point this out and save them a couple of bucks. They love it when you do that. I check the amount of file storage for the same reasons as before. If there's other services, I got one client that uses Act. I'm not sure if I've signed into it to make sure that I have the login for it and never touched it since. But like I said, this is also documentation, so list it and include the link to it so that you can find it again later. Next is all the networking gear. You'll have all of your firewall. Check your firewall's bandwidth. If it tells you that how much bandwidth is being used at the time, look at that just to make sure it's not full because somebody's sending out spam that you didn't know about. If you have static IPs on it, list that. List your default gateways so that when it disappears and you have to set up a new one, you have that documented. I always do a speed test. You can find out that somebody may be paying for gigabit speeds and they're only getting 10 megabit per second. This will catch those things once a month if something stopped working. I like to use unified products. They actually have the speed test built into those. I check each of the other pieces of equipment. If there's a switches there, check the switches, at least list them. Most of them are dumb switches or being used as dumb switches, so there's nothing to check inside them unless there's a firmware update that you can apply. The wireless access points, another detail, list those, list the serial numbers, what you can. I have one at home that tells me it is a mesh connected wireless access point, which is funny because it's power over Ethernet, so it has to be plugged in. Clearly I did bad wiring. I'll fix it at some point, but make sure that everything is connected the way it is supposed to be, and this is how you would catch those things regularly. Always include your other items. I've got printers on there. More often than not, it's just, is there an update? Yes, apply it. If it's the large printers that you're leasing from some company that's selling you the paper just as much, odds are bad you're going to be able to fix the firmware on it yourself. That's fine. List it. Let them know that I can't touch it, but I can get into it in case you need me to clear a print job. And then check your UPSs. When you first set this up, look at the UPSs because many of them have the backup side and the surge side. And if you plug everything into the surge side and the power goes out, all of it goes off with it. The APCs stopped being nice ones to buy, but I've still got plenty of them out there. The log files on there will do a system check, or we'll do a battery check I think it's every 2 weeks. Make sure the battery's still good. Also, I list if there were any backups just to let them, or power outages, so that they know that this is doing its job. I do a system checkup once a month. It lets me go into each system, make sure that I still have access. It'll help you catch when the client has decided that they no longer need Dropbox and they've canceled it, but forgot to tell you about it, and you are putting the backups there. It also lets you double check each of your logins and lets you verify that each device that should be online is. More often than not, with printers especially, you'll see stuff set up as DHCP, and they're counting on the printer to be at a certain IP address, and it's moved. This lets you pick that out, and usually if you've got access to the router, you can find out where it moved to, but checking it once a month finds those. These are the different tools that I use for all of the rest of the stuff that you have when you're trying to support people. I have 2 Google accounts that I use for things. I started with Google when they were still in the don't be evil phase. I'm going to move off them. I already plan to do Google, but it's not a quick process. I'm sure you're aware. That cost me $24 a month for the 2 accounts. One of them is just my direct account. The other account is a help for my company that goes straight to my ticketing software being Zendesk. That software I started working with at the first MSP. He was always happy to try out new software and switch to it. So we left Zendesk surprisingly early on and tried 5 different horrible help desk software. The second MSP used ConnectWise, which is another horrible software. So when I went into business for myself, I grabbed Zendesk 9 years ago, and I've never looked back. It's been great every time since. I don't know who owns it now. It might change, but for now, it's definitely the one I would recommend. I also find it very useful having a separate account for the help desk software, because whenever you open up Zendesk and start responding, people can reply and it goes and logs everything. So you get documentation for each ticket. When somebody tells you that this piece of software quit working, you remote into their system, you figure out what's wrong. It's because you need this strange extra driver. Document all that in your ticket, put the link to the driver, because 2 months later, when they've replaced that person, the new person has the same problem, you're not going to remember what you did. But if you've got all your tickets, you can search, find it, and you've even got your links. So Screen Connect is the remote control software I have. I picked that one because it was completely cloud hosted, and I could double click on one of my computers that I need to take over from my Linux laptop and just get it to open immediately. Most of the other ones did not work through Linux at the time, at least. It's not horribly pricey, you can see here. It's been worth every penny. I probably spend more time working in this than I do even in Zendesk. I've also got it on all of my personal systems, so even when I'm not sitting there, I can still connect to it and do something on my home computer without having to go upstairs and pick up my comic book tablet to figure out what's going on there. For anti-malware, I use Bitdefender. It's fine. It's not that much better than anything else. It's not that much worse. 9 years ago when I started this, I did a comparison. Microsoft Defender is about 90% of the things. Kaspersky caught 97. That was the highest one, but I believe they also let the Russians into your computer and pretty much locked it down anyways. This one catches more than enough. I've never had any virus scares with it. I have had 1 or 2 false positives, but you can mark those as exceptions. For time tracking, I use Harvest. This ends up being free, which is surprising to me, but they have a free tier that lets you have 1 project. I have 1 project. That 1 project is Help Desk. And then each of my clients underneath there, quartercircle.net, 2600 Enterprise, Hope Enterprise, they get a separate ticket, time everything out. At the end of the month, I can export a report of all of those, and that's what I can use to generate my invoices. At the end of the month, I send out invoices. I'll show you the example on the next slide. Once you take the export, I export it to Excel format. I open it in LibreOffice, go through, delete a whole bunch of stuff that it gives you that you don't need. Just look at the time. I sum up everything to just 15-minute increments. If it's under 10 minutes, I waive whatever it is that the call was about, because I'm in charge. So I don't have to charge somebody for calling up and asking if they should reboot. And I say yes. That doesn't need a ticket. That doesn't need all of that. Then I just cut and paste those into the invoice itself. This is a Google Doc. I have a separate tab each month, copy it, duplicate it, that is, change the date on it, and change the tickets that were on there. I told you about the included hours. When they go over, I usually have to split off one ticket to show whatever that is and then charge above and beyond. Had one client who insisted that every invoice I send them have an invoice number on it. Okay, you're paying me. It's the date. I don't know why they needed an invoice number. It's calculated automatically by this. The only thing I change as far as the date goes is the actual due date. Receipt, the date that the invoice is for. The due date is calculated to be 2 weeks away. And of course, as soon as everybody gets this invoice, they cut me a check and I never have to worry about it. In reality, you get a check about 3 to 4 weeks away. My wife pointed out that right at the outset, they will try to be on top of it, but everybody starts to slip. We're still getting paid, so we kind of just let all of that slide. I don't use any of this. I don't use any of the services that'll let you take a credit card. I don't want to pay somebody to let me be paid. So I don't have Stripe. I don't have anything like that. Everybody will literally cut me a check and send it in the mail. And my wife checks the mailbox and runs to the bank whenever we get a check. I've got about 3 places that do ACH, automated clearinghouse. They've set that up with her to figure it out. She does all of that work. I'm not good at money. She handles all the magic. She checks all of the invoices to make sure that I don't have any glaring errors. I tend to miss the date change. She makes a PDF, emails it to each of them. My part will take about an hour. She takes about an hour and a half each month doing all of that. Running low on time, so forgive me speeding through here. She takes care of all those financials, and she uses Quicken to keep track of that. She does the taxes herself. She does caution that if you don't know how to do the taxes, don't. There are a lot of pitfalls that you can fall into. There are plenty of people who will do that. She said not to quote her on that amount because we don't actually pay anyone, but they should be about $300 to $500 a year to do your taxes and to take care of all of that for you. A couple other expenses I use. I have a very nice headset, Jabra Evolve 75. I've got a buddy who works at a university who shares an office with another guy. The two of them are on teleconferences all the time. They can't hear each other and they use these headsets, which is great if your university is paying for it. I bought it myself because I'm in charge and you have to pay for everything yourself when you're in charge, but it's been worth every penny. My wife has a very yappy dog. None of my clients can hear her most of the time. I also use 1Password to manage all of the passwords for each of my clients. That way I can tell my clients that everything is secure, and then I can still access it from my phone or another laptop whenever I'm at their site. I use Squarespace because everybody needs a website as just a glorified business card. I haven't updated it in 9 years. It really desperately needs it, and I want to move it in-house sometime soon on the to-do list. The domain name, I have a domain name that has a fancy long TLD on it. That was $2 a year when I got it, and of course they jacked up the price 2 years in, and unless I want to do a rebrand, I'm stuck with it. This will take a while to go through, and unfortunately I'm running low on time, but I did have one client that didn't pay anything. They eventually got to a lawyer who offered to give me a $4,000 check out of the $10,000, except I would have to sign an NDA, and I decided I didn't want to do that because I wanted to tell people how horrible these people were, which my wife told me I'm not allowed to do because they were as morally bankrupt as the company went bankrupt. So we probably would have still gotten sued even if I could prove everything was up above board because I have it all in Zendesk. So blame her for not getting to know all of those specific details.
Well, you don't still do business with them.
No, they closed. They're long gone.
People that own you.
Not if I can help it. I haven't seen her anywhere. Keep waiting for the obituaries, but one of their clients ended up putting a bad review in for my company, even though I had never worked with them. Like I said, morally bankrupt. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do in those cases. I'd never even worked with them to try to dispute it. You kind of just have to lump it If it does end up being an honest review, apologize and try to do better. I was saying my website hasn't been updated. It claims I do residential service, but I don't anymore. If I have to do a one-off for somebody who's got a virus on their home computer, I can fix it, but because I didn't set everything else up, they're going to get another virus next month, and everybody looks bad at that point. So I don't do that. If it's somebody that I'm already working with, I just try to help because I try to be a nice guy. I also make it a point to say that you should definitely have somebody double check your emails going out if you know that you're not being nice when you send them out. This is my wife's job. I will ask her, hey, I want to say this, and she'll tell me, don't say that, try this instead. I also want to put a note in here. I'm clearly very wordy, and I will give you all of the technical details about everything having to do with your problem. None of my clients care. I put a TLD at the top, says just reboot, it'll fix it, and then list everything underneath it. So technically I've told them, and we can all pretend they actually read it. If you're going on vacation, I can't. I don't have anybody to back up for that. I still go on vacation. I send them an email letting them know that instead of within an hour, I'm going to probably respond within a day. That lets them know that I usually respond within an hour. You're getting something good here. Always have somebody to act as your backup at home when you're not there so that they can go in and press the power button on the server. That would be our MC tonight, is my usual backup. Shh. As I say at the end there, the small vacations, you don't need to tell them about it. You can probably answer from your phone enough to get away with it. If you want new employees, getting a second employee means a lot of overhead. You have to take care of their health care. You have to take care of taxes for them. You have to take care of an extra laptop for them. All of that becomes incredible overhead. My first MSP manager pointed out that if you're going to scale up to a second person, you need to be able to scale up to 10. I work alone, and I'm going to stay that way for a while. There is a loophole for hiring people that you can get your family to work for you. Despite these pictures, my kids are not interested, so I'm going to need a retirement plan at some point. If you know an accounting firm, you can get retirement accounts set up for you. I don't do any of those. My plan is to work until I die, which is why I have good insurance. The other option that you can take is you can sell your clients that you have to a competitor, which is what that first MSP did. He sold all of his clients to the second MSP, which is why he'd been recruiting me in the first place. I just didn't know it. Thank you everybody for your time. If you want to find me, that QR code will take you to my Mastodon page. You can email me. If you want my phone number, come grab me. I'd be more than happy to share any of this information with anybody who wants it. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions or anything I breezed past. Just out of time, so grab me somewhere later to answer.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time, but we did have one question from Mastodon. The question was, how much of a threat do you think AI is to this business model? And please address the camera because they're on Matrix.
If you've tried using AI for anything, you'll see that it's not really much of a threat. If anything, people trying to use AI is going to result in more calls to you when they break it. So it's not much of a threat, no.
Okay, we probably have time for one more question quickly if
Anybody
somebody
else?
wants to ask. Oh, here we go.
So I assume you have a lot of clients. Are there strategies you put in place to kind of like repeat the same thing? Like economies of scale, optimize so that you don't do the same thing with 10 clients. Maybe you just do one thing and helps 10 people.
The answer to that is more often than not, set it up correctly the first time. Whenever I have a new client who's getting a new computer, it gets shipped to me. I open it up. I set it up for them. I typically sign in as that person, even on a domain, clean it up, delete all of the stuff Microsoft puts on there you don't want, set it up so that it'll do its updates regularly, and just make sure it's going to stay working before you give it out. Once it's in good shape, people usually aren't going to break it after the fact too badly, and that's, you know, what you're there for. But setting it up correctly in the first place is more often how you get that to work. So if you have the exact same thing over and over again, when I use Screen Connect, I can open up 6 different windows from 6 different computers all on one, and even cut and paste between them. So I've got commands, and I'll write a small batch script, throw it onto each one, and just run that one over and over and over again. But it's a lot of manual labor, a lot built into that too. Yes.
Okay, let's all thank Lex again for his talk. Thank you very much for coming out tonight. Welcome once again to Grammarly Place. Tonight we're going to hear from Gwendolyn Pasquarello what it's like in a worker-owned creative technology cooperative. Gwendolyn is a founding worker-owner and creative technologist with Emma Technology Co-op. Her client work includes interactive experiences, theme park attractions, games, weird websites, and more. The co-op aims to enable its members in both their unprofessional creative technology work and in their professional art practices. So let's give Gwendolyn a warm welcome from Hope.
Hey everyone, thanks for sticking it out all the way till 9 p.m. Yeah, I'm here to tell you what it's like running a worker cooperative. I'm not going to be focusing too much on the creative technology part, but hopefully you'll all learn a little bit of like what we are trying to do for ourselves. Just to start out, a worker cooperative is not that complicated. It is a business which is exclusively owned and managed by its employees, essentially, right? There's no shareholders. There's no guy at the top who owns the whole thing. This frequently produces a more democratically managed business, right? Because there's no one telling you what to do. And I can't really tell you how to run your hypothetical future cooperative. I can only tell you how we chose to run ours. Hopefully this just serves as maybe an example, as an option of things you could try and things you can do. But fundamentally, if you want to start a work co-op, it's going to have to be yours and you're going to have to figure it out. So to get into it, that brings us to Emma. That is my tech co-op. We are currently 3 members who are myself and my cooperators, Andy and Ramsey. We all walked into this as creative technologists with freelance practices and personal artistic practices ranging from photography to live-coded art and music to plotter art and indie arcade games and all sorts of interesting, fun stuff that we enjoy doing. And then there's the day job that kind of pays the bills. So yes, we all came in as freelancers. We all do similar-ish kinds of work. And we wanted to find a way to like make our day jobs a little more bearable and a little less in the way of our personal lives, which I'm sure everybody is a familiar desire for a lot of people. So our direct motivations for starting this as a co-op rather than just going on as a bunch of freelancers is that like contract work is nice. It is very freeing to be able to pick up a contract, do that thing, put it down when it's done, and not think about it anymore. But freelance work is also financially very unpredictable. If you've ever freelanced, you know this. You will get lump sums at infrequent intervals, and that is not helpful for buying groceries or paying rent. We also, like I said, we have our own creative and technical practices that we care about, and we don't want to abandon those. We want to be able to like keep those facilitated while maintaining a day job that is maybe more tidy and busy and paying the bills. And another frustration is like having a boss kind of sucks. So like, yes, you could go get a job at a studio. You're a regular salary person. You're just doing your job and you don't have to think about running a business, but you will have a boss and that person does get to decide if you have healthcare at any given moment. Becoming a boss is in fact worse than that because now you're that person and you have that person and you have to wrestle with the sort of ethical dilemmas of being the boss. And obviously, broadly, we're not doing capitalism. That's not what we're about. If you're trying to start a worker cooperative, you're already way off track for capitalism. So the sort of like concrete goals we had were no bosses, keep the members paid, and like keep the machine running. Once we start this thing, we want it to keep going for essentially as long as our careers should last. And that is in fact the 3 sections of this talk. I am hoping, with audience consent, that we're going to do 3 question sections. Does anybody like completely object to that? I already asked the tech people. Don't worry about them. All right, so let's jump into the first one. Let's jump into the no bosses part. Fundamentally, usually what the boss is there to do is to like make decisions, and this is getting into governance or corporate governance, right? Any given business has a lot of decisions to make. these can be trivial. These can be things like what font do we use on our website, or where do we buy our business cards, or they can be existential, like how do we pay our employees, or by what mechanisms should we pay our employees? How should we file our taxes? What lawyers do we hire? All these kind of like big questions are like governance questions. And really, your governance inside of a business, or in this case, a co-op, is just a system by which you make that set of decisions. A traditional like capitalist governance might be the owner picks, he owns the business, so he gets to decide. Or perhaps you have shareholders who elect a board of directors, who elect a C-suite, who hire managers, and then maybe hire you, and somehow a decision gets made in there. I've never observed it. It's never happened, but maybe. We at Emma, we are not interested in a management hierarchy, obviously. So what we choose to do instead is, so we're aiming for a more democratic workplace, right? We're aiming for a place where the people who are doing the work actually have control over the choices the business is making and how we proceed to like keep that machine moving. And so for us, we chose to do what is called total consensus. The goal of total consensus in a co-op of kind of any description, a lot of this actually comes from like housing co-ops, which is a very different world. But the goal of total consensus is to find a decision or a path forward or a solution to a problem that is mutually acceptable to everybody who it affects, right? So like it's not voting. You're not saying like, all right, well, 60% of the people said we like this thing, but 40% hated it. So screw that 40%. We're not doing that either. So for big decisions, this tends to be a cycle of researching what options we have, contacting other people who maybe can give us some advice, or just proposing ideas, and coming back until we find something that is at least acceptable to all members, right? You don't have to love every total consensus decision. You can just be like, I guess it's fine. If that is the bar, actually, is I'm not going to quit over this, right? There's an interesting, this comes from housing co-ops. There's an interesting sort of like gauge, which is like, yeah, I like this decision. This decision's fine. I'm not going to leave over it. Or no, I'm leaving the co-op if we choose to do this, right? Which is sort of the most severe objection. It's okay, however, to leave the co-op. That is an acceptable end. Maybe there is a reason that someone needs to leave because of a decision. But those are sort of the paths for every individual, and can guide your decision making. This is not the only way. There are a lot of other co-ops that do a lot of other things. We like this because this gets us a lot of things. It keeps a high level control over the business in the people who are actually doing the business. If you had a worker cooperative and you chose to like elect managers in some sort of election or something, that manager still exerts quite a bit of power over the other people, which maybe you have to do, but we're really not interested in doing. In case the secret anarchism hasn't made it out, yeah, it's there. But we get to keep all of that control in the people who are directly affected by the decisions, and the decisions do get made. When you have big management hierarchies, a lot of times you can send the email asking, should I do X or Y? And they simply won't answer. Everybody has had this happen. But if it is a sort of democratically governed co-op that everybody's involved in, you can't ignore a decision. Someone will ask you about it again. Or if you just all decide to ignore it for some reason, then clearly it didn't matter. So the decisions actually get made. And when they do, they're made with care and intention rather than sort of arbitrary whims or some perverse incentives, right? Like there are plenty of examples in the world of like, the decision gets made because it benefits this department over that department, and it screwed a whole bunch of people, but the guy at the top managed to like connive some tax scheme or something out of it, which is careless and cruel to the people who are actually doing the work, and we're obviously not interested in that. Our former cooperator, who was founded with us and left later for personal reasons on very good terms, described total consensus as producing the highest quality of decision at the slowest pace. You will get to an answer for any given thing. It might take you a while, but once you do it and then you get on the other side of it, you will see that like, oh, that was the best thing we could have done in that moment, actually. which is a powerful thing, and it takes a while to like set in the sort of power that has, but it is a useful thing when you're running a business, which is fundamentally a very like slow activity. Actually, it's business things happen on the scale of months and years, not days and hours. Obviously, consensus does have some unintended consequences. It can be slow. If you have a really big decision that a lot of people really care about, it takes a long time to find something that is mutually acceptable. Like I said, when you do it, you will probably get the best answer, but it takes time. And the other thing is that you can't scale this up arbitrarily, right? You cannot run a business of 100 people on total consensus because you'll just never finish that meeting. But we're not that. And actually, we don't have any... Sorry? Yeah, right. Like you can't do total consensus with large groups of people because you'll just never get to consensus. We're not interested in becoming a 100-member co-op. We actually have like sort of from day one decided like we're never going above 8, maybe 12 members. At that point, like we would rather see a group of people start their own co-op that's really specific for them rather than trying to like fit into our now sort of like too big and awkward co-op. It's better to like have some small ones and work cooperatively across them maybe than to try and be an all-consuming co-op. There are big ones out there. Mondragon in Spain and a few others are like doing large thousands member size worker-owned cooperatives. But that's not what we want to do. That's like just fundamentally not the project. And that's okay. We're actually not obligated to grow infinitely forever and no one can make us. Okay. So that's the no bosses part, or at least our answer to the no bosses part. This is how we choose to run a business. It has been working good for us for about 4 or 5 years now. I do want to like open up. Do we have questions about like running stuff? If you do, go to that microphone in the middle there. I want to do, yes, unless anybody objects, with consent of the audience, we're going to do small sections of questions rather than like one endless question section all the way at the end. And yeah,
Hello.
just jump in.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, exciting talk already so far. Thank you. I had heard about Bernie Sanders talked about this a while ago about a window company in Chicago that sort of went bankrupt and the employees bought the equipment and became a worker co-op.
Yeah.
That's a great success story. I was also very much following the Spirit Airlines bankruptcy story recently. And there was sort of I guess a dream or maybe a desire for to create Spirit 2.0 as a worker cooperative. Really, it was just the YouTuber who became famous for flying Spirit 24 hours straight. But that got me thinking, like, do you like you mentioned the company in Spain, but like is there like a concrete example of a like a large organization being able to adopt this sort of structure? Because I guess Spirit Airlines, 17,000 employees lost their jobs overnight. Maybe you can run Spirit with a slightly smaller group of people, but I don't think you can run an airline with like 9, 10 people.
No.
But the dream
is
of
there.
a worker co-op
Absolutely.
airline, wow, that's really enticing.
Yeah, I mean, worker co-op conversions are very cool. I don't know of any other than Mondragon, which is sort of the like example of an enormous co-op that is functioning right now. I don't know off the top of my head. Someone was just talking to me one about the other day, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name. But yeah, you can look at their bigger co-ops. I mean, so there are like some other more interesting co-ops that do like agricultural stuff. So like you may have a cooperative of dozens and dozens of dairy farms, and they are like using the co-op to sell their product onto grocery stores. Which is, if nothing else, a higher dollar value venture than 3 people writing software. But yeah, really huge co-ops are interesting. I think the IETF does do some amount of total consensus for RFC decisions and stuff, so that might be an interesting example as well. But yeah, that's all I got on that one. Next question.
Okay, I have like 2 rapid fire ones.
Yeah, let's go.
Do you do your consensus in asynchronous or asynchronous format or both?
A little of both. we check in once a week. We have about an hour call. We aim for an hour. It doesn't usually go over, where we check in on stuff like how is your client work going? How is your personal life going? What's coming in on the horizon? What weird admin tasks do we have to do? Do we have to file our taxes? Do we have to go write a letter or whatever?
Sounds like a hybrid stand-up.
It is a little bit of a stand-up. It's a stand-up with a purpose. We managed to keep our meeting like pretty honed in at an hour, which I feel like I've been in stand-ups longer than that, which is truly insane. But yeah, and then a lot of stuff is async. So if we run into something that is outside of our current knowledge, like if we just like none of us know the answer to a question, that's when it kind of goes async. It's like, all right, you are going to do some research, maybe type that into our chat, and then we'll come back to this next week is usually how it goes. But truly the vast majority happens in a once a week meeting.
Okay. And
Yeah.
my other question is, have you ever had the consensus process draw out over like a really contentious decision or something that needed a lot
Yeah.
of iteration? And like,
Yeah.
what are, like, do you have anything to like some thoughts on what happens
Totally.
when the friction comes from the
Yeah.
consensus?
It tends to be so. Like I said, the vast majority of problems are actually not that hard. And when it comes to really drawn out ones, it's not so much like we can't find an agreement. It's we probably found something and then quickly found that like, oh, that's not going to work. It tends to be more iterative, like, oh, we're going to try X. And then X is maybe not quite right, or we're going to think about X and we're going to ask our lawyers and they're going to tell us that that's not allowed, which we've absolutely had happen, and stuff like that. So it tends to be more iterative rather than like one decision that we can just never agree on, right? Yeah, next question.
Okay, so maybe this might be a sidebar, but I just have a couple of questions around. One, did you need startup capital for your worker cooperative? Two, did you, uh, with the lawyers that you had in place, did they help you kind of put your kind of policy packets in place? Yes. Okay. And how often do you need to actually talk to your lawyers about like refereeing the stuff
Yeah.
you can and can't do?
Yeah, absolutely. In order, we did not have startup capital because we're sort of opposed to having an outside investor.
Well, even like internally, did y'all bring capital to the table?
So what we chose to do was essentially just like, we happen to start this in a year where we are all fairly busy. And so we pretty much just said, okay, starting at January 1, all of the money that we were making from our freelance practice went into the collective bank account, and then we were paying ourselves out of that and leaving a portion of it into the like collective bank account. So we sort of like funded from our own labor is the solution. There are tricks to that. I would say don't go into it blindly because there are some complicated tax implications there, but I'm not going to get into that. The next question was on
The lawyers, how often do you have to?
right. Lawyers. We do not frequently need the referee lawyers all that much, especially at this point. So like early on, there was a lot of like, we don't know what we're allowed to do. And that's where you're working with your lawyer to get your operating agreement set up, which is the contract between the members and the business, to get your articles of incorporation, to get all this sort of bureaucratic stuff done. That's the point where they can say, okay, you can do this, you can do that. They actually did not like our total consensus idea. They were like, no, you actually need to have a mechanical thing that is not, we'll talk about it until we have an answer. And we didn't actually, we didn't bend over for that. We were like, no, this is actually how we want to run this. I think the only exception is to remove a member, forcefully remove a member does require a unanimous -1 vote. That was the one thing they wouldn't let us get away with. And then, yeah, as far as like how often we're talking to our lawyers, like I said, a lot up front. These days, all I talk to my lawyers about is negotiating client contracts.
Could you just give a rough estimate of, in terms of like that initial like intense lawyer engagement, what was your outlay for those costs?
This is several years ago. I believe it was in the ballpark of $8,000 to $10,000.
Okay. Like total in terms of the whole engagement?
That was to get
retainer
us
and
incorporated.
everything? Okay.
That was to get the contracts and the articles of incorporation and file it with the state of New York and the whole nine. About 10 grand, probably a little less. This is several years ago, so inflation and all, and I'm, not a lawyer. I will recommend my lawyers later in the talk.
Great.
But I can't quote you anything obviously beyond that.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's do another.
Hey.
Hi.
So myself and some of these people up here in the front
Yeah.
are actually in the process of starting one of these worker-owned
Woo!
tech
Congratulations.
And like one of the areas where we're kind of, it's like, how do you know when you're done writing your bylaws?
When the lawyer tells you.
Well, that's the answer that I keep hearing. And
Yeah.
but we don't have a lot of money to start it up with.
Yeah.
So we're trying to like figure out how far can we get, and are there any good resources out there? Because there's a bunch of different resources, but they all kind
Yeah.
of say slightly different things, and not
Mhm.
really sure which one to listen to.
Yeah. As far as finding your bylaws, I believe I read from when we were starting, we were reading the bylaws of a now former co-op called Field Train. I don't know if you've seen them around. They have since ceased operations for unrelated reasons, but they published all of their legal documents, so you can read theirs, and that might be helpful.
Love that.
Yes, super great. This was really helpful in us like sort of formulating this. But yeah, fundamentally, I don't have a hack for getting around the startup costs with the lawyers. I'm sorry. All right, we have one last sort of section 1 no bosses question. Go ahead.
I don't know if you're familiar, and it may be a tangent too, but scaling up, scaling down, and like the Rojavan model of consensus and like decision making sounds really great to me. What I know of it, maybe why or why not. Like that.
I don't know that I have enough familiarity with it to comment. I don't know the specifics of that. I've like read little bits about Rojava, but not that much. I'm sorry. So yeah, let's keep going because we are getting through a fair portion of this, which is great. We're gonna do the getting paid part. Obviously, like I said, we walked in with a lot of freelance problems, which is like contract work pays and usually pays decently well. But it can be very inconsistent. You can have months dry spells, you can have year-long dry spells, and that can be very hard to like live your life around. You have multiple scales of noise. You have short-term things like I sent the invoice, but my client is net 60 and they're not going to pay me for 3 months. And then you have long-term noise, which is stuff like, yeah, 2023, not a great year to be writing software. So silly things like eating and paying rent do not sort of jive with that super well. And it instills a lot of like anxiety and fear, and it makes it very hard to say no to a client, right? Because like if you don't know when the next client is coming, you really don't want to say no up front. It's terrifying to say no to a client when you don't know if you have another. And so we're trying to like solve for that. We built our co-op to sort of resolve that solution, or to resolve that problem for ourselves. So what I'm essentially describing is a monetary like low pass filter, right? We've historically called it the money capacitor. This is a very notional diagram. If you're an electrical engineer, please don't yell at us about capacitors. So like if you're an individual, right, your income is directly tied to your client revenue, right? When the client pays you, that's when you make money. But that is, again, very hard to live with. And so Emma is sort of designed to sit in between the like client revenue stream and your personal revenue stream, right? So the co-op will get giant lump sums whenever they happen, and by one way or another, pay you at a more consistent schedule, or at least that's the goal, which we mostly succeed at. Our just really quick description of our business: clients pay us to do labor. They give us money, then we use that money to pay ourselves. That's kind of the whole cash flow story. We have a few tools for smoothing out noisy money problems, right? Multiple members who are working together, you get to play like a statistics game. If anybody has like maybe a 50% chance for each individual member of being busy and working at any given moment, then the odds that everybody is unemployed all at once are actually fairly low. And like 50% utilization as a freelancer is pretty rough. That's a bad year. And even then, you're still doing better as a group, right? So when one person is not working, the other two almost always are, right? So you get to like spread that risk out and keep the money flowing into the business that can like level it out across time. The other thing we can do is pass works to each other, right? If I'm busy on a gig and then someone emails me and says, hey, I need so-and-so, if I'm an individual freelancer, the best thing I can do is send that to my friend and hope they someday get me back. Whereas if I am a member in a worker cooperative, I can give that to a person who I also directly benefit from that person getting money, right? So like if I give the money to my cooperator, or I give the project to my cooperator, they are earning money, and when my project ends, they're still earning money from that project that I couldn't do, but also didn't have to say no to, right? And then the last one is just that, yes, a business with 3 people can keep a bigger bank account than those 3 people can keep individually. That's not hard. These have an interesting effect that like the first 2 bullet points are good at solving like low frequency noise of like bad year. Maybe somebody gets hurt early in the year and can't get work. Obviously there's insurance and stuff for that. But like, if one member has a bad year, the other 2 probably are not. And so you can solve the sort of like bad years problem by like passing work around and leveraging the fact that we're not ever all like unavailable all at once or all busy all at once. And then the big cash reserves solve the sort of short-term stuff. We'll get to my like details about our thing, but like Emma can pay at a much higher frequency than my clients will. And it's fine because I actually don't care if the Emma bank account goes really low as long as it's not negative. Whereas if my account is like low, that's like terrifying and I can't buy groceries, right? So you can kind of let the business be the ablative armor of your day job rather than sort of being at the whims of your clients. So to describe the actual compensation mechanism of our business, this is getting a little nuts and bolts. Every member gets a base salary. It's not a ton. It's mid 5 figures. It's kind of just enough to keep the lights on at home. And every member also gets 30% of any invoice they settle, right? So if I sell $1,000 of my labor, I get $300 extra on top of my $60,000 a year salary. The cash reserves tend to just swing. Like we're not really concerned if it jumps up and down by 20 or 30 grand in a year, in a month even. Like that's fine. As long as it's not negative, we don't care. And everybody gets paid consistently. So it eats a lot of the like noise and frustration of doing the contract work. And if needed, we can decide to adjust the rates or shed portions of this to adjust for the market. If we have a really, really bad year and we have to say, all right, we got to like not do the 30% cut so that we can keep making payroll, that sucks. But it means that I'm still getting paid and I still get my salary. We had a very brief period where we weren't even able to make payroll. We made it back the next year. So like the trick is that because we all own this, I can have some faith that me sacrificing personally to keep this thing alive will actually come back to benefit me. And also I can make sure that we're doing this planned out. We're actually have a scheme. We're not just like firing 10,000 employees because we're running out of money, right? Like a startup or a giant business might do. And we can kind of like, we can manipulate this as possible. So there's like a lot of stuff about the taxes here. Does anybody actually care? Okay, wow. Way more nerds than I thought. All right, compensation for tax nerds. All right, the salary is a completely normal W-2. It's exactly what you're thinking it is. The 30% invoice cut are taxed as patronage dividends and specifically per unit retains. This is getting into tax stuff. What this gives us is the dividends, that 30% cut, are generally deductible for the business, which means the business is not paying the 21% business income tax. And I am not subject to self-employment tax for that portion of my compensation. This is great. This not only solves the double taxation problem you may hear from C Corp world, it actually double solves it because you're not paying either. You are paying like personal income kind of taxes, but it's not $0. It's not a total hack, but it is reasonably tax advantaged. The PUR is also a function of revenue rather than profit, which we care about in a lot of cooperatives. Your patronage is a function of how much money the co-op earned in a given year, how much surplus you earned in a year, not just like your revenue. So like if you as a business earned $250,000 but spent $200,000, you cannot issue more than $50,000 in dividends because that's the function. The PUR has this trick where it's actually a function of revenue. So if we made $250,000, we can issue 30% of that as dividends, which can be useful It's helpful for us personally. And we can also transact these PURs a little bit at will. We don't have to wait to the end of the year to do it because a lump sum at the end of the year is in fact not financially stable. That's the exact opposite of what we want. Obviously, I'm not a tax professional. Please consult a tax professional. But this is broadly what we're doing. And yeah, at the end of the year, we receive a W-2 and an additional 1099 PATR for the 30% invoice cut. This is all under subchapter T in the revenue code if you really want to get into it. But yeah, you should talk to some professionals before you do this. We did. Do we have money questions? Do we have cash flow questions? All right, let's do some money questions. And then the last part is pretty quick, so hopefully we'll get right through it.
Okay, so thank you. And please feel free to tell me to shut up and talk to my lawyer instead.
Okay.
But in the process of buying my company with my coworkers and turning it into a co-op.
Whoa,
so
you did a
this is
conversion? That's
super,
cool.
We're doing a conversion,
Yeah.
which is super exciting.
Woo.
Thank you. So the PUR, how did you decide upon doing that instead of just doing an end of year dividend bonus, however you did it? What was the thought? Because that's part of what we're thinking about right now. We're going to be effective as of January 1st, 2027, inshallah.
Congrats.
So we're dealing with all this stuff right now.
Yeah, we settled on that specifically because we wanted to be able to pay them quickly. We aim to pay our PUR dividends when we send the invoice, not when the client pays us. So we just tank the bank account and let the client get back to us when they get back to us. So that was the main motivation. And then, the fact that it's a PUR just keeps the patronage dividend advantages otherwise. We spoke with our accountants and our lawyers about it, and they're both like, yeah, that sounds right. The accountants were like, yeah, we're gonna actually have to do some research on this. We asked them this question, if this is possible. They're like, let's find out. So yeah, that's that. Next question.
Do y'all handle healthcare through Emma?
No.
And okay, so
Sorry, flat no. We're not obligated to, and there's not really sufficient advantage for 3 people rather than buying into the marketplace.
And lastly, I know this some parts of this model are also really common in technical consulting agency models, but for that per unit retain, you said that you just you'll pay it out no matter what, but I mean, are there any conditions under which you would, just eat that?
We will, so we can, PUR is strictly speaking a function of an agreement between the member and the business. There's not really more laws than that.
But it's in your
and
bylaws.
It is in our operating agreement, I believe, but
Okay.
don't quote me on that. We do reserve the power as the board of directors, which is a 100% membership of the co-op, to suspend that at any time. We have done it once. Hopefully we'll never do it again. But yes, we have the power to decide to suspend that in advance of needing to do that. And generally we just try to predict ooh, bank account's kind of empty and we have no work. That's when we're going to say, okay, we need to drop the 30%. We need to do this and that to keep the business going. But we're not going to do it sort of arbitrarily on a case by case basis. Next question.
Yeah. How are you incorporated? Like a B Corp or corporation or LLC?
We are a full corporation, taxed as subchapter T, which is the sort of the C Corp or S Corp or whatever. We are taxed as subchapter T, which is a cooperative. New York State specifically has domestic worker cooperative laws. Some states do, some states don't. The only 2 I happen to know off the top of my head are New York and Colorado. Michigan. Oh, Michigan. Thank you. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi. What I have always wondered about what y'all are doing is how could you handle a situation where not everyone is doing the same thing? So everyone in the co-op is finding business and implementing, and you're all sort of at the same level in terms of, how would you handle someone just out of college or somebody who's a salesperson and they don't do the implementing?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Sure.
How would you do that?
Yeah. Probably, I think our plan is not to do. So we have never added a member. We have removed 1 member who left on good terms, but we have removed 1 member, but we've never added a new person. That's probably the next big hurdle and question mark we have. We're committed that if you're in the co-op, you're going to get the same treatment that everybody else does. So that person would have to get a salary and would have to get their 30% share. It would be tough to get someone who's like fresh out of college and actually have them succeed, because we do contract work and we kind of don't have room for a junior. Like these are open questions is the answer. But yeah, broadly, like everybody who's a member is going to get paid the same as everybody else. There's no exceptions.
I actually have two questions.
Okay.
The first one I probably know the answer to. Do you do any kind of benefits at all? Because I know you said healthcare is not, but
yeah. We have looked at it and largely not. Yeah, we don't offer like 401k or anything like that. It's just not. Yeah, we've just not found a mechanism by which it is actually like financially better to do that than not, right? Like there's not, your health insurance is tax deductible on your personal taxes, so it doesn't matter whether your business buys it or I buy it, so like whatever. And all every other benefit after that is so tiny that I'm like, whatever, I don't even want to think about it. It's not worth my time.
And then the other question was like the times when you haven't had any money in the accounts, how did you handle any recurring expenses?
We stopped before we hit zero. We stopped paying payroll before we hit zero is the simple answer. And we got ourselves back when the money was good. So,
as someone who has been a freelancer, I know a lot of that time is spent chasing contracts. So have you used this structure to like go out to an accounting service to handle that? Or are you all individually still chasing people to pay you in the right amount of time, the contracts, all of that type of stuff?
Yeah, we keep our own books and we do all the invoicing and chasing of clients ourselves. We work for like sort of a small number of clients who pay highly, which makes the chasing of invoices a little easier when it's like, well, I issued one invoice all month. I'm going to find that one person and make them pay me. Whereas, yeah, if you're running a high volume, low value kind of business, I don't have a great solution. But yeah, broadly, we all chase our own invoices is the answer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for giving the talk.
Yeah.
This is kind of a follow-up. How do you bill your clients? Do you bill them by project or hourly, or what works for you?
Yeah, we do a mix. We'll do whatever the client wants, really. That tends to be for smaller stuff. It tends to be hourly or day rates. So like a lot of people do just want to hire someone to work, 10 days on a project or 100 days on a project, and we're just going to bill them that amount of time. We will quote flat rate projects for stuff that is big and they really want a flat rate. That's actually what I was doing this past winter. The client came to us and they're like, we are installing a big LED wall and we need pixels to put on that LED wall. Can you do it? And the answer is yes. Here's the number it will cost you. And that's what they pay us. But yeah, we'll do a mix. We also do a lot of things which we call them not to exceed, which is like we're charging you hourly, but we will not go over 10 grand in a month or whatever, right? So we negotiate with each client really is the answer. Yeah, whatever fits.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, one more.
So sorry.
No, it's okay.
Do you all represent yourselves as Emma Cooperative to clients, or do you go fish clients as individuals and then just have them bill to the entity?
So we strictly insist that everything is between Emma and the clients, right? Like nothing comes to me personally. If an old project manager calls me up and says, "Hey, I got a thing. Do you want to do it?" I'll be like, yeah, let's talk about that. And I'm going to just sort of subtly email them from my Emma Co-op email address, right? That tends to be the answer. A lot of the way we actually get work is just word of mouth. It's like the last project manager says, "Hey, I'm doing a new thing. Can you help?" That's almost all of our advertising is just the last gig gets me the next gig.
So y'all are like 100% fully committed as a group to doing all your work through Emma.
Yeah,
and there is no outside work outside of that.
Some exceptions. Obviously, like if you've got something that's kind of unrelated, we don't mind, right? Like I play Algo Raves every now and again, and I'm not going to like put the $50 I earn playing Algo Rave through my co-op. And my cooperator, Andy, has sort of like a business selling like plotter art and kind of stuff. And it's like, for that, it's like, yeah, all right, this is a small amount of money. It's not taking up all your time. We've even had one member teach a class at NYU for a non-trivial sum, that kind of stuff. It's fine. But if you're doing creative technology consulting, no, we expect you to do it through the co-op. and hopefully incentivize it. All right, last section, which is kind of everything else. This is just going to be like a smattering of what you might run into if you're trying to do a co-op, or at least what we ran into. Section 1, the chores. Running a business generates so many chores, you have no idea. Chasing invoices, figuring out health insurance, if you're even going to try, finding lawyers, talking to your lawyers, filing your taxes, all of this all has to get done. And we aim to kind of like spread that out equally, right? And in a reasonably horizontal and egalitarian manner. The best tricks we have for that is just simply rotating. We do our own bookkeeping, for better or worse, which is writing down every transaction that happens on our bank and checking every invoice and making sure they all line up. We try to make sure that that rotates, right? I'll do it for July, Andy does it for August, Ramsey does it for September, et cetera, forever. And then there's other stuff like go get the lawyers to write a contract for whatever. It's like, okay, I did the last 3, so Ramsey's doing the next one. For really big chores, for stuff that's like maybe too much to do in an afternoon, the buddy system can be surprisingly powerful. Tax time tends to be the one that shows up the most, because filing your taxes is sort of playing guess the number with the United States government. It's always terrifying, right? So like for that, it's like, okay, well, we're never going to do it alone, right? Nobody is ever sitting alone trying to file our taxes. It's always at least 2 people. These are good strategies for getting your chores done. You will find lots of chores. You will find that some people are really good at them. Some people are less good at them, or not even less good at them, but like less interested in them. And you just kind of have to find a way to do them all. Rotating does have this side benefit that like it is hard to make a decision if you do not understand the space that the decision is in. So if we had a member who just simply never did the books at all and had no idea how our bookkeeping or accounting worked, how are they going to meaningfully like voice an opinion on a decision, right? They kind of can't. You have to be in it to understand the questions. And so we try to we just try to spread it out, unless there's like, really specific skill sets that are tangential to the actual business. Meetings, like I said, we have 1 meeting a week. Interestingly, that's probably the best place you can start if you're coming from scratch. When we started, it was just a bunch of freelancers who had a call once a week, and we talked about how are my clients doing? What kind of work am I doing? How's my personal life going, right? That kind of stuff. And getting the rhythm of doing that once a week. And then eventually it's like, okay, well, we know we want to formalize this. So what's the next step is like one of the questions that you might have in a once a week meeting. And then someone can be like, oh, I'm going to go look for some lawyers this weekend. And they can do that and come back in the next week. And you can say, all right, well, let's look at some lawyers. And you can kind of just carry on like that. You don't need a business to do that. You don't need to be like legible to the IRS to just cooperate together. And so if you're really looking to just start, my answer is, go find some people and start cooperating. Like until you're moving money around, no one can stop you. We have IRL meetings approximately once a quarter. We tend to do things like, just go clean up all the silly tasks that are important, but we haven't gotten to. And the state of New York requires us to have officers. So once a year, we appoint officers by fair dice roll. The officers also, if you are wondering, convey no additional benefits and no additional powers. And everything else, any other like in-person meetings, or maybe we have a call once a week from, Jan 1 through April 15 for doing our taxes or something like that. We just kind of figure it out. And this is probably the last big one, is working with professionals. You're going to need some professionals if you're going to run any kind of a business. The lawyers are going to help you form your business and write and review contracts and advise you if what you're doing is compliant with the laws of the United States and et cetera. They're also generally, like, lawyers tend to have seen a lot of stuff, right? And so they can tell you like, oh, we've seen a client do X, Y, and Z before. That might be interesting to you, or maybe you could talk to them and find out how it's going, kind of stuff. There are rules around that for the lawyer to like make connections, but they tend to be very experienced. They can give you a lot of advice on things you might not expect, but they're the people who are doing like legal stuff. You probably understand it. And then there are sort of the big 3 of financial services, which is accountants. These tend to advise on like high level stuff, like how do you classify your payroll versus your patronage? How do you actually, form the overall books? Like, what do your reports look like? What do we need to do here? They might be able to tell you like some tax sort of getting your things correct in the taxes so that you're not paying too much or too little. They do like high level stuff. Bookkeeping is like the nitty gritty. Like, we have issued 10 invoices in this month. We need to actually write all of those invoices down, see if everybody's paid them, and make sure that we have a one-to-one penny perfect representation of like the financial interests of the business. And then the last one is tax preparation. These are the people who take your reports, which is like a sequence of sort of standardized documents, and they turn it into a tax filing. You probably do not want to do that yourself. You can hire people to do any of these things. You should definitely hire people to do the lawyering and probably at least a little bit of the accounting and definitely some of the tax preparing. Emma does her own books. It's a lot of work. It is a skill that you will have to develop, and you will do a bad job a few times, and you'll have to resolve the fact that you did a bad job bookkeeping, but it tends to be okay as long as you're working with professionals for the other stuff. If you want to know some specific professionals, I can recommend. In the United States, if you're looking for lawyers, JW or J.R. Weiner, who now goes more by JWPC, they're great. We work a lot with Jacqueline and Nathan. These days, we mostly have them write client contracts for us, but they're great, and they've been doing co-op stuff for a very long time. They have kind of the most experience, as far as I'm aware, on like doing co-op stuff. They're super friendly. They're super nice. When we were first starting, they even just like did a couple free calls to be like, hey, here's some things you can do. Here's what you're looking for. Like, here's research you might find. And I don't think they even charge us for that. Obviously, I can't quote for them, but they're really, really sweet and really friendly. And then Key Figures is our accountants and tax preparers. They're incredible. Like, we tried to work with other accountants who either did not understand the project, like did not understand that we wanted a business that would like move money around in these periods where they're like, what are you talking about? A lot of accountants tend to be like, if you go to the guy who does the accounting for every bodega in the city, he will not be able to help you run your worker co-op. You'll have no idea what you're talking about if it's not a bodega. Key Figures is totally down to like help you figure stuff out. Like I said, we actually had them do like novel research on like, are we allowed to use per unit retain for services? And like, it turns out, yeah, broadly the answer is yes. And yeah, they're super, super friendly, super helpful. They know everything about co-ops. They are themselves a worker-owned cooperative, which we love to see. And yeah, if you're looking for specific professionals, I truly can't recommend either of these two enough. And that's it. So conclusions. We started a co-op and you can too, I promise. Start by finding the right people and just go at it, start cooperating. Build a co-op to suit your exact needs is the best thing I can do. Like you can customize this almost as much as you want, and you will be better for it, right? You can't cookie cutter a worker cooperative because none of them are the same. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for coming. Let's do a last round of questions if we have time. It is 9:50. Is that okay? Questions? All right, last round of questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any insurance you handle through the company, or do you all have individual liability insurance?
Yes.
How does that work?
Our business maintains general liability, workers' comp, which we're legally required to, FMLA and SDI, which is like statutory disability. That's required by the state of New York, so we maintain that. And we have, what is it called? Like mistakes and omissions, professional liability insurance, which is like, if you just goof up, if you just do a bad job and someone tries to sue you, your professional liability insurance can actually cover recouping some of the loss for your client.
Yeah.
So yeah, we maintain. The third one? New York requires family leave and statutory disability. If you're not in New York, I can't tell you if you need it or not. And then yeah, professional liability is the last one. And that's what we maintain, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Hey there. Thanks again for a wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Two questions. Again, these are more hypothetical, but just curious. Have you ever had, and the size of your co-op may not, apply to this, but had there been any situations where the voting that was done on a decision ended up being like the wrong decision, maybe driven by some of the desires of like the coworkers. I bring that up because sometimes in a business, tough decisions need to be made where you're sacrificing something in the short term for the long term. One example, like people who like have read the history of Apple, they talk about how you needed someone at the top to say, okay, we're sacrificing like the iPod business in favor of like the iPhone down the road, but in the short term, it's going to be a loss.
Yeah.
And there was a situation in Germany. Germany, is known like as sort of a really good standard in terms of like unions and worker-owned collectives and that kind of stuff. But there was a situation a few years back, and this is just a very cursory summary, but Volkswagen, they had a CEO come in. He really wanted to push the company towards EVs, but a lot of the works councils pushed back against it, and eventually he got fired, and a lot of other things happened. But that decision made by the workers in the short term harmed them in the long term. So, and then the second question is just that, out of curiosity, again, not sure if you've encountered this, but have there been situations where you guys have been treated differently by like other companies because you're a co-op? Like, we're living in a world where companies are getting so big and they're getting very powerful, and it's getting harder for the smaller guy to compete. And I wonder if like maybe there's some sort of situation where, you guys were affected negatively by others because you were a co-op.
Yeah. So the first question was
like employees
yeah.
deciding,
So like I said, we don't like vote on a thing. It's never like we're picking X or Y. It's always we're trying to find a solution to a problem. We have made mistakes, certainly. We have had situations where we either took advice that we didn't understand or that was bad. You will have to deal with the consequences of that. Broadly speaking, like I said, the consensus mechanism does tend to produce pretty good results. We don't tend to like completely goof it. We do understand our industry. And almost all the times that we've like really made mistakes, it's more of us not understanding something like the tax code or, the legal implications of doing X, Y, and Z. It's not down to us running the business of doing creative technology because we're actually pretty okay at it. Yeah, and the second question, I'm so sorry. You gave me two in a row and I'm spaced.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Basically, have you guys been affected negatively by outsiders?
No, broadly, no. I mean, I can only compare this to being a freelancer. That's the only other kind of way I could really reflect on it. Companies don't tend to care. They want a quote, and if you can do it for that quote, that's good enough for them. They're not interested in the politics of my business. Like, I mean, listen, we don't go telling every corporate client that we're like really angry about capitalism, or like we don't bring it up. But no one cares. They want to know, can you accomplish X for price Y? And if the answer is yes, that's fine by them. They don't care where the money goes. If anything, we tend to get much more positive interest because we are a co-op. Other co-ops will come to us and be like, hey, we need X. We would greatly prefer to work with a cooperative. Are you available? Can you do this thing? Honestly, we get a lot of questions like, hey, actually, I would love to hire you instead of that other guy because I don't really like him and I would rather a worker cooperative. So yeah, I can say kind of only positive things actually, which is beautiful. But also we work a little tiny business doing a little tiny thing. So yeah. All right.
One of the things we found is like the value proposition, because we're not paying a C-suite an exorbitant amount.
Yeah.
We can actually do a lot of work at a really competitive rate and make a whole lot more money than we would if we were just ICs in some corporation. So it makes sense for a lot of different people.
All right. I think this has to be like...
That wasn't a question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right. No, it's all good. But yeah, executives are expensive. Don't have them. Cool. Let's do the next one.
As far as like from an insurance standpoint, do you have any resources you can point us to for like insurance for co-ops? Specifically, I'm thinking of like doing security remediation research, stuff like that, like cyber liability insurance and things like that.
Yeah, I don't have any like domain knowledge in that world. I mean, listen, we have the very run-of-the-mill business insurances is all we kind of carry. Is like any insurance broker. I think we happen to use Progressive because it was easy. we'll be able to give you general liability and professional liability and workers' comp. And then you might need to find one that's a little particular if you have a state-specific insurance. But yeah, as far as cyber stuff, I can't comment. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
We've got the 1 minute, so I'm going to call it here. Feel free to find me right after, and we can keep chatting. Cool. Thank you all.